sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move. It swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Escape rope, switching card, there's the switching card! There we go!
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome to the Sacramento Regional Championships. We're live right now in sunny Sacramento, California, the capital of the state. And just for the weekend, the capital of competitive Pokemon. I'm your host, Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by some amazing talent here. We have Adam Skarzig-Watson and the one and only Kyle Sablehouse. How are we doing today?
It feels great to be here. Sacramento's a great town, and the players are here in force, ready to play some spicy decks.
We got a lot of talent out there right now, and it's exciting to see. Over at the top tables, see a lot of Radiant Greninjas going off. I'm getting excited already just thinking about Chin Pao.
That's true. You came from competing yourself, so yeah, it must feel different being back in the desk.
Still electric, but yeah, it's I mean, there's nothing like sleeving up the deck and playing out against some of the best players in the world. Looking forward to all the opportunities for all these amazing players out there, and I mean, we got a ton of like 1,600. So there's a ton of people out here right now playing.
Absolutely.
There is a lot. The energy is absolutely electrifying. I couldn't stop myself. I went out and played in the challenge yesterday and all that. There's so much stuff to do here at the regional championships. But hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out our other regional championships we have coming up. And yeah, I absolutely love this graphic. When I was watching from home, when you guys showed this off in Peoria, which, by the way, that was the last regional, just great out there. I think it's such a good time to be a Pokemon player. Look at all the places we get to visit.
Yeah, as the season goes forward, a lot more of these places are going to start getting grayed out, but I really enjoy the saturation, the beautiful colors here, and here we are in Sacramento, and Toronto's coming right up.
Yep, another tournament, another Kyogre. What can we expect in Sacramento? We will see.
It's if the regional is in a place with a picture of a bridge, Kyogre gets the buff.
It's looking pretty good then. There's a lot.
I don't know for the future. We do have more sets coming up in those future tournaments. I don't know if Lost Box is still going to cut it. But yes, I'm so excited for all these places. Toronto coming up, a city I've never visited, but I'm very excited to see soon for sure. And but yeah, let's go ahead and check out the CP point breakdown for championship points. And of course, yeah, to make it to the World Championships over in Hawaii, again, you have to make 600 points if you're in US and Canada for the Masters Division. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But a lot of these players are actually very close now.
Yeah, already so close. 600 points seem to be a tall order, and we've even got international players coming here to NA to play in these regionals and get some extra points wherever they can.
Yeah, you start to think about the internationals that are going to come up as well, and the opportunities there to earn even more championship points. We have players that are already at upwards of 400 or 500 points on the year just because of those qualification points they're earning through league cups, league challenges, and of course at these regional championships. So you're going to start to see it slow down a little bit when you just talk about the amount of tournaments that you can play in with those 6 cups, 6 challenge finishes that you have. But all in all, a lot of players lined up really well to start the season.
For sure. And you know what? Before we talk more about this tournament, in case you missed it, folks at home, we did have the Peoria Regional Championship. Let's go ahead and check out what happened there.
Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 Peoria Regional Championship was an important step on the road to Worlds, so listen closely to what went down. The Pokemon 151 set had just become tournament legal, bolstering the strength of Charizard EX and colorless Lugia. But in the finals, Raymond Long on Kyogre Lost Zone matched up against Jack Carter on Turbo Lost Zone, and the winner would get an invite to the World Championships. The pendulum swung both ways to kick things off, with Jack having absolutely nothing to work with in Game 1. And in the next game, it was Raymond with no plays, quickly conceding to Jack's dominating start. and it all came down to the final game. Raymond dug deep to get an early Cramorant attack to seize initiative, but missed, and in doing so, didn't leave any room to bench a Sableye. Jack responded by sprinkling damage with his own Lost Mine, setting up for a massive multi-prize turn while ensuring he would be the only player that could utilize Sableye for the game. But Raymond didn't give up, kept healing with Switch Card, and doggedly took a prize every turn with Cramorant. When time was called, there weren't enough remaining turns for Jack to cash in on his Lost Mine investment, and Raymond Long won by taking the most prize cards overall.
That's gonna be it.
Yes.
So Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
Think you have what it takes? Then make sure you can visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along or get in on the action.
And what a regional championship that was. I was enjoying that from home, and yes, seeing Raymond Long taking the win with a Kyogre Lost Box against Jack Carter, also playing a version of Lost Box. There was a lot of flower selecting in that finals, and what are your thoughts?
I mean, when we went into that finals, I thought that Turbo would be a little bit more favored. A deck that's going to go for the throat, get those early prizes, but Raymond just stuck with it. Slow and steady was indeed the strat, and fortunately was able to just take a lot of prizes with Cramorant. Did a lot of heavy lifting for that set.
I mean, a bold strategy there to go after the bench lock. It looks like a strong play, but you need so many things to go right so often, and we saw just a little bit short there in the finalist. And I mean, a great performance all in all, still $7,000 richer, and going to be looking to improve on that this week, hopefully.
No, definitely. I was rewatching the finals this morning, and yes, Kyogre seems like so powerful, but you lose all the turbo aspect. And when your opponent starts Greninja, you start missing those Dragonites, right? But yeah, absolutely amazing plays from both players. But Raymond Long isn't our only champion yet this season. We had a couple. We had Pittsburgh with Andrew Estrada, and then of course Raymond Long for Peoria. Still so many other champions to be crowned.
Oh, Canada.
I mean, yeah, the region's been showing up immensely. They've had a great testing group for a long time, a lot of long-time players that finally the stars are aligning and they're able to demonstrate what, Canada is capable of. And Kyogre is their poster child for now.
Yep, I mean, they got 2 weeks until Toronto, defend home turf, and a lot of these players are from the Toronto area, so it's going to be really exciting to see what they bring into the mix there.
For sure, and there's so many other great players. Let's check out the top 16 players for North America here. Again, a lot of big names. I love seeing Jesse Parker up there, 565. They're 45 points, math 35, 35 away from their Irvine, and it just shows how explosive of a season he's got. He's been in top 8 both regionals so far.
You just make those big runs at your tournament, you're going to get a massive chunk of points, and this is where you want to be so early in the season. Get comfortable, start locking in for your top 16 towards the end of the season to get that round 1 bye for Worlds. I think it might be a nice bonus for these players to really strive for.
It's going to be interesting to see which of these players decides to slow down once they reach the 600 points, or if they're going to be motivated throughout the season. I mean, honestly, if you're on a run like Jesse Parker, you better play every regional there is, because top 8's going to start stacking up, and eventually you're going to break through, win even more. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works. See a few other big names on that list there. Caleb Gettimer, always one of the top performers throughout. Ryan Sablehouse trying to make his way back into the mix, coming off of taking a season away, and I guess he's found some championship points there in South Carolina.
That's for sure. And you know what? North America is not the only region. We have amazing players. Let's check out the EU. Our friends over. Let's see the top players there.
I love comparing both regions because I don't know if it's just Cope, but NA always loves to have this EU rivalry, and EU seems to be aloof to the whole thing. Like, you're our rival, and they're like, yeah, okay, we're just here for the points.
Sure,
thank you very much. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Francisco Toronzo winning Barcelona, always nice.
For sure, and again, they have so many other future champions to count. Lily with the future regional championships. Let's go ahead and check out the other top players though for EU. And a couple of names we do recognize here. And number one, though, Dr. Zorat, 442, very close to their championship. A couple of cups away, probably another good regional finish potentially. Anyone else you guys recognize from this list?
I see Brendan Cameron. There's a lot of unfamiliar names here, but that's also a good thing, too.
That's a really good sign, absolutely.
Some new players starting to move up. See Miloslav there as well, so a few names that we're familiar with. But all in all, this just goes to show that if you're playing at your local events or if you perform well at a regional, you can get yourself an opportunity to easily make that Worlds qualification.
Yeah, for EU, it's top 22, so there are still more slots to be had to stay on this leaderboard, which is great. Mateusz Laskowicz, I feel like I've seen from time to time. That's like a name that's rings a bell.
Yep.
And
Edwin
I hope
Mesman as well.
And I hope these players continue to perform on stream in international events, and we can definitely introduce these players to our NA audience here.
I couldn't see the bottom of the screen there. We got Stefan Ivanov just hanging out at the very bottom. So, yeah, I think we'll throw a shout out there, too.
I was waiting for someone to bring that up. Yeah,
There's a Quagsire in my way. What do you want me to do?
No, but yeah, again, amazing players all around the world. But, people at home as well. I think they are amazing players. And there's a way, just because you're not here at the regional championships doesn't mean you can't get involved. I just want to remind everyone to make sure you follow us on both YouTube and Twitch, because we actually have a very new integration, something I fully enjoyed. It surprised me when I was watching at home that you can now vote for what match you want to see, and I believe we're going to use that for the very first round of this regional championships.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I was the degenerate who was like spamming what match I wanted to see for sure.
You get on all your alt accounts.
I don't just keep voting.
There was Wantro, there was Prime Time, there's JS. No. But very cool. I love that Pokemon is including this integration to the stream. And with that, something I do want to talk about, let's talk about this tournament we have right now and some potential decks that we could see. And how about we start with some Charizard? Charizard, very popular deck. Hasn't been doing too well, some would say. Well, what do you think, Kyle?
I mean, in general, it's showing up in numbers, which is what we expected. It's a deck that is trying to be solved at the moment. It kind of makes sense. It's a very good card, and it gets a lot of energies, and it goes boom. And it has a little bit of late game because it can continue to just do the same consistent strategy. The problem is your opponent knows exactly what you're going for. They can manipulate when they take prize cards, and sometimes it's a little easy to avoid those situations. So all in all, deck seems okay. I feel like players are still trying to figure out if Pidgeot is the right version. If you want to go with this Arven strategy with the Entei thrown in there as well, too, you can do that. And there's the Lost Box version, which seemed very promising when we saw it appear in the top 8 for the European regional. Hasn't really shown up here in NA.
Yeah.
No, that's for sure. I mean, I feel like Charizard's one of those decks. Again, it performs so well in Kuribita, and but now that you know how to play against it, it's definitely a deck you can you can play around. You can manipulate when they do those big damage. I think people figured out just hit into the Charizard right now while it's only doing 180, and maybe you'll have a better time.
It was probably just mathematical. So many players jumped on the deck immediately when it dropped, and it had such a strong showing in online tournaments that it's just kind of manipulated everybody's read on the power level of the deck. And don't get me wrong, the Arvanzard is a legit list. It demonstrates the power level like Kyle was saying, but I think that because there was such a swell of early Charizard, we also got a ton of early data. And then immediately the pros were like, I have to practice against this, and dug up all of those weaknesses for disruption, manipulating its damage output. So
yeah,
it's still a very popular deck for this tournament, and I think just mathematically, we can maybe get a bigger conversion to day 2, hopefully.
For sure. And you know what? Speaking of people jumping into things, let's talk about Miraidon. Can Miraidon ride on for this tournament after all? This is a deck popularized by by Andrew Mahone and now Jesse Parker and JW Kernwall, that certain group of people, and they've been able to perform so well with this deck. Just the fact that when at first look It's not that complicated. You get energies onto your electric Pokemon, and you start hitting hard. You have an early attacker like Raikou, you have a late game attacker. If you want to hit big with your Raichu, and Miraidon itself being a battle VIP pass on a Pokemon is just great for setup. It seems so straightforward, and yet it works. You know, just being able to hit hard and hit fast.
Yeah, having a great matchup versus Lugia always helps because this is a deck that's got a lot of staying power in the metagame. I'm worried that some, stream bias might actually work itself against Miraidon because whenever we have it on stream, the electric generators, they run out of gas and there is no energy in the deck. I've talked to a couple Miraidon players and they are always debating, like, you have to run this many energy so that your electric generators hit just right, and now there's a lot of options with the Zapdos EX and the Hawlucha, and I think that our Miraidon pilots just have to be able to not get too confused about all the noise of all the new toys that Miraidon has access to.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you could go about those additional slots that we've seen, players incorporating the Mew, the Hawlucha, and the Zapdos like you were talking about. My big thing, the stadium count. What are you doing with the stadiums? Because we've seen players that go immediately for a lot of Path to the Peak, try to shut down opponents, and then some players just hate it. I don't even think that Andrew Mahone's team has decided which one is better yet, because they keep flip-flopping between the two. It's difficult to decide, and a lot of that is going to be meta-dependent. So we'll see. Which is going to be the predominant one? Have you ever played the Mirror and locked in the turn 1 path? It's good.
That's for sure. And you know what? We can't go about of course, we have to talk about the top deck. The deck that's won multiple regional championships at that point. And is it looking for a three-peat? Lost Zone Kyogre. What are your thoughts?
The Kyogre is a deck that kind of rose to prominence in order to have these big, 4 prize turns against Miraidon, against Mew, and these are decks that remain popular. But now that Kyogre's kind of taken advantage of that shift in the metagame, now the Lost Zone players, these Kyogre players, have to worry, am I going to start getting targeted? We were joking in Peoria, like, okay, now players are going to start bringing out the Clef Key and the Venomoth item lock, really hating on Lost Box. Like, are you going to be scared? Are you just going to play a different style of Lost Box? Because in Peoria, even though Kyogre won, it wasn't as dominant as we would have liked to see. We were up against the Turbo Lost Zone box there, and Raymond Long was able to eke out a victory, but it seemed very close. I don't know if the meta is just right, but if you're playing Kyogre Lost Box, at the end of the day, you're still playing a Lost Box decks, and Cramorant, Sableye, always good cards.
Right. If the one way to stop your deck is Manaphy and you have a way to knock that out and spread 5 more damage counters on turn 2 or 3, you're probably in a good spot. It means that you're not going to get countered very easily. And especially when you see a list like Raymond's where you're only playing the 1 Pidgeot V. Of course, you still have Forest Sealstone, Lost Vacuum shenanigans to get those additional cards into the Lost Zone for the Sableye. But you're not giving up the prize cards. You can just put that Pidgeot right back into the deck, not worry about it, and that buys you at least 1 extra turn where an opponent could have gone after a Raikou or a Dragonite. Instead, you buy that time, get to burn through the deck a little more, line up a beautiful Kyogre knockout against those V and EX decks, and that's how you win tournaments.
That is true. And those are the top 3 decks to watch out for, but I want to see our thoughts. What did we think is going to top this regional? Let's go and check that out. I know for a fact I put Goodra and Mew VMAX.
The Goodra, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, Wancho.
I went 5-1 yesterday in a challenge with Goodra. I was one win away from day 2, technically, right?
Okay, I mean, the Goodra is a deck that... It happens every time, doesn't it, Kyle? We're like, there's a rumor that it's good. We don't know if it's going to show up. It maybe gets brought to a tournament but doesn't convert. And then every once in a blue moon, the stars align and Goodra's the perfect deck. So maybe Wancho saw something in the heavens.
I've already gotten a talking to from Pablo, from Chip, and I can see Kyle
look
look at
you
me
one
here.
right now. Yeah, I am appalled by this decision. Did you see Chen Pao last week? It does 1,000,000 damage. It doesn't matter if you're removing how much damage they can do. They knock you out anyways.
There's a thing called Zamazenta, Kyle. It's a pretty good card as well. Then I'm just playing Lost Box Tamazenta. No, but I mean, hey, it won the seniors last week, was it? Yeah, with Owen Delegard piloting it. And I came from the Philippines, and it won the biggest town league as well with Antina Huzar. So it's been seeing some success, and I've just been on the receiving end. So I just started playing, and I was like, this is actually a really, really good deck. Second choice there, Mew VMAX. I just think Grabber is fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Grabber on my list as well. It's such a dastardly card. It really changes the way that players approach the game, and they have to extend a little bit more. And I was able to talk to Rowan and the Grabber player for Peoria, and he's like, just being able to look at the hand, judge, path, or and Grabber to know whether or not I even want to play the judge and just leave you with a bricked hand. It's a great way to just get that information, and I like Rapid Strike too. I know that does decently into Lost Zone, which players are certainly going to bring, but it's a deck with a lot of utility, and it's been laying low for a bit, and I think that now it's the time. Now that Mew EX had a weaker showing, I think that's what a lot of players are worried about, is the genome hacking, making use of Gmax Rapid Flow and just completely knocking you out of the game. But now that Mew EX had a pretty rough showing in Peoria, I think the danger has passed. I do like the Rapid Strike Urshifu.
No, yeah, I actually agree with there. I mean, we've seen fewer player play Mew VMAX now might be the time for Urshifu, especially when Lost Boxes won back-to-back. Yeah, now's probably time to take some extra turns, right?
Looks like Chip agrees there too, going with the Urshifu VMAX as well. It does make a lot of sense. It lines up pretty well into the meta. Obviously, you worry about giving up 3 prize cards at certain points in times, just running into what may be another Mew VMAX field, but you can work around that. You can include a Drapion if you want. You could also just play a dark deck. You can play Charizard. It looks like Pablo and Chip both believe in this deck right now. The list is what we're working on. It's tricky because I don't think that we have one that we all completely agree on just yet. Maybe there's something out there that can turn the tide.
I think that the Charizard and the Pidgeot is just so strong once you get it set up that players have kind of become addicted to quick search. I can grab whatever card I need out of my deck. We saw it with like Buddy Catch. That sort of ability to find the boss, find whatever supporter you want for the turn is so good for pressing an advantage you already have. But Charizard can't get that advantage. And I wonder if Lost Zone Charizard might be the secret answer that we're looking for. But that brings us full circle, Kyle, over to the Chen Pao. Lay it on us.
Yeah, if you want to get that Pidgeot out, you first have to have a Pidgey, and it has to survive a turn. It's not going to survive a turn against Chen Pao, I'll tell you that right now. This deck goes off when it wants to. It did not want to go off for me on Sunday, I'll tell you that much. But it is such a favorable matchup against Charizard. Having the opportunity to work in the cross switchers, target down the Manaphy, and use the canceling Cologne, knock out all these easy low hit point basic Pokemon. It really puts your opponent in an awkward spot when they're playing Charizard. Are you going to bench, what, 2 Charmander, 2 Pidgey? I'm going to knock out your Charmanders, you lose. Are you going to do 3 Charmander, 1 Pidgey? Going after your Pidgey. I can even just cross-switcher that up and knock it out with my Chen Pao. So the matchup looks so strong on paper, and often Chen Pao just continues to find situations like that because of the way that the deck is built. It just burns and burns. It only needs to play 4 or 5 supporters, and it gets there.
Yep. You definitely like hitting the bench there. But yeah, these are the top decks we're taking a look, looking an eye on. But let's take a look at some top players as well. And yeah, here are some players attending the Sacramento Regional Championships.
Vance Kelly's here.
Vance Kelly, the world champion. Azul Garcia Grego, top 4 in the world. And Brent Tonneson, I like how Kyle put it, your favorite player's favorite player.
Yeah, the wet goose is in the building. He's going to do a little world tour right now, I believe, and make the most of his money as he's coming all the way from Australia. Rightfully so. That is the way to do this. Give yourself a run where you can potentially see 3 regionals in a row. Give yourself a real opportunity at some big points.
Yeah, Australia's been showing up big. Brent Tonneson and, of course, Henry Brand, the Australian duo coming over here, farming the easy points. What happened, Kyle?
Easy points.
But I honestly am so excited to see Vance Kelly. It feels like he's been laying low, chilling after his big win at World Championships in Yokohama. Famous, took it with Mew VMAX, a deck that has never gone away since it's been an eternity now. and I want to see him have another big pop-off.
I think he just got done counting how much money he made at the World Championships. It really does take that long.
Yes, of course. And you know, those are the top players. But you know what? My favorite part of the Pokemon trading card game are the folks at home, everyone you get to talk to. So make sure you share your thoughts about the Sacramento Regional Championship by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'll try and feature those on stream. And of course, don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Twitch. We have a lot of action here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. But we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to go head off to a caster battle. Kyle, get ready.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences, and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans. We are here in the Sacramento Regional Championships. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse. Had to do a quick little run over here after that intro in the lounge. And we're very excited to be here in Sacramento. A lot going on. Our players are currently in Swiss round number 3. So we've got a little bit of time to kill before round 4 gets up and running. That'll be our first featured match. So in the meantime, we're going to have a little bit of a caster battle, a little bit of a retro match.
18 years seem long enough for you, Chip? I feel like it is. It's a nice time to revisit one of my favorite formats and see the first World Championship I ever competed in.
Yeah, way back in 2005. Let's get through the time capsule down to the stage where our 2 casters are getting set up, getting ready to go. We've got Pablo Meza on the left and Kyle Puka Sukovic on the right. Kyle's actually helping us out backstage this weekend. Of course, Kyle, a legend of the game. He's been around since, you know, the early days of the game. And the same can be said absolutely as well for Pablo. Both of these players actually competed at the 2005 World Championships, with Pablo on the left getting top 4 at the event. And I think he's going to be playing the same deck today that he played way back in 2005.
I would certainly hope so. It was great to see this deck come out of basically nowhere. An anti-meta deck playing this Nidoqueen. It's so strong, so powerful, and it was so great it ended up winning the World Championships, although it wasn't in Pablo's hands. It was still the same deck list.
And Kyle on the other side of the table is going to be playing a version of the deck that actually got second at the 2005 World Championship. So while Pablo got top 4, he's actually playing the same deck as his friend, Jeremy Marin, who won the World Championships way back in 2005. And then Kyle on the other side is going to be playing a deck that I know you are very excited to see, good old Dark Tyranitar. And it's going to be a list similar to what Ross Coffin played to get second place back at that 2005 World Championships.
Yep, I ended up taking this deck and innovating it a little bit for 2006 and won a regional championship with it. That Spinning Tail is obviously one of the most powerful attacks in the TCG at the time, and it just continues to have success. We'll see if it has some success here playing against Nidoqueen and that fighting weakness.
Yeah, that is kind of the main problem for the Tyranitar deck, and why ultimately it was Ross Coffin who lost in the World's Finals. Nidoqueen, of course, being a ground type, a fighting type here in the TCG, able to capitalize on the weakness, and that's what Kyle's got going on his side. He's got a... Wait, we're not even down at the table yet. What's happening?
We already started!
Let's get down to the table. The match is underway.
All right. Well, the rules are different here in 2005. You can use that Rare Candy on the first turn. Puka has done that. Rare Candy T-Tar, attach a Dark Energy, and attacked with Grind for 30 damage with the +10 of that special Dark Energy. Pablo's in trouble.
Yeah, that's a pretty good turn, and I think that comes at the merit of the couple of mulligans that Kyle had to get the game started off. A couple extra cards. Of course, the rules are different. Way back in 2005, you could not draw a card on your first turn going first, and you also could not play a supporter card. But you can play item cards, you can attack, and like you mentioned, Rare Candy had different text back then than it has today. You could Rare Candy on a Pokemon the turn it came into play, or on your very first turn of the game, exactly what Kyle Sukovich does, getting off that damage onto Nidoran. Pablo, though, on the other side, has a pretty strong start with a pair of Great Ball. Different from the Great Ball we have in today's meta, this reads more similarly to Nest Ball.
Yep, just find those Pokemon, get them down onto the bench, and sure enough, gonna find that Pidgey, thinking about Quick Search. No, not the Quick Search you're thinking of. This is the old school. Gonna have an opportunity to maybe find a Pokemon here now, looking for friends. I believe it's just the basic Pokemon, right, Chip?
Yes, I do believe so, as we see a few evolutions going down. You reveal cards from the top of your deck until you find a basic Pokemon, and here we go. They keep on going, and oh, it is Phoebus, which is probably not the one Pablo wanted to find. The deck here does play a 1/1 Melodic. It's got a Pokemon power that when you put it into play, you get to heal damage from all of your Pokemon in play. Extremely strong, and you can also Rare Candy into Stage 1 Pokemon. So in this format, kind of one of Pablo's goals is to put down the Phoebus, Rare Candy into Melodic right away, heal a bunch of damage from a bunch of Pokemon in play. Really strong in this matchup specifically. Not something he wants to really find right away early in the game. And Kyle kind of shrugging, saying, all right, here we go. Attach another energy. Looks like we're going to grind once again.
Yeah, he's got a copycat in hand, but it's not like Pablo's holding too many cards. At this point, though, it's got to be better than Kingdra, POW, Hand Extension, and an Electrode. So we're going to move on from here and see if maybe we can find some basic Pokemon to add to the bench.
And the Kingdra is the unique card in this deck that Kyle is playing that was not played really much back in 2005. It's got a Pokebody that makes it so your Pokemon in play do not have weakness, which is super key in this matchup. Dark Tyranitar, we mentioned it, weak to fighting, Nidoqueen being a fighting type. That makes this matchup really difficult for Kyle. He told us beforehand that it's still an unfavorable matchup, but it at least gives him a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, you know, we get to see some cards played, which is always nice. This is a good turn one hand. You see the energy along with the Dunsparce, a Rare Candy, but you know, it's just going to attack, take the knockout there with Grind, and now Pablo once more on the back foot until he finds Rare Candy top deck.
That's pretty good with Pidgeot in hand. Going to be really similar to the Pidgeot we have nowadays. With that Quick Search Pokemon Power, Poke Power, you're able to search your deck once per turn for any card and add it to your hand. Pablo now having to wonder what the best card to grab is. Looks like it's a Phoebus in hand, a double Rainbow Energy, and I think a Rare Candy as well. What do you think Pablo's going to go with?
Yeah, it's a tough call. I
think it was Celios actually.
Yeah, there's
in
a
hand.
Celios in hand, so could easily search out another Pokemon here. But then you don't want to go after a card like Steven's Advice. You're not drawing too many cards from any of these other supporters, so just simply going to add another Nidoran to the bench, and has access to the fast evolution here, so can search out even more evolution.
Yeah, this is pretty strong.
Just play slow and steady.
Pretty strong, especially Kyle's not going to be really threatening too much on the next turn. One thing that is worth mentioning as well with Kyle's deck, it is very much a play from behind deck. He plays a lot of cards like POW Hand Extension, similar to Counter Catcher, with a little bit of an extra added twist of moving some energy around on your opponent's side. Only works when you're behind on prize cards. And then, of course, a heavy count of Scramble Energy, which he just drew for turn. Speaking of energy, there's 3 in this hand. So Kyle really a deck that wants to play from behind. So him being the aggressor here, taking the first prize, does that ever make things awkward for him?
Incredibly so, to the point where I think you're supposed to just go to this Dunsparce, and sure enough, that is going to be the case. You would like to hold on to the heal energy just in case your opponent maybe is in a situation where they have to use Toxic with the Nidoqueen, but honestly, at this stage, Pokemon are going to get knocked out left and right. Let's just get some good energies into the discard pile and establish that Voltorb. Maybe we can find a supporter next turn.
You can see how different this format is just in these early turns compared to what our current standard format looks like. You're really relying on setting up, taking time, playing for board position as opposed to just pure aggression and racing the prize cards. Exactly what Kyle has decided to do is he has retreated into this Dunsparce, attaches an energy, and now uses Strike and Run. Dunsparce, Kyle, let's talk about that for a moment, as it is a card that is incredibly important for not only the 2005 format, it was incredibly good in the 2004 format. What makes this card so strong?
Yeah, just starting with this Pokemon basically meant that you were going to play an entire full game. You were going to have an opportunity to start to establish your board state, get these additional Pokemon into play. There's a lot of evolving that happened way back when. So get these Pokemon into play with Strike and Run. You get to see 3 different Pokemon. You get to add those to your bench. And then you could always run away, too. If you wanted to hold that energy, maybe play into the Swoop Teleporter era that we had going on, too, you can provide, you can get an opportunity where you just already have an energy preloaded and ready to go.
Yeah, and you don't mind energies going to the discard pile with this deck as well, because a key part of Kyle's deck is going to be that Electrode EX, which can blow up, throw a bunch of energy cards into play, and get that T-Tar powered up, ready to go. Off the Strike and Run here, we're seeing a Dunsparce and a few other Pokemon being considered. What do you think Kyle's going to go with?
Yeah, you want to have at least one way to search through the deck, so either the Pidgey or
I think the Pidgeot was prized. So.
And yeah, with that happening, I mean, you do play the 1-1 line
right.
with those cards. You understand that if you saw Battle Frontier, you were just done for. There's no room for stadiums, and this looks like Kyle understands he needs to take a couple additional turns. He's going to let this Dunsparce get knocked out, let the Jirachi fall, then have the Scramble Energy ready to go for the Dark Tyranitar.
No Voltorb, though, in play. Definitely worth to note for Kyle Sukovich. Like you said, though, willing to kind of let things be a little slow at the early turns of this game, as he has already taken the first prize. Now Pablo right away uses Quick Search. I didn't see what he grabbed, but I have to imagine when your opponent just used Strike and Run, Steven's Advice is going to be a pretty good choice.
Yeah, you get to draw a lot of cards, and sure enough, there it is. 6 cards added to the hand. It's going to be pretty favorable, and this is where you start to see the power of Quick Search. That when you have a lot of resources to work on, and you're just looking for one additional card per turn to get the ball rolling, the deck sets up very quickly, and then Power Lariat starts knocking out a lot of Pokemon.
And that is the idea of this deck from Pablo. Power Lariat dealing 40 base damage and then 10 more damage for each of your evolved Pokemon in play. And Pablo, looking at going into the aggressive route here, is going to take the knockout with the Power Lariat. Double Rainbow Energy attached does reduce the damage by 10, but fighting weakness on Dunsparce, it goes down regardless. Plenty of evolution Pokemon. Kyle draws for turn. It is a Rockets admin. That is a massive card in this format.
Yeah, obviously the combination with the Electrode is what you're trying to use this Rocket admin for, but ultimately we need a new hand.
Probably.
I think you just got to play this card. You saw your opponent just reload with the Steven's Advice. Now the only question is, do you want to play the Scramble Energy onto the Tyranitar first?
You're debating doing that, just get it out of the hand, saving the heal energy still maybe for later on. I think that is still hanging around in the hand. Gonna go with the Wishing Star actually first before the admin, see what he can get off this hand. Maybe if he finds something like a Copycat, that could be a little better. Hold on to the admin for later. I don't see one though.
Well, Steven's Advice could be the grab, and See 4 additional cards. Hold on to that Rockets admin. You're really hoping to see the Voltorb off of these 4 cards then, because your window to use your Electrode EX ability is closing.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Electrode is a Pokemon EX, so when you use its Poke Power, you blow up. Your opponent does get 2 prize cards, similar to good old Fortress EX that we have in the current standard format, but you can get any energy from the discard pile, not just grass energy from the deck.
Ooh, well, Puka is going to add not only Rare Candy Tyranitar, but multiple POW hand extension. And as you mentioned, this is going to be a great card for next turn when we see Kyle start to lose in the prize advantage. But this means you can move some of those energies from the active to a bench Pokemon if you want. The other option with POW hand extension is, of course, to bring a Pokemon up into the active spot.
Pablo getting set up very nicely here. Pidgeot in play, Pidgeotto down on the bench as well. Another evolution Pokemon to count towards Power Lariat's damage output, also getting a grass energy attached to that Nidoqueen. We will see the tap of the Pidgeot. Quick search incoming. Has option to copycat. Kyle does have 8 cards in the hand. Could try to establish just another Pokemon in play. Get yourself set up for a more powerful Power Lariat later on. Also, of course, you do need more Nidoqueen likely throughout the course of this game. So Nidoran will be the choice. Don't have to show your opponent what you get off Quick Search, but it's coming down anyway.
Yeah, ultimately, there's not much that you need to do in a situation like this.
Pablo definitely in the driver's seat.
You're knocking out Pokemon left and right, and you're just looking to establish that you're going to have multiple evolution Pokemon ready to go when you do face off against the Dark Tyranitar. And sure enough, that is in hand. Another Rare Candy, another Celio's Network, too. It's got to be pretty good to be Pablo right now.
Yeah, definitely in a solid spot. Does take another prize card. Now all these come from behind cards for Kyle are online. We see the Scramble Energy already on the active. We could see a Spinning Tail start to ensue this next turn. 3 of a kind, I think. POW hand extension in the hand, and Celio's Network is the supporter for the turn, allowing Kyle to now search his deck for any Pokemon and put it into the hand. And here we go.
There
Kingdra.
it is. Kingdra is going to be added to the field. Rare Candy is in hand. So that Pokemon is going to be played onto the bench, protecting from the weakness. That means Dark Tyranitar will hang around for some additional turns. Try to work that Spinning Tail magic.
Yeah, exactly what Kyle needs to kind of stick around in this one. Now, is it worth going for a POW here? Looks like that will be the case. And, ooh, interesting use of the POW.
I love it.
You can move. You can either bring one of your opponent's bench Pokemon from the bench to the active, or you can move an energy from the active to the bench, and we just saw that Double Rainbow being moved to a basic Pokemon. Double Rainbow says it can only be attached to evolution Pokemon, so it just goes straight to the discard pile. Another POW now moving an energy to a Pidgeotto. That's going to be pretty useless down there. This Nidoqueen is kind of left in the active with not much going on. No energy attached anymore.
Yeah, you see the strategy there from Puka. He's got the Scramble ready to go, can start to use the Spinning Tail if he wants. Also has some additional reach now with the multiple scrambles for the grind, or you could even bite off. I think it does similar damage at this point. But you can put some real pressure on this Pokemon or continue to spread onto the board. The only real attack we see from Pablo next turn would likely be just to use Toxic, and then you have the heal energy in hand.
Yeah, this is turning around pretty nicely here for Kyle. Super strong turn with the double POW, moving all these energy off of the Nidoqueen. And now the question is, do you Spinning Tail, spread 20 damage across your opponent's field, 20 damage on everything is pretty nice, or hit with the grind or the bite off? Either one of them is going to deal 70 damage in this spot, and looks like that will be the choice. 70 damage now added to the Nidoqueen in the active. Now over to Pablo's turn. Does start with the Celio's Network, once again allowing him to search his deck for any Pokemon and add it to the hand. I mean, talk about a difference in the format, right?
Right.
We have Ultra Ball, an item card that lets you just search for a Pokemon. You had to use a supporter for that back in 2005.
Right, and it's still not good enough for a lot of decks. They're just moving on from it and will not even play the full 4 copies. We saw players in this format that you'd see Professor Elm's training method along with Celio's Network. Just searching out Pokemon was good back then. And sure enough, the energy is attached to that Nidoqueen. So Toxic is going to be online. And really, for Pablo, it's just about outlasting these POW hand extensions. They're going to be so detrimental to the setup and the strategy. And this is not the amount of damage that Pablo wanted to do, but you got to do what you got to do.
So Toxic being utilized, it does poison the opponent's active. It doesn't do any damage, but every time they take poison damage, they take 20 damage instead of just 10. So We see that damage on Dark Tyranitar ticking up to 30. Kyle here still with not really great choices. I think he does now have a TV reporter that could have been drawn recently. Also has the Rockets admin. You have to be really careful about when is the right time to go with the admin, and a huge attach of the heal energy here. Not only does it remove that poison, but it also does heal 10 damage, and that's more damage added to the grind, and it will be time to use that Rockets admin.
Yeah, holding off on the POW hand extension wants to have access to that maybe later on when you can target some of those double rainbow energies. That is going to be the crucial point. If you can remove those from play or maybe get some of those into the discard pile the same way that we saw previously, you don't have to worry about Power Lariat.
So both of these players will shuffle their hands into the deck, each drawing a card for each of their remaining prize cards. We do see only 5-ish minutes left on the clock.
Ooh.
I think they were only given 20 minutes for this match, which it's pretty hard to complete a game of 2005 in just 20 minutes.
Maybe that's why we don't see Spinning Tail happening right now. That's a lot.
We're getting word from production that time is going to be added if necessary. I think it's kind of just, we'll see how it goes from here. Now we do see that smooth over from Mag Cargo being used. If you played back in 2018, you might kind of recognize this card. It actually did get a effective reprint in the Celestial Storm expansion back in that season. Was pretty strong back then, but even stronger back in the 2005 and 2006 formats.
Yeah, you think about all the ways to find resources back in this format. A lot of it was all about using your supporter for the turn as a draw supporter, just drawing off of the top with the professor's Steven's advice, or the TV reporter. Those are the big ways to continually find your resources. It's basically like adding it to the hand with Macargo Smooth Over.
And in this spot, Kyle just using it to prep something for the next turn. Also, of course, a great option for the card. And now Kyle can take this KO here. Also could try to just get some more chip damage in play with the Spinning Tail. You're not really in risk of going down, but will go on the aggressive, take the prize card, and recognizes, hey, if Pablo takes another prize card, I'll be behind once again. And, of course, he can always try to get off the Electrode if he wants to.
Well, Pablo holding on to the double rainbow energy.
Ooh, has an admin of his own in hand. Usually a pretty good time to use it right after your opponent took a prize card and also stacked the card on top of their deck with Smooth Over.
Yeah, that is a great way to disrupt both the hand and the deck. Give yourself an opportunity to also find some additional resources. Still would like to find maybe one more Pokemon and just have access to some evolutions, as the damage is going to start to get tricky if Pokemon continue to get knocked out on Pablo's side.
Yeah, Pablo's only dealing 60 with the Power Lariat right now. Does 40 plus 10 more for each evolved Pokemon in play. There's 3 evolved Pokemon, but then, of course, that double rainbow energy does reduce the damage output from 10. So usually when you're doing the math, you just kind of don't count the Nidoqueen.
Yeah.
Because it's in the active, you're attacking with it, and that's where the double rainbow is. Now both these players drawing 4 cards. An effective Judge coming through. Oh, 4 energy cards for Pablo. Look at his face. He can't believe it.
Well, that's what Quick Search was invented for, right?
Yeah.
Let's try to fix this hand. And at least you can evolve one more Pokemon, and it does have access to that. And this means that we won't see the double rainbow energy just disappear off the face of the earth. Also, the prizes are tied, so that helps too.
Yes. Yeah. No POWs coming out this turn, as Pablo will not be taking a KO. Probably just going to hit really hard with the Power Lariat here. It looks like that will be the case. 70 damage. 6, is that the right damage on there? I don't know if they have it exactly right.
I left my calculator at home.
There was 20 on the Tyranitar, and then Power Lariat just dealt 70. So I think that there should be 1 less damage counter on that Dark Tyranitar, maybe just forgetting to account for the double rainbow energy on the active.
Sure.
But we'll see, maybe one of them will realize it, as it does look like Swoop Teleporter being utilized. You hinted at this card earlier. It allows you to choose one of your Pokemon in play and just swap it with a Pokemon from the deck. Exactly what Kyle's going to do. Sends that Jirachi to the discard pile. Voltorb coming down. Is it Electrode time, Kyle?
Yeah, we see Swoop Teleporter is going to bring the Voltorb down into play, and there's a possibility here that we could see some fireworks. There's the option of TV Reporter to try to draw into the Electrode. Of course, you have Smooth Over to assist as well, so could stack the deck and get that Electrode lined up. the awkwardness of having the Rockets admin in hand, but not the Electrode right now. You really wish you had smooth the quick search instead of the smooth over here, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and that was kind of something that was unique about Ross's list at the time, the fact that he played a 1-1-1 Pidgeot and a 1-1 Mag Cargo. Usually players opted for one or the other. Looks like Kyle did choose to stack the Dark Pupitar there on the top. TV reporter draws 3 cards, and now he must discard one from the hand. Trying to figure out what the least impactful card is moving on. Looks like Swoop Teleporter will go down. Evolution now of that Dark Pupitar. We could just see another grind dealing a solid amount of damage here. They are, well, I guess solid? It is, yeah, that's, never mind. There's, those scramble energies only count for 1 energy apiece right now as they are tied on prizes.
Yeah, this is not ideal. This basically turns into one big opportunity for Puka on next turn, and we see Scramble Energy going to go down onto the Kingdra. I would think that maybe you'd like that on the Dark Pupitar. You see this Dark Tyranitar is likely going to fall. Then you could go for the Electrode in combination with the Rockets admin and try to have one big final Dark Tyranitar to grind all the way through and try to take the rest of these prize cards.
Yeah, maybe just thinking if this active Tyranitar goes down, which we're assuming it will this turn, you can just send up the Kingdra, retreat it off, get that energy in the discard pile, give yourself a little bit of a pivot to work with. That could be the option. As Pablo is in a solid position here, does need to work on establishing that Nidorina on the bench, try to work on getting another energy in play this turn, get a Nidoqueen in play. We know he doesn't have a shortage of energy in this hand, right?
Yeah, there's plenty of those to go around. And ultimately, you guys start looking at what other Pokemon can get worked into the mix. Briney's Compassion added to the hands now, too.
Yeah, and this is going to remove that damage from play, and I think this is where the
We're clutch, baby!
Well, I think... Yeah, you can go for the clutch, but he also could go for the toxic. Okay, looks like it is going to be the clutch. Okay, 40 damage from the Pidgeot does take the KO. The rare attack with Pidgeot used for that powerful quick search Poke Power, now able to put in a little bit of work. I was worried that we were going to see Pablo come up in toxic, just 20 damage, take the knockout, and the damage that shouldn't have been there, but luckily it looks like Pidgeot attacked, so it didn't end up mattering regardless. Pablo going to read the Kingdra, try to check out what the options are here for Kyle as far as an attack goes.
Of course, if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, we're obviously going to be moving into our rounds very soon. We're going to be looking at those pairings to see which players we'd like to feature in our next round here in Sacramento. So be sure to look out, as we are going to be providing some options to you to see which players and which decks you're looking to see in the next round.
Yeah, and that poll will be going live on Twitch very, very soon. So keep your eyes on the chat. Try to get your vote, cast your vote, make your voice heard. Let us know who you want to see on the stream in our Swiss Round 4 match, as Kyle has decided now is the time. Here we go, Rockets admin, and he's only getting 4 cards here, and he kind of needs a lot.
I mean, I looked at the hand for Pablo. It's a Rare Candy Nidoqueen, but it looks like we are going to lose that Nidoran in the active spot likely this turn.
Yeah, worst case scenario, Kyle can go for the Kingdra's Aqua Sonic. It deals 50 damage, and then it's not affected by resistance. Nidoran female there, only having 50 HP.
What to eye up here?
Off that Mag Cargo, it looks like smooth over.
Yep, the Electrode EX. This could be the one definitive turn of this deck, as we often see with Spinny Tail Tyranitar. I think the problem is finding the Rockets admin. We've used a few of them so far just to get to this point and to stay afloat.
Yeah, and I don't see one in the hand currently. Maybe if Kyle thinks there's one in the prize cards, he could have a chance to take it here after knocking out this Nidoran. Is adding that Electrode now to the top of the deck. It's going to be his really only way to fight back in this game. And if he can't combo that with an admin, he's going to be kind of in a tough spot. Aquasonic will take this KO. 50 damage. Knocks out the Nidoran female. Kyle drawing a prize card. Ties things up 3-3. Pablo freely able to promote that Pidgeot. It does have free retreat. And a copycat played immediately. Only 4 cards here.
Yeah, not much to do with that. You see in this moment that Clutch, honestly, is still a pretty good attack if you'd like. You could slow
yeah,
down
honestly.
this Kingdra, get your opponent in a spot where Scramble Energy is not going to be active, and finding the Pivotal Energy, not having to use Quick Search for that for the Nidoqueen is going to be great. Lines up to maybe work in the Power Lariat against this Kingdra. I think we do need to start to see some evolutions lined up if you want to work your way towards dealing enough to knock out this Kingdra after the Clutch, though.
Yeah, Clutch, of course, dealing 40 damage, and then your opponent's active Pokemon is unable to retreat on the next turn. So this can almost guarantee buy Pablo a turn. I don't think Kyle has anything like a Switch or a Warp Point. Those were not really cards that people played back at this time too often. Gonna take a moment, take stock of the discard pile, check his resources. He's got a couple supporters to work with in the hand. I do think I saw a Celio, I saw a TV reporter. Looks like that Electrode, of course, that was put on top of the deck. Pidgeot drawn off the prizes as well. Has a Smooth Over to work with. Could even use the Celio to go get a Dark Tyranitar out to evolve the Pupitar. He's got some plays, thinking of what is the best route to go, though.
What about Hyper Whirlpool?
I mean, that's really his only option here, right?
Like, you probably just have to attack in, try to remove these energies, and then hope that the Nidoqueen cannot knock you out on the following turn.
Yeah.
We're talking about, I don't even think that's a possibility as well. There's not enough basic Pokemon lined up. It had to be in combination with Rare Candy, too.
Hyper Whirlpool, the first attack there on the Kingdra. It does deal 20 damage, and then you flip a coin until you get tails, and then for each head, you discard an energy from your opponent's active. And this is this card coming into play, Kyle was pretty proud of here. It is a Pidgeotto signed by Pidgeotto Trainer, a.k.a. Ross Cawthon.
Clutch.
Of course, he is playing the deck that Ross used to get second at this World Championships.
Ooh.
Heal Energy does heal 10 damage from this active, makes it much more difficult for Kingdra to go down. It's got a pretty beefy 120 hit points. Kind of wild to say that that is a beefy attack at this time. And he did go for the Hyper Whirlpool, but flipped to tails to start. So just 20 damage onto the Pidgeot. Draw for turn now on Pablo's end. Has a couple energy cards. I think a Steven's Advice could fill the hand up pretty nicely here.
Yeah, plenty of cards to be seen. Drawing 6 of them now. Already has the Pidgeot in hand, so finding any combination to add some additional Pokemon onto the bench would be nice. Obviously, Puka did think about that with the heal energy and played around it fairly well.
And I mean, are we going to see another Clutch angle?
Are there any more basic Pokemon? I don't think there are.
And I don't remember, is there like town volunteers in this format as a way to get Pokemon back, or do you just not even have that in this deck?
You have access to Pokemon Retrieval, but I don't think it was played in this deck.
Got it. So might not be any recovery options really here for Pablo.
Yeah, just one Retrieval typically in the Tyranitar list, but none in
None in Pablo's deck. Yeah, of course, Queendom. The Nidoqueen deck that Jeremy Marin used to win the 2005 World Championships. That's what we're seeing here from Pablo, as he also got top 4 at that World Championships. It will be another Clutch, 40 more damage. This Kingdra's going to go down eventually. It's going to be stuck in the active for as long as possible, and now Kyle has finally gotten things established, has the Quick Search Pidgeot in play, and the Smooth Over Magcargo. And Copycat's going to draw a bunch of cards. Copycat, the absolute perfect response after your opponent
deck himself? How
just
close are we
played
here?
Steven. Oh no, is he going to deck himself?
He's dangerously low.
No, Kyle would never, right?
He did hesitate when he started to look. There's 4 cards left, okay.
And if he has that Retriever in his list, that could be an answer. You know, if you're adding in the Kingdra, he's got to cut something. So maybe Retriever didn't make the cut. There is a possibility there.
Yeah, you talk about a devastating situation here with Clutch. Just not being able to retreat in this situation basically is halting Kyle from a huge combination here where you could use your Electrode EX, Pow Hand Extension, bring up that Nidoqueen, and then probably knock that out with a Dark Tyranitar. Instead now, you just got to roll with the Kingdra.
It makes me wonder if Aqua Sonic should have been the attack the previous turn and just try to 2-hit KO the Pidgeot so you don't guaranteed just get stuck. But now Pablo is going to attack with this Nidoqueen, and he'll go back ahead on prizes. Kyle can utilize things like the Scramble Energy, the POW, but now with just 2 prizes potentially here remaining, Kyle is no longer going to be able to use Electrode, totally off the table. If Kyle ever used it, he would just instantly lose the game.
Well, Kyle's going to look at his hand one last time and
kiss it goodbye.
See all those cool cards that he cannot use. Maybe we end this one with an Electrode EX just blowing up at the end.
The honorable way to go out. 3 cards apiece now for each of these players. Seems like they were having kind of just a perfect response of supporters back to back to back. Kyle sending up that Electrode. Are we going boom? We're going boom. Wow.
Oh no! Oh no! He loses!
Recognizing the situation, didn't feel like he had a chance to come back, and that clutch from Pidgeot ended up being super clutch for Pablo Tablemon Meza, sticking that Kingdra active for multiple turns and ends up getting him the win in this game.
Yeah, what a great idea there to use that Briney's Compassion and find an opportunity to bring that Pidgeot into the active spot and just lock this Pokemon in play. If you have the Electrode EX, you're going to get down to 1 prize card, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to knock out your Kingdra eventually and the game ends.
Yep, and that turn that I was mentioning, maybe Kyle could have gone for the Aquasonic. They're actually tied on prize cards.
Yeah.
So not going to be an option, of course, Scramble Energy, only providing energies of every type whenever you are behind on prizes. Well, we hope you enjoyed that. A little bit of a retrospective, a look back at the 2005 World Championships. A pretty fun format. I would say a little bit less popular than some similar formats like 2004, 2006, I think are both a bit more popular. Of course, a lot of players now are playing that Ruby Sapphire through Power Keepers format.
Yeah.
That's a really popular choice, but 2005 is a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, special place in my heart. I had a good time playing Metagross when I had no idea what I was doing in the seniors division, and I prefer 06, but it is nice to revisit and see what it looked like way back when.
Well, thank you all so much for sticking with us through the start of our show, and we are going to be getting right into our tournament coverage here in Sacramento very, very soon. We're going to get our players down to the table, get them ready, get set up, and we'll get things started with our Swiss Round 4. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 competitive season started off strong in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's look at what happened. Popular decks like Lost Zone, Mew VMAX, and Gardevoir EX were joined by Miraidon EX after its unexpectedly high finish in Yokohama. After battling through nearly 1,800 competitors, Jesse Parker on Miraidon EX and Andrew Estrada on Kyogre Lost Box would battle to decide the winner of the first regional of the season and secure an invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. After starting off the set, Andrew set up some key damage with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken, then cleaned up Jesse's 2 prize Pokemon with Lost Mine to win Game 1. But in the second game, Andrew had only a lone Comfey to fill the Lost Zone. Jesse put together a clutch attack using Electric Generator to seal up a quick win. But after an incredibly close battle in the final game, Andrew Estrada was crowned the Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Make sure to follow along with all of the Pokemon action this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Sacramento. Our regional championships well underway. Swiss Round 4 coming up. Chip Ritchie here, joined by Pablo Tablemon Meza, of course, the winner of our caster battle. How did that feel, Pablo, getting up there, getting the win against Kyle, and playing in a format that is so dear to you?
Yeah, I told Kyle, that was like a child Pablo dream fulfilled. Playing Nidoqueen on stream, winning with it, it was quite a close game. That Kingdra tech really, like, that was very surprising to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Pidgeot ended up being pretty clutch, I could say. Closed things out for you. Sticking that Kingdra active, guaranteed bought you a few more turns to get back into it.
I was so afraid of Mr. Briney's compassion as well. Like,
yeah,
at that point, I didn't know what to expect. I knew it was Ross Cossen's build, but then the Kingdra is new, so I was a little surprised by that.
Anything could have happened. Well, enough of that caster battle shenanigans. We're ready to get into our tournament here. Of course, we'll take a moment quickly to take you through the format to learn how these players navigate through these events.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Lots of exciting things coming up this whole regional championship season. We're going to focus here now on Sacramento. And of course, the 2 regionals that have already happened, Peoria, Pittsburgh, players have a little bit more knowledge of the meta. Things have definitely changed quite a bit. Charizard being extremely popular, Miraidon continuing to rise in popularity, which for me has personally been a bit of a surprise. Pablo, what do you think is going to happen here this weekend in Sacramento?
So, I mean, 1 week is a very low amount of time from one regional to the next, so
Sure.
I don't expect any huge changes to the metagame. But I do think that Charizard not converting as well last regional could influence people. Like anyone who was on the fence coming into Sacramento does not see Charizard top 8. Maybe they choose not to play it. They see Qianpao top 8. Maybe they're encouraged to play it, right?
It's definitely true. Now, Charizard, didn't top 8 in Peoria, but it still was pretty successful. There was 3 in top 16, so it still had a solid finish overall. We'll see what players decide to do this weekend. And I'm excited to get into this match. We're going to be featuring one of the absolute best players in North America. Can't wait to see what he's decided to bring to this event. Let's get down to the table. Our players are getting ready here.
Both players. We have Azul with good old faithful Kyogre, right? Azul and their group used to play Kyogre even before rotation. They were big on it, and now they're back.
Yeah, played Kyogre a ton in the previous format. Haven't played it as much this year, but I think they saw 2 people win with Kyogre, and they were like, that's supposed to be our deck. Let's get in there. Let's play the Kyogre and see if we can make it happen this weekend. Over on the other end, Walter Contreras, going to be playing the Miraidon, a deck that we have mentioned, extremely popular, extremely powerful, and super consistent. A lot of fun to play without a doubt. Walter, a player who's gotten a day 2 at regionals in the past. Definitely has the odds stacked against him here, going up against not only a great player in Azul GG, but also a pretty tough matchup on paper.
Indeed, and I'd say both of these decks are like polar opposites in the sense that Miraidon starts off really powerful, really strong, but as the game goes on, they start to go a little bit lower on their resources, they run out of electric generators, that can be troublesome, whereas Lost Box decks, the longer the game goes on, the more powerful attacks they unlock.
Prize cards going out here. We see 1 Colress for Azul in the prizes. You never really love to see it, but not too big of a deal. A pair of Research could slow things down on Walter's end. Of course, you'd absolutely never want to prize any Electric Generator, one of the best cards in the entire deck. So nothing too great, but nothing too bad either on either player's end as far as prize cards go.
Yeah, Walter going up against Lost Box probably doesn't need a ton of energy in play at any given point in order to take big knockouts with Raichu. All he needs is probably continuous attacks, right? And attacking as fast as possible. So 1 Electric Generator, manageable. The 2 Research, less than ideal. But the Mew EX, the Mew EX is something that could prove useful if it catches Azul off guard, but can you really catch Azul off guard?
And we are getting into the match. It looks like Azul is going first. A couple extra cards in the hand. Looks like a mulligan was taken over on Walter's side potentially. And already I'm seeing one of the best cards in the deck, Battle VIP Pass. But it looks like we're kicking things off with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now, one of the big parts of Lost Box, and you know this as someone who played a ton of Lost Box last season, is checking your prize card. So anytime you open up with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, even though it might be optimal to play the VIP first, you kind of just want to slam the Hisuian Heavy Ball to save your brain power, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's such a time saver as well. It's just like you don't have to scroll through your deck 2 or 3 or 4 times to figure out what you prized, especially energies, right? You don't need to figure out all 6 prize cards as you go and check and do your first deck search, but figure out energy so that you don't mess up on any of the Mirage Gate plays that you end up making, and also your Pokemon to make sure that you are not trying to get a Crem attack on turn 1, and then all of a sudden it's not there.
So Azul does find a Comfey there off the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now that card goes back into the prize cards and adds this Comfey to the hand. Pretty great hit right away as well. Anytime you play the Hisuian Heavy Ball, it's nice to save the brain power, save the time, but also when you just get another Comfey, super strong as well. Battle VIP Pass now in the hand. One of the best cards in the game right now, allowing Azul to now search the deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them directly into play. What do you expect to see come down here from Azul here going first?
I would definitely expect, the Radiant Greninja is a card that just gets you more resources in hand, which is always very important. Kyogre is a version, or is a Lost Box deck that really wants to dig through their deck, play towards that big Kyogre hit at the end of the game, and therefore the more cards you get, the more cards you thin as quickly as possible, the better. And it's one of those decks that it can go down in prizes. It doesn't necessarily need to be as aggressive in the beginning, because that allows it to get more cards in the Lost Zone and react to their opponents appropriately.
Right away, Azul has a pretty annoying choice off that first flower selecting. As the Kyogre build of this deck, you never love to send energy cards to the Lost Zone, but the other option was Zamazenta, which is really one of the most important cards in this matchup, because as Kyogre, you do have to take your first 2 prize cards at some point. You got to take 2 prizes so that you can eventually win by going Aqua Storm for 4, and that is the main goal for Azul in this matchup, is to build up to eventually pull off the Kyogre for 4 prizes at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's Zamazenta, super, super clutch, as you mentioned, Chip. This version of the deck is not as explosive as we used to have with like Dragonite V and Raikou V. So this is more reactive. It's less dependent on those V Pokemon, making it more tedious for your opponent to beat you, but also your attack power before Kyogre is a little bit more limited compared to the other versions of the deck.
Over on Walter's end, of course, not having Battle VIP Pass in the form of an item card, but having it in the form of an ability almost, as Tandem Unit is able to match that power, able to search the deck now for 2 basic Lightning Pokemon and put them directly onto the bench. And this can even chain together multiple Miraidon EX, as it looks like that will be the choice from Walter. Does get 1 Miraidon and that Raikou V. And I will actually say for Walter in this matchup, Azul did win the flip and chose to go first. It's a blind matchup. He doesn't know what he's playing against. You just generally want to go first. But in this matchup as Miraidon, it's such a tough deck to play against on paper. I think you actually want to go second as the Miraidon player to try to be the aggressor, try to take that first knockout.
Yeah, certainly. And I even think Azul opened himself up a little bit by leaving the Pidgeot V in play. The likelihood of getting a turn 1 KO plus is like, but it exists, right?
Of course,
it's not 0%. So then it is a risk. It's a calculated risk for sure, but there is a universe where that KO could happen, and when every Pokemon in Azul's deck is a single prize Pokemon except that Pidgeot, you want to make sure that Walter takes at least 5 turns to get to that last prize card and doesn't take it, right? You want to have as much time as possible to thin your deck, get to that Kyogre play, and taking advantage of that possibility could be something Walter's looking to do this turn.
Now the good news here for Walter is that, or sorry, I guess the good news for Azul is in Walter's list there actually is no Squawkabilly EX, and that would really increase the odds of a turn 1 Boss's Orders play, so maybe Azul can breathe easy there. Now interesting here from Walter. Doesn't fully fill the bench with that Miraidon. Okay, is going to end up benching the second Raikou. I was wondering if we would ever see a play where he doesn't bench more than 3 2-prize Pokemon to make it more difficult for the Aqua Storm to happen, but that extra Raikou does end up coming down.
And that first Electric Generator does whiff, which is something else going against Walter. And one important thing to mention here, I think, is these 2 Mareeps. Yeah, these 2 Mareeps are key. That's how Azul could get 2 prizes right there.
Yeah, sure.
as otherwise, I don't know. I usually prefer to bench one at a time, and that way you never give your opponent that 2-prize possibility.
We do see one energy hit there on the electric generator. So 2 generators played, only 1 energy card yielded from them, though. Definitely under odds for Walter, I would say, with a massive 14 lightning energy in this list.
Indeed, and with a 4th electric generator prize, that's not going to be a lot of energy acceleration available for Walter. That will change if both Flaffies are set up and they remain alive, but I'm not sure they're going to be alive for a long time.
So Walter having kind of a tough choice here as the Miraidon player. You want to get the turn 1 attack, but choosing to attach the energy before the judge, kind of now forcing the fact that he's going to have to find either escape rope or switch cart in order to get that attack off. If you hold off on your attachment, maybe you find the other generator, but I think Walter now recognizing, I've only got 1 generator left, it's much more likely I find a switching card off these 4 cards from the judge.
Oh, certainly, yeah. With 1 electric generator left, this is definitely the right way, and with 2 switch card, 2 escape rope, and 2 Force Seal Stone, which could fetch those cards, we do have a decent number of outs, but we are only drawing 4 cards this time around.
Oof. 4 cards drawn, 4... It looks like 3 supporters and 1 energy card, so really nothing to work with. Not even able to retreat and get off a fleet-footed. Simply a pass now over to Azul GG. Is he able to reach for that Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken this turn? Kicks it off with that concealed cards, ditching a water energy, now adding 2 more to the hand. This is as Lost Box, where things can be a little sketchy sometimes. You get judged, you only get 4 cards. How are you able to recover? And it looks like Azul has done just fine with the concealed cards and then a Colress right away.
Yeah, with the Pidgeot, he definitely was protected from that judge to guarantee the Colress. But finding it is just fantastic, right? Now you get an extra card, whatever you need off the Pidgeot, could lead to that Greninja attack right here. Now, Azul has lost a couple costly resources, that Energy Recycler, that Mirage Gate, which he has multiple copies of each, so could be fine. That's a 2nd energy hitting the Lost Zone, so definitely, he still has extra resources to pull off the Kyogre, but he is not hitting the cards that he wants in order to send to the Lost Zone at this point.
Debating what to get here off this Nest Ball now. Depending on if he has the play for the Greninja, we could just see him go with the Forest Seal Stone, vacuum, do those things to pull that play off. But it looks like Cramorant will be the choice. Able to play it slow, and that's something you don't really mind doing as well as this version of Lost Box, which I think is worth noting, right? The version that Azul is most familiar with, that he played most of last season, always included Dragonite V, Raikou V, sometimes Drapion V even, just multi-prize attackers where you would give up 2 prize cards. This version that Raymond popularized by winning in Peoria last week, you have more time to get to the Kyogre because you're not giving up 2 prizes with any attack. Of course, Pidgeot V does give up 2 prizes, but that's the strength of it, is that it pretty much always is going to go straight back to the deck.
Yeah, certainly. Not having that 2-prize liability in play is so clutch. Azul debating whether to use the Force Seal Stone now or saving it, but you already have it in play, and finding both cards might not necessarily be as easy, especially if Walter's continually attacking your hand through Iono or Judge. Therefore, using it now seems all right, and that way you can make sure you get full advantage of sending that Force Seal Stone to a Lost Zone, add to your Lost Zone counter, and make sure that Pidgeot never sees play the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the more important part here, is that Azul recognizes this Pidgeot, it was maybe a little risky to leave it in play turn 1. I'm definitely not leaving it in play turn 2. So get the value from it right now, get a couple cards into the Lost Zone, and it's going to be another energy card. That is 3 energies in the Lost Zone already. Now, as the Lost Box Kyogre player, you do only need 8 to pull off the Kyogre play. You need 3 on Kyogre, 5 in the deck. So as long as Azul keeps at least 8 hanging around, he should be just fine. There are 11 total in this list. And I think, Pablo, are we going to see that Greninja come out?
We are. So immediately those double Mareeps going to get sniped. But what you're mentioning about the Kyogre and the energies is so important. Yeah, that's the reason why this deck is good, and that's the reason why this deck is so risky to play. Now Azul has 0 margin for error. If at any point he gets 2 energies of a Comphase Flower Select, then he can no longer effectively pull off the 5 energy Kyogre attack. And there are 2 Raikous which have 200 HP on the bench, so 4 would be enough, right? But Miraidon could be out of range, so the rest of the match, yeah, Azul has to be extremely careful with the energies.
And I guess one thing worth noting is Azul actually doesn't have to attack with Kyogre this game to win as well. I mean, because he's being the aggressor here, taking the first 2 prizes, and really because Walter gave him this option by putting the 2 Mareep down, Azul's going to be able to take the 2 prizes here. He can take 2 with Zamazenta, and then just clean up the other 2 with a combination of Sableyes, Cramorants, and he's got so much time to do that, as he'll never put another 2-prize Pokemon in play, the only option, of course, being that Pidgeot. So Walter, at minimum, is going to need 6 turns to hang around and survive.
Yeah, for sure. And that is a path that has opened up for Azul thanks to this double KO for the Mareep. So if you're watching at home, try to only bench 1 Mareep against Lost Box whenever you're playing against them. Now, very smartly, Azul has managed to get 2 attachments onto a Zamazenta, so that saves him essentially the Mirage Gate that he had to Lost Zone early on. And Azul's now biggest hurdle for victory are the 2 Bravery Charms. If the Bravery Charms are well placed by Walter, that could be a little problem. That could allow them to survive 3 hits instead of 2. So it's going to come down to, can Walter find them and can he place them in the right Pokemon?
And Azul is only playing 1 Lost Vacuum, which did get utilized on the last turn as well. That would normally be a way that you could get out of that situation. Now Walter starting things off, attaching to the active, using the tandem unit, guaranteed to be able to take a prize card this turn and get right back into it. But already, I mean, just on the second turn of the game, Azul has jumped so far ahead. It almost seems difficult to find a path for Walter to realistically get back into this. Got to be those Bravery Charms and then maybe some healing power from your switch cards to try to hang around as long as possible.
Yeah, switch cards and Bravery Charms have now become the best cards in Walter's deck, along with Iono and Judge, right?
Of course,
your goal is certainly to make sure, or to try and get Azul to whiff, right? That's your goal right now. Take a KO every single turn, because at best you're winning in 6 turns total, and try to make your opponent whiff.
Ooh, this is pretty strong, though. Boss's orders from Walter takes out the Zamazenta, which Azul had committed pretty heavily to, putting a couple energy cards onto it. And now with that energy stuck on Radiant Greninja, not going to be a super great attacker. Azul with 8 cards in the Lost Zone, just needing 2 more now to pull off the Sableye this turn. Starts with a flower selecting Pidgeot. Absolutely an easy choice to go down at this point. Bumping this path to the peak now. Turns on concealed cards from Radiant Greninja, being utilized to draw 2 right away. Switch found through that escape rope, and it looks like another Comfey escape rope being played. Walter forced to send a naked 2-prizer to the active. No energy attached to any of these Pokemon. It will be that Miraidon, another Comfey for Azul. Seeing 2 off of this flower selecting, has the Echoing Horn and a Super Rod. Echoing Horn really might not be that valuable at this point in the game. Normally such a strong card for the Kyogre deck.
Yeah, because even like, you definitely have enough 2-prize targets in play, right? And putting 1 Murray back means if you decide to go after it, you will take a prize, but you'll still need to KO 2 other V Pokemon in order to win this game. So the Echoing Horn definitely can be game-winning, but in this match, it's almost like a useless card.
Hisuian Heavy Ball just being burned here from Azul. I think there is the Manaphy in the prizes still, so could get it out. Actually going to just choose to leave it. Doesn't want to have any of the... You can burn the Hisuian Heavy Ball. It can go to the discard pile. Manaphy would just be kind of stuck in your hand, so...
Yeah.
Kind of a spot where it makes sense to not take the Pokemon.
Indeed, it's a small percentage, it's a small advantage that you're giving yourself by not having an extra dead card in your hand.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and that is a pretty unfortunate Pokestop, ditching an energy and also ditching a Colress.
Now, with 1 Colress prized, 1 in the discard pile off of that Pokestop, that leaves Azul a little bare bones, I would say. In terms of being able to really clear his deck if he intended to go for the Kyogre play, which he still can, but definitely running a little low on the resources here.
Now the draw for turn for Walter after taking that Spit Innocently from Cramorant, I think was...
The Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm, so decent card to get into play somewhere. Does actually have the Arven here in the hand. This supporter allows him to search his deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool card. Of course, Walter, having not used his V-Star power, does have access to that Forest Seal Stone and the Star Alchemy. So this creates a lot of different plays for Walter to try to pull off.
Indeed, and being able to find the switch card to heal that Miraidon could be huge. Either searching for the second Bravery Charm to just make sure you have that available for you, or the Forest Seal Stone give you the flexibility. Now, the issue is whichever Pokemon you attach the Forest Seal Stone to cannot have a Bravery Charm attached, right? So if you intended to take a hit with a Pokemon and then Bravery Charm that one to make sure that it could be healed, that takes away the option and therefore whoever gets the Force Seal Stone attached will definitely be the prime target for Sableye shenanigans.
Now here's Azul. You definitely want to try to be mindful of the things your opponent could be playing, right? This is not open deck list. Azul does not know exactly what Walter has in his list. And there are some cards that Miraidon decks have played in the past that could make this a little awkward for Azul, and I think the main one is the collapsed stadium. That's something Azul needs to keep in mind, as if too much damage gets loaded up onto one single Pokemon, that Pokemon could just be removed. Now, Walter is not playing the collapsed, but Azul doesn't know that. He needs to, you know, as optimally as possible, try to play around it.
Of course, part of really doing well in Pokemon tournaments is not only playing to what you see in the field, but also trying to anticipate what your opponent could possibly do that could essentially ruin your win condition at any given moment.
The flip of the V-Star marker for Walter indicates Star Alchemy being utilized as Forest Sealstone was attached to the Raichu. Card grabbed right away, put directly into the hand. Did not catch a glimpse of exactly what it was. Of course, Raikou coming to the active now will be able to take this knockout pretty easily. And Pablo here, you think it was that electric generator?
I am fairly certain it was the electric generator. Walter definitely in a situation where he needs a little bit more. That Raikou is completely safe, but he doesn't necessarily know that, right? He doesn't know Azul's whole deck list, right? He doesn't know what other attackers he could be running.
Oh, no. Oh.
Another whiff.
3 generators played this game for Walter. Only 1 energy hit off of those.
That is so under odds, right? 14 total energy in your deck. You haven't seen that many anyways, right? There's not a lot of energy in the discard pile. And then you are halfway through your deck and you still completely whiff. That's very, very unlucky.
Cramorant goes to the discard pile. Walter does tie things up as far as the prize race is concerned at the moment. Azul playing pretty quickly here. Uses Flower Selecting and now another Colress. I think this is his 4th Colress, as we know that last one is in the prize card, so he won't be able to play another one until he takes some KOs. And that is something Azul does want to be a little mindful of. Taking prizes too aggressively, too early, before your deck is thin enough, before you feel comfortable and set up enough, could make things awkward. And is it possible to see the Kyogre come out this turn? Azul doesn't have that many cards in deck, and there is a Pokestop in play.
There we see the Kyogre. All right. I mean, usually if you're a Kyogre player, you don't bench that until you're absolutely confident, right? That escape rope could be important here. We need a combination of a switching card. We need a energy recycler. We need Super Rods. We need the last Mirage Gate. We need an attachment from hand. So we do need a lot here.
It looks like Azul almost passing the turn. Only a few cards left in the deck. He doesn't have the water energy in hand, and he will just pass.
All right, so one cool thing you can do as a Kyogre player is the Kyogre is obviously a big Pokemon for your opponent to look at, right? So if they go boss KO, that means they're not using Judge or they're not using Iono. So if you have the resources to pull it off anyways next turn, then it's sort of a safe play. And Azul definitely has at least 3 more turns. And there's the boss. Is it a bait?
I think it is, because I think Azul has Super Rod, and I think he also has Artisan in the hand. So he'll be able to get this Kyogre back right away and likely win on this next turn. Boss's Orders does bring up the Kyogre. Walter now using Azul's Pokestop is going to actually get pretty decent value from it, finding a Nest Ball and an Ultra Ball. Not the most useful cards right now at this moment.
No energy.
But at least not ditching anything that could be more powerful later on. As we do see the knockout happening, Walter officially ahead, 3 prize cards left. This also does activate Roxanne for Azul, a card he does play one of that he could just try to draw a bunch of cards if he needs to. Now what we need from Azul is to get rid of all cards in the deck. He needs to get Kyogre back, put it down into play. He needs to Mirage Gate 2 energy onto a Kyogre. He needs to attach a water energy from hand to a Kyogre, and then he needs 5. Actually, he only needs 4 energy remaining in the deck because there's the Raichu and the Raikou in play, both only having 200 HP. So that does make things a little bit easier.
Yeah, he has a little wiggle room to not pull off the full power Kyogre, and he did discard the Artisan with the previous Pokestop, but he does have a Nest Ball in his hand, so that works just as well. So Azul just really trying to piece everything together, figure things out, and I'm fairly certain he can, but it's always good to double check, right? You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you pull it off and then you were 1 card short, and now all of a sudden you've invested all these resources, and that's probably game over, right?
Yeah, and Azul, this is where this deck gets really difficult. I think the thing that he's missing the most here is the ability to get a water energy in hand. He has enough switching cards. He's just got to make sure he plays all this correctly. And I think he can do it. I think you can Pokestop, discard these 2 cards, whatever they are. Then Super Odd back the Ogre in 2 waters. Put down the Ogre with the Nest Ball. Flower Selecting into a water, lost on the other one. And then Energy Recycler, Mirage Gate, do everything else you need. I think is fine. And as there is 2 Super Odds, this should be pretty easy to make happen now.
Yeah, along with the Energy Recycler, it really should be straightforward-ish. It's just a matter of doing the right things in the proper order, getting that. We were talking about having very little margin for maybe we need that energy in the discard pile as well to pull it off. Probably not. There should be enough, but we'll see. There's the 2 waters.
Super Odd, yeah. Only 3 cards going back. It's going to be a metal and a water. So maybe Azul going to sequence this a little bit differently. Nest Ball and then Mirage Gate and then do some of the other things.
Yep.
Yeah, and Azul should have it here. He's just making sure he's not going to mess anything up. You'd hate to get to this point and then make a mistake that makes you miss this KO, the guaranteed win.
Certainly. Now, Super Odd back, 1 energy.
Flower Selector just draws it. Yep, attach.
Switch out, and then we have...
Here we go.
The Energy Recycler, 5 energies to pull off the perfect Aqua Storm.
Aqua Storm, 250 damage onto 2 benched Pokemon. 500 damage put into play in 1 single turn. Gets Azul GG the win here in game number 1 of round 4.
Now, Walter, I think, one big quotation marks mistake that could be corrected going into a next turn, and that I'm sure he's very aware of, like how he benched those Mareeves and then they immediately got countered. So benching 1 at a time is probably a good adaptation to make moving forward. Of course, you're hoping that whipping so much with the electric generator is down to random chance, and that won't happen over the course of the next and hopefully second game. So we'll have to see how or if Walter tries to do anything differently. I think the only different thing that he could have hoped to do as well was attack Azul's hand a lot more often through Iono and through Judge.
And I think part of the issue for Walter was off of his own Judge. He drew into just 3 supporters and an energy, right? And it was 2 boss and a research. So kind of limited his options, kind of tunneled him on going for a couple bosses orders in a row, which is what he ended up doing. Kind of just awkward draws. Now, definitely something I want to see as Walter is I want to see him choose to go second here, which might seem counterintuitive. Most of the time, you're just going to choose to go first, guarantee a powerful turn to attack. But in this matchup, it is so tough. It is definitely in your opponent's favor. You really want to try to be the one who can pop off, get a turn 1 attack, and try to get ahead right away, and also judge your opponent before they can use a Colress.
Yeah, we were definitely speaking about the difference between going first or second and how we are starting to see a little bit of an advantage if you are going second in some matchups, in some situations right before the show. So this is the perfect example, right? Choosing to go second, you know, at best, you're winning this game by attacking 6 turns. Why not make the first turn be one of those turns?
Azul again prizing 1 Colress. Walter's side prizes a generator once again, but 2 energy this time, maybe making those 3 generator even weaker than they were in the last game. And I love this. Right now, Walter has chosen to go second. Huge thing for him to choose to do before the game even starts. Or as the game starts, I guess I should say.
Indeed, allows him to be the aggressor, the one to start taking prizes, put essentially Azul on a timer, right? On a turn timer where you have 6 turns to pull this off, otherwise it's going to be my game. And here we go.
Yeah, Azul's hand really isn't that strong. It's got some recovery cards in it, a Sableye, stuff that's really strong later on in the game. Going to take a moment to check the prize cards here. We talked about it before. It's so important as a Lost Box player, especially in a deck like this where you play 3 different types of basic energy. You would hate to flower selecting and see an energy card and not know, how many do I have prized? Like, is this going to be a detrimental Lost Zone choice here?
Yeah, I'm sure this happens to everyone, yeah, pro players and newer players alike, where you go Mirage Gate and then you go like, whoops, I don't have the right energy in the deck. Now, figuring out exactly which energies are there, very key. Figuring out the Pokemon, also very key. Mirage Gate counts is also very important. Colress counts, you want to figure out just to know. It's something very easy to check, and the more information you have, the better.
Yep.
But, of course, there's nothing you can do. If you prized a Colress, a couple Colress, you're just hoping to chance into the others or get the Pidgeot with the Force Seal Stone to find one for you at least.
Azul, of course, recognized by many as one of, if not the best player in North America. Top 4 at the World Championships this year, but has had a pretty poor start to the season, for lack of a better word. 2 regional championships, and he missed day 2 at both of them. I mean, he's someone who sets the highest of high expectations for himself. Got to be feeling good starting 3-0 here, hitting a favorable matchup in round number 4. We'll see if he can close it out and continue to push the advantage and make it into day 2 of this event.
Yeah, we'll see. I actually played against Azul in round 1 of the World Championships, and he absolutely stomped me. Like, I had 0
Mew
chance.
versus Giratina, right?
Mew versus Giratina, without knowing Azul's deck list or anything around that, and the choices I got from flower selecting, I got completely stomped at the World Championships.
Walter does kick things off with the nest ball, does find the Miraidon. This is one of my favorite parts of Miraidon, is just that one nest ball turns into a full bench if you want it.
I agree. That ability, essentially, reading Battle VIP Pass, is so valuable. And I think once we get to rotation, Miraidon will only get stronger because it has that inherent consistency built into it now. The deck is a little bit predictable, quotation marks, because you know exactly what their attackers do. It's mostly based on big damage to the active, and that's it. But a card that we haven't seen all of play and that we're not going to see today, but at least in this matchup, but Zapdos EX. I really like that Zapdos EX. I think it's going to add a little bit to Miraidon moving forward.
Yeah, it gives you a solid chance in matchups like this, the Lost Box matchup, which can be pretty tough on paper. And I love this from Walter. You talked about an adaptation you'd love to make him see, and he's doing it right away, only putting 1 Mareep down. It's pretty easy, I guess, to recognize after that first game how he got hurt from putting 2 Mareep into play.
Indeed. And now this doesn't change Azul's plan, which is take 2 prizes, take 4 with Kyogre at once. However, it does allow Walter to have that reliability of having Fluffy to back up and power up other attackers. Just make sure that your energy flows a little bit better in case you whiff majorly with the electric generators, which is something we did see last game.
We do see the generator is drawn. There's also an Ultra Ball here. You could always try to thin 1 card out, but let's go with it and see if we can find 2 energy. No, only 1. Does at least hit the 1, but with the attachment to that active Raichu already, going to be unable to pull off the attack unless maybe there was another generator, but I don't see it.
Yeah, usually if you're a Miraidon deck, like once you commit your energy, no chance to change it, right? So I would have preferred if Walter had not attached and just discarded that energy. That way you have the flexibility of your attachment plus switching card plus a generator does get you that turn 1 attack. By committing it to the active, now you're relying 100% on electric generator, which is, of course, ideally not something you want to do.
And even if you do not, attach the energy before you play the research, you're so likely to draw into another one. Even if you do have to attach 1 to retreat, you still have that option.
Yeah.
Now on Azul's end, starts with a flower selecting, sending down an escape rope. A few switch cards in the Lost Zone already. Another Comfey hitting as well. 4 cards in the Lost Zone now does activate that Lost Provisions ability of the Cramorant. Nest Ball being played does hit that Pidgeot V for a Sealstone. Gotta imagine this is grabbing a Colress Experiment.
Now, something I really like is the pace of play by both players. We're really flying through. There's a lot of actions. Yeah, we have used up half an hour, but the fluidity that we are seeing from especially Azul's actions, and shows how much he's practiced with the deck, how much he knows the deck, and how he knows exactly what he's planned to do during a turn. And I don't know, there's a lot of fluidity here that is very important when you're playing a deck like this one where time is of the essence.
Does find the Colress off that Forest Sealstone. Gonna choose to just drop the Pidgeot right back in. Doing this before playing the Colress, I imagine, because it puts cards back in that you wouldn't mind lost zoning. What do you think of this sequence?
That's definitely something a little questionable. Depends what your plan is for this turn. You already have your Cramorant. It does reduce the chances of finding a backup Colress after you do this.
You're putting more bad cards back into your deck, quote-unquote bad cards.
Yeah, bad cards, which you wouldn't mind lost zoning, as you mentioned, but you also would rather maybe see other cards, right? You can afford to lost zone some of the good cards, especially in the beginning, as you have excess of them.
Colress being played does ditch a Nest Ball and a Manaphy. 6 cards in the Lost Zone now. 1 more needed to pull off the Mirage Gate. Might not be able to happen this turn, as we will just see the energy committed to the active, retreated to the bench, and Cramorant is going to get in there and spit innocently for 110.
I really like how Azul is continually benching these Sableyes. Of course, he's not going to use them anytime soon. However, as long as they're on the bench, he's not going to be redrawing them through Iono, through Judge, and therefore he's cleaning up his deck from the cards that he doesn't want to see, and eventually they will come good, right?
Walter has Forest Sealstone in hand, it looks like. I do believe as well Judge is waiting as well. Now, Judge would be really strong to play right after your opponent utilized a Colress Experiment and also has the Bravery Charm. This could make it difficult for something like Zamazenta to respond. Azul has not used his Lost Vacuum yet, but it is just a one-of copy in this list.
Yes, and with the Forest Sealstone having been exhausted, Azul just has to chance into it at the right time if he ever wants to use it. Now, the deck does go through a lot of cards really quickly.
You could always poke a stop into it as well. So
Yep.
you have Dig to get to it eventually, but it is certainly far from guaranteed as it is just a one-of card. And Walter will play the Judge, has things lined up to take this KO, and even still has his Forest Sealstone, has his V-Star power still remaining if he wants to try to do that this turn. Now, by attaching the Forest Sealstone to the active Raichu, you probably do pressure yourself a little bit to go for the Star Alchemy right away, right? As that is a potential Sableye target on this next turn.
Indeed, exactly. And it also means that you can never save this Raichu, essentially. You can never attach a Bravery Charm to put it out of range of Sableye, unless Azul did you the favor of removing it with the Lost Vacuum, but that Lost Vacuum will probably be dedicated to increase Azul's Lost Zone counter. So
here we go.
Yep.
Electric Generator. Walter finally gets 2 energies off of it.
Even gets a third to top things off. So
maybe can he take that one extra just to make up for the the bad luck in the last game? No, we're not going to allow that.
Probably not. I don't think even if you asked way too nicely, your opponent would allow that.
Probably not.
Yeah, so we have plenty of energy. We have a lot of attackers. We're in this 6-turn counter. Can Walter attack 6 times before Azul ends up pulling off the Kyogre? Maybe. It's going to depend a lot on how much the Judges and Ionos affect Azul as this game progresses.
How much can Walter slow Azul down? It does still have Fleet-Footed, still has the Star Alchemy as well. Going to use the Star Alchemy first. Before using the Fleet-Footed, usually you want to try to use that Fleet-Footed first because you could always draw the card you would want to get off Star Alchemy, give yourself an opportunity to get 1 card deeper, and then make that committed 1-card decision.
Exactly. That Path to a Peak was the card grabbed, which is nice. It does limit Greninja. Of course, you don't mind limiting your own abilities as well. Fleet-Footed is cool, but not the best. And does get a Forest Sealstone of that. I don't know how much 2 cards affects versus being able to guarantee another Judge or another Iono eventually to disrupt. And as you mentioned, the Fleet-Footed first, definitely, if that finds you the path, then you still have your V-Star. However, the Raichu is in range of Sableye, so you don't do it then, maybe it gets sniped, and then you didn't get a chance to do it. And also, maybe that's what Walter is thinking here when using that card.
Dynamotor does get 1 extra energy card onto this Miraidon, and Walter will strike first here in game number 2, something he was unable to do in game 1. Takes the knockout with the Lightning Rondo, sending Cramorant to the discard pile. Azul's kicking off his turn with a Flower Selecting. Has to think about the Nest Ball versus the Escape Rope. Now, Nest Ball is usually a pretty reasonable, easy choice to get rid of off of a Flower Selecting, but you do want to make sure you have some Pokemon Search still hanging around. You do need to find that Kyogre at the end turns of the game.
Yeah, and the Zamazenta potentially to start cleaning up in the beginning, for sure. So Nest Ball is a card that is super good, but also can be lost zoned as its value diminishes as the game progresses, but you do need, as you mentioned, to find a way to find the right attacker at the right time. Now, that's a tough choice.
Yeah, Mirage Gate and Kyogre. You don't really mind lost zoning 1 Mirage Gate in a matchup like this where Kyogre is really kind of your main game plan. You only really need 2 throughout the game. 1 for something like a Zamazenta or Greninja, 1 for something like the Kyogre at the end of the game, so not too bad to lose, but it does always give you a reason to take pause and think about it for a moment. Now, we do see the Kyogre coming down early. Is this Azul kind of going for that bait play once again? Hey, why don't you boss this Kyogre, take it out. That way I get to keep my hand.
Yeah, exactly. Possibly that bait play. You have so many Super Odds in the deck, 3 of that you don't mind. You will eventually. When you pull off the Kyogre, it's just 1 extra card you need to find, and you're always getting energies back. So you don't mind losing that. I think this is also a calculated risk. It's not open deck list. There could be a lost city somewhere down the line, but the chances of that are so minuscule that you can definitely, it's a calculated risk for sure.
attachment to the active Raikou, and now a retreat. Debating to go with the Raikou V or the Miraidon. I like going with the Raikou V here. Use the one with the Bravery Charm, so Zamazenta cannot as easily respond. Power up the other Miraidon, it looks like. And Walter does have Boss in the hand. Going to take stock of Azul's discard pile before deciding what to bring up here. Is it Kyogre? Is that the best choice?
I honestly think the best choice is to just eliminate Comfey, right? Azul's
That's fair
Fort
too.
is not as powerful. The Path to Peak is shutting down Greninja. So yeah, there we go.
Smart choice.
Taking that KO is pretty good. Now, I would have loved to see Walter play the research. I know Boss is such a great card, and this is something that I see a lot of players do. They hesitate to discard good cards, right? But
Good
you have
card
other
syndrome.
bosses. Yeah, exactly. You have other bosses orders, and you don't need one now, and you want to continue to attack your opponent's hand. That's the key against Lost Box. Attack their hand as often as possible.
Azul does find a Colress off the top of the deck, plays it right away, and has to debate now what to Lost Zone. Zamazenta being considered. We've talked about how it can be so strong in this matchup, but it's not necessary to win the game. And honestly, in this spot as well, with the Raichu being so heavily damaged, Sableye works. You could also Radiant Greninja the Raichu plus the Flaffy if you wanted to. So Azul does have several different options. Actually, now off this Flower Selecting, gonna ditch the Roxanne, choosing to hang on to that Mirage Gate for a future play, potentially. Let's see what Azul can piece together this turn. What do you think his ideal play would be?
I think probably snipe that Raichu with Sableye. That gets you your 2 prizes. Azul's deck must be running a little bit low. He is checking his Lost Zone counter to make sure that there's no mishap there. That's probably part of the reason why the Zamazenta was Lost Zoned. That Raichu is a pretty easy target on the bench. No need to go fancy with a Greninja, taking 3 prizes onto the Raichu and the Flaffy. That just makes you weaker to Iono. Yeah, Azul's not going to win by taking more prizes quickly. He's going to win by doing the right steps, 2 and 4 into the big Kyogre knockout.
So we've talked about Iono and Judge for Walter, kind of being his key cards, his ways to keep Azul's hand limited. As as Azul, what should you do to best play around that potential from your opponent, the potential disruption? What can you do to limit how effective that strategy will be?
So definitely doing exactly what we've seen, yeah? Benching these Pokemon, which are not useful in the very beginning, right? No matter what card your opponent plays, you're not drawing those cards. Therefore, you're drawing other cards. The Pokestop is also very important. Helps you thin unnecessary energies that you can just recover later. Gets you item cards that hopefully you can burn unless they're Battle VIP Pass. So all these little things really make a difference in making sure that you can pull off the Kyogre play at the end.
So we will see Lost Mine going to place 9 damage counters onto the Raichu. Has 3 left to play with. It's kind of awkward. Wherever you put these damage counters, they could just be healed off with a switch cart at some point. Azul is going to choose to split them up, however, putting 2 onto the Miraidon EX. That makes it so you can Aqua Storm it for just 4 energy, and then 1 onto the other Miraidon, maybe to put an extra 1 on it later.
For sure. Now, Azul's path to victory is very clear. Just knock out any of the Pokemon on the bench with Kyogre. Walter needs at least 4 more turns, and that's where not using that research last turn, there's going to be another turn of no disruption once again, as there's no Iono or Judge in the hand. Pokestop, of course, cannot do you the favor of finding that either. So it's going to be another turn where Azul's hand is definitely accumulating, right? How many cards does he have? Like 6 or 7?
Well, how about that fleet-footed finding you the Iono?
There you go.
It can work. It can work. And in spots like this, Iono is definitely much more powerful than something like Judge, because your opponent has been amassing a large hand for multiple turns. You know they're putting strong cards into that hand. Judge would shuffle them back in, meaning your opponent has a chance to draw back into them right away, but Iono is going to put them directly to the bottom of the deck. Here we go with Electric Generator. Does hit 1 energy. Is there a second? Looks like there is not. But in this spot, so many energy cards in play, hitting 1 is absolutely just fine.
Now, I really would have liked to see that energy onto the Flaffy. You never know if your opponent plays boss or not, but if you have 1 energy on Flaffy, then all you need is 1 energy to retreat it in case it gets brought up. Otherwise, a boss's orders play could get annoying because your switch cards cannot be used for Flaffy. So we might see the Iono, and I do want to point out how we would have already had that Iono in hand if we had just researched last turn, and the boss has not been played, probably won't be played at this point. So if you're a newer player, you're watching this, don't be afraid to discard good cards. Focus on the cards that you are looking for and that research can get you, instead of the ones that you are leaving behind in the discard pile.
Walter does find the switch card. So that is a nice card to try to just limit some of the damage that Azul will put in play in these future turns. You could even retreat right now into the Miraidon, switch card back into something else to attack if you wanted to. Don't think it's necessary now at this point. And it will just be the Lightning Rondo. Takes out the Sableye. One more prize for Walter. Needs 3 more to win this game. Can Azul win before those 3 prizes are taken? That is the big question.
I think the biggest thing for this game in particular is that turn 1 whiff. Yeah, if Walter had been able to take that crucial KO on turn 1, he would be threatening game within 2 turns. That means Azul would have this turn and the next to pull off the Kyogre, and that's it. Yeah, which is a lot of pressure. Right now, Azul still has this turn and 2 more to be able to pull off the Kyogre.
We are going to see Mirage Gate being utilized, maybe just getting an energy onto the Sableye. Ooh, actually going on to Kyogre. There's still a lot of cards in this deck, Pablo. I don't think Azul's going to be able to pull off Aqua Storm this turn. Only 1 Comfey in play.
What if the plan is Surf?
Hey, I have surfed before,
Oh,
okay?
I know, I have too as well, yeah. 120 is pretty powerful.
It's good in the mirror match too,
It
man.
is.
That thing's got 130 HP. It's
Yeah.
annoying for them to KO.
Yeah, it can't be Gram Rented, can't
Now,
be Sableye.
Against Miraidon,
Probably not.
probably not. And that was a pretty good 2 cards to hit there off the concealed cards. Really smart from Azul to go with the thin of the Mirage Gate, get those energies out, and now gets rewarded finding the Colress Experiment. Maybe it is possible here, Pablo. Let's see if he can do it.
That's going to be quite a big high roll with the Colress here if he can, but never say never. Now, Pidgeot, an easy card to Lost Zone. Same for the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Nothing crucial priced at all, so
yeah,
easy picks right there.
He does have an energy card prized, but this game has not had to Lost Zone as many energies as he did in game number 1, so he's definitely feeling okay. Those cards go to the Lost Zone, not to the discard pile, and get some pretty powerful ones to work with still. Let's get a count of the deck.
3,
4 cards, it looks like.
Yep, 4
Has
cards.
already used Pokestop, does have the Comfey remaining.
Now, this is where that Comfey KO was pretty huge, right? No double Comfey to further thin the deck, so that, I mean, even investing a Buzz Orders to target down the other Comfey instead of Sableye, I wouldn't have minded that. That definitely slows down the Kyogre, and more damage on the bench with Sableye, sure, maybe Azul gets an extra 2 prizes, but that's still not significant.
Now, the thing about this position as well is that Azul does not have to get the full 5 energy Aqua Storm. A 4 energy Aqua Storm would be just enough with the 20 damage on the Miraidon. Of course, 200 HP on each of the Raikou. So even if you play Escape Rope, your opponent is guaranteed to have 2 Pokemon on the bench with 200 HP. That's only 4 energy needed. Now, with 2 cards in the deck, it's not going to be guaranteed. Unless he can, maybe if he has an energy remaining in the deck, that might be the thing, right?
Indeed. Now, Azul also doesn't need to do it just yet, right?
Sure.
Which is important.
But he's super routing back Comfey, and the Artisan brings it back down. This is going to
go.
guarantee things for him. He does have it looks like Recycler and the Super Rod remaining in the deck. Has to think through things here to make sure. You got to be careful. You know, you probably need at least the Super Rod here. Looks like Recycler is still in the hand. I think Azul's going to have it.
Yeah, it seems like it. He has a Mirage Kit as well, so he doesn't need to worry about energy attachment for retreat. And then, yeah, just get energies down, and that should be good.
Yeah, has the Escape Rope. Hasn't attached for turn yet.
Yep.
Has the Mirage Gate. Just double checking all the damage in play, making sure that nothing is going to go down here. And Energy Recycler throws 5 energy back into the deck. Aqua Storm for 250 damage onto 2 benched Pokemon. Azul GG, putting on an absolute masterclass of Kyogre here in round number 4.
Seems like that turn 1 attack ended up not mattering at all, essentially, in the grand scheme of things in terms of Azul winning earlier. However, getting that knockout on that first Comfey definitely slows down the deck a little bit. So being the aggressor, choosing second, so important when playing Miraidon in this matchup in particular. There are other matchups where you want to go first, but in this one, going second, so huge to give yourself a chance, right? It's still not a great matchup to face.
Yeah, tough matchup there for Walter to hit in round number 4. Played pretty well overall, I would say. Not only do you play a tough matchup, but you play just one of the best players in the game as well. Definitely had odds stacked against him here in this round. We'll see if he can bounce back. Still 3-1, solid place to be. Recapping here what happened in this game, Azul had a powerful second turn thanks to Walter choosing to put down the 2 Marie, let him jump ahead in the prize trade right away, took those 2 prizes, and just kind of allowed him to wait for the Kyogre to eventually happen.
Yeah, and the Zamazenta getting KO'd here was definitely important in the sense that it made sure that Azul had to win through the Kyogre play.
Yes.
But you don't mind having that option. That is what your deck wants to do, and there we see the Kyogre finishing off those benched Pokemon in that first game.
Aqua Storm for 250 on the 2 Pokemon, 500 damage being placed into play. We did see Walter strike first here in game number 2. Wasn't on his first turn like he would have liked, but he still got the first KO, got ahead, took a couple prize cards here, and Azul spreading some damage with Lost Mine, did tie things up, took the 2 prize cards he needed to set up for the Kyogre in the late game. Now just making sure he had everything. Last thing you want to do in these spots is missequence something, do something a little silly, and miss out on an opportunity to get a win. But Azul does everything correctly. Aqua Storms once again, twice in a row. You know, it was kind of a joke for a long time last season. We had these players on the stream constantly with their Kyogre decks, and the Kyogre just never seemed to happen.
I know.
It almost seems more consistent now, even without something like Scoop Up Net in the format, which we had previously.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
So I feel like a lot of players are hoping players will be sequenced. I feel like the deck is now a lot more centered towards it. We had like these versions of Kyogre which featured Raikou and Dragonite, so there were different ways to win, more direct ways to win. Now it's all about that bench damage. Zamazenta deals with a big threat, but it's all about Kyogre. So I feel like that's part of the reason. But yeah, I was at that LAIC.
Yep.
I kept wanting to see Kyogre, and it just never happened.
Nope. We never saw it happen. And even later on through that year, it just was consistently whiffing the Kyogre. And it feels much more like something you can play towards with this deck, and especially in this 1 prize version of the deck as well. And that was something I think many players were considering. I mean, obviously Andrew Estrada won the first regional championships with Kyogre. He played the Dragonite, he played the Raikou, he played the 2 prize Pokemon, and then Raymond makes the switch, makes the shift over to the 1 prize version. I think there's pros and cons to both. Do you have kind of an opinion on which one you prefer, or what you think might be stronger currently in the metagame?
I feel like the single price version is a little bit stronger. It has that edge of like, Kyogre is just so powerful, and I feel like it's definitely underrated. It's not as popular as the other variants, so not like Miraidon's not playing Manaphy, Lugia's not playing Manaphy, right? So they're much weaker to that, and just having a single price version means you can deal with that 2 price deficit that you need to create with Zamazenta or whatever, and you just have more time. Yeah, you have effectively at least 6 turns, if not more, depending on when your opponent starts attacking. If you have to take those prizes with Raikou or Dragonite, you open up yourself to a faster win for your opponent. So I do like you need time to build up to a Kyogre, you need to do so many flower selectings, find those Colruses. Single price Pokemon just give you that time.
Now, obviously this was just our first round of the day that we've streamed so far. We've got a lot of tournament left to see. But in the meantime, we're going to hear from our winner in Swiss round number 4. We got to see how he's feeling after getting the win, starting 4-0. Let's throw it down to the lounge and hear from Azul GG.
All right, hello everyone. Juancho Saldana here. I'm here in the lounge with the community choice round winner, Azul Garcia Grego. How's it going, Azul? By the way, that was a good game.
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. So 4-0 start so far, so I can't really complain. But I started 4-0-1 in Peoria, and that didn't go so well. So still got a lot of work to do.
For sure. Got to keep that mindset right. So tell me about your deck choice. Why the Lost Box Kyogre for this tournament?
I mean, as usual, me and my team have our process, and our process just kind of led us to Kyogre. Guardy was close, but we were just kind of didn't want to play Guardy this one. So even if Guardy had, basically won our process, we wouldn't have played it. So
Really?
Kyogre won the process, so we just went with Kyogre. We played it before, so.
Very curious about this process. Someday you're going to have to let me peek. But yeah, so I was watching your match. Again, you were pretty much in control most of the game.
Yeah.
Something I do want to talk about real quick. I noticed in game 1 and game 2, there were points you dropped the Kyogre to not use. Tell us about that process. Like, why drop the Kyogre?
So basically, if you have enough ways to recover it towards the late game, you don't really care if it gets KO'd once or twice. And I have plenty of recover at that point. So basically, the choice from my opponent becomes: do I boss the Kyogre and leave them with their hand, or do I play Hand Disruption? Hand Disruption very good against Lost Box, so like you make them make the tough decision. And as long as I feel comfortable about recovering Kyogre or not having to use Kyogre, because if they chase Kyogre over KO and Sableye, sometimes Sableye can just win the game. So bossing Kyogre is never really too good, but now when I get Hand Disrupted, I need one less piece to pull off the Kyogre play potentially.
I like that. Yeah, I was watching the game. I was like, oh, you put down the Kyogre. So typically, the typical mindset is, oh, I'm gonna wait for this Kyogre, catch him by surprise. But when the deck is fairly known, might as well put it down beta boss. At least you don't get Hand Disrupted. I like that.
Exactly.
I like that. Definitely learn a lot whenever I watch your game.
Appreciate it.
All right, I do have a spicy question for you. I'm a huge fan, by the way. I follow you on Twitter, and I know you mentioned you have 3 favorite things, right? We just saw you on stream. You look good. Looks like you've been working out. Do you know the 3rd thing? You feel free to do it.
Yes.
Yeah! Thank you so much.
Of course.
And then last question. Right now, again, you're 4-0 and a player of your caliber, right? I want to know what's in your mindset right now for the rest of the game. How do you ensure that you try and continue your streak?
To be honest, like at this point, it's pretty routine for me. So the important thing for me is actually just to drink water and get a snack. That's literally that's the most important thing from here on out the rest of the day. Just make sure my mental state is the same as it has been the first 4 rounds, and then I'll be good.
I love that. Always take care of yourself first. I know how tiring these events could be. So hydrate, have a snack. I always have like a power bar in my my bag and Gatorade. But yeah, and then with that, you know what? One last fun question. 151 just came out. What's your favorite 151 Pokemon, Azul?
It's got to be the Mew EX. It makes Colorless Lugia so much better. Colorless Lugia is now an enjoyable deck to play. There's so many options the deck gains, so definitely the Mew EX for sure.
Ever the competitive player. I was expecting, maybe Pikachu because it's cute. But yeah, thank you. So, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Just want to shout out to the team, Grant Manley, Caleb Gettimer. They've been killing it so far as well. Hopefully Grant didn't get another tie, and hopefully they can join me in day 2.
Great to hear. Love the confidence. Hopefully we get to see more of you, Azul. Yep, with that, again, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but there's still so much Pokemon to be had here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Here, Sableye able to take enough damage to clear that Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm, and with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it, with this list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well at are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. Maybe game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out Boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. We're just getting underway, just had our first round of Swiss on stream. It was a great just 2-0 victory by Azul Garcia Griego, dabbing on the haters in the lounge. I know he's already off to a fantastic start for this tournament and a great player, one of the favorites for our audience here today. My name is Adam Watson, on the casting desk, joined by Kyle Sablehouse. How are you doing, Kyle?
I'm great. That was a pretty fun way to start things off there. Got to see the Aqua Storm for 4 prize cards twice in a row. Calculated, of course. And that's kind of how that matchup goes sometimes. So looking at you guys over at your community choices. So we'll see what you choose in round 9. That one was pretty heavily favored to Mr. Azul.
Yeah, sometimes you like the name of the player, and the matchup does end up being a little bit quick. And sometimes that's how our audience at home likes it. They want their games to be really dominant, one-sided, but sometimes the games are going to be a bit slower and drawn out. We'll have to see as we continue out through today's Swiss rounds, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of action still to come. A lot of great players out there at 4-0. Seen a lot of big names, a lot of interesting decks too. We're gonna definitely have something spicy for you here in round 5.
Yeah, but we can take a closer look now at the stats for the decks that were brought here to Sacramento. There was a lot of speculation about what would see play. My pick was Charizard as the top popularity deck, but Lost Zone Box also tying it at 14%.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about what? The difference of 8 decks right there. And obviously Lost Zone is such a prominent deck that we've seen so often in the meta. It's got a little bit of a different engine to it now. We see the Pidgeot is being favored, and for good reason. Having access to only giving up 1 prize card each time works out pretty well.
And when we head down the list, we think that Gardevoir is a pretty big deck. I think the surprising omission here for certain, Kyle, is Mew VMAX.
Yeah, it's obviously you have to worry about it. It's continued to show its way into the top 8 so often of all these regionals, but it's not going to show up here, and probably because there's a pretty good amount of Charizard, and I'd be afraid too.
The Charizard is a force to be reckoned with. Players are prepared for the matchup. They know what you're supposed to do, but if your deck isn't prepared to deal with it whatsoever, you don't have those options. It just seems like an overwhelming cascade of Infernal Rain, Accelerating Energies. It's almost that Arceus vibe of just you get the conga line of attackers just ready to come into the active spot and take knockout after knockout, but players kind of holding strong on Lugia, right? This is a deck that always seems to show up. People are scared because of Miraidon, but when we look at Miraidon, Chien-Pao, Lugia, these are all decks now that have reputations for if I get set up and I start hitting you, I'm in a really great spot, and it's just a matter of picking which one you think is going to be the best overall.
Yeah, curious to see of those Lugia V-Star decks, which ones are going to be using the single strike, which ones are going for that colorless variant. I don't think that we've seen much of a great performance from the colorless so far, so maybe switch back to those roots and continue to find some big knockouts with the Tyranitar.
Yeah, I know that the longtime Lugia players certainly were correct in sticking with single strike. And we can now also look at some tweets. At the top of the show, Kyle, we talked about how much we love our audience, sharing their experiences with us. We had the community vote for round 1, and now we've got some awesome tweets here from TC Evolutions, really big in the community, providing those dice and ability markers for all of our competitors, and they're ready to go for today's event and across the weekend for #PlayPokemon.
That's right, Mr. TC Evolutions himself always have some great conversations, and of course, children been ready to go, been playing seniors and masters division. Really great to see them continue to perform and have success. Hopefully they find it here in Sacramento.
And here from Trainer Tumoa, just landed in Sacktown, California, and there's a line for the check-in. That is true. It's a lot of players here today in the venue. Everybody was checked in, ready to go, and it's only Friday at 1 p.m. when Toe showed up. Pokemon Trading Card Game is completely blown up. #regionals, #road to worlds, got all the hashtags in here. And that's how you want to do it, Kyle. If you want to get noticed on social media, right? You got to use all the hashtags so we can find those tweets and showcase them. I like the mask, too, with the smile on it.
Yeah, I mean, #PlayPokemon is my favorite one. That's going to get you noticed by us. But yeah, of course, a lot of people want to play in these events. We have so many players that are fighting to get in just for the registration portion of it, and sure enough, once you get here, you might have to wait a minute before you get inside.
Yeah, and of course our competitors always show up with all their friends to hang out and play in the same tournament. The unknown one here with the boys, the Sacramento Regional Championship. Let's see how we do. Do you think they brought Reggie's? Is this a secret code going on?
It would be a bold choice, but I'd certainly love to see that. Maybe we'll have to check in on their Twitter later on and see how they performed today.
If you know, maybe it's just Miraidon, the old version with the Regieleki VMAX. It's fine.
Just throw everyone off. Just play Lugia and just have those on your shoulders all day.
But now we can move on, and I wanted to talk to you now, Kyle, about the new prizes that we have here for Sacramento. It's a huge tournament, already 2 regionals ready to go for this season, and I think a big reason that these tournaments have really blown up is because of the new prizing distribution that Pokemon has set up. If you take first place at a regional in the Masters Division, you get $10,000.
Right, and even then, going down the list, $7,000 for first, $5,000 for a top 4, $3,000 for a top 8, and then a lot of those players who are typically in races for the stipends or trying to get those day 2 extensions. The invite it was previously, now it's just going to be that round 1 bye that you get at the World Championships. At least you're going to get rewarded now with potentially $2,000 or $1,000 to continue to get some additional trips under your belt.
Exactly. It smooths things over so that you can continue to travel and participate in these events. And we've seen it from time to time, Kyle, where there's players who are very consistently in the top 32, in the top 16, not taking down these big wins, but still doing very well, especially considering the scale of these events. And it's nice that these unsung grinders can get some reward for their hard work.
Yeah, even the juniors and seniors going to get in on the action too. Find some good, some money right there for themselves, and of course maybe 3 boxes.
Oh yeah, get a nice allowance going on, and nice little nest egg for the future as well. I know so many competitors are excited, and you know, even during like their winners interviews, they tell us that I'm just going to keep competing. Even if I win a regional, I've got my World's invite, I just want to keep competing, and that prize pool is certainly going to be a big incentive for these players to remain hungry and keep showing up at these events.
Yep, well, we do have a lot going on out here. Got a re-sleeve going on, so we're going to buy a little more time as we see what else has been going on throughout the tournament. A lot of big names that are sitting at 4-0. I see Tyler Zikaris playing the Charizard EX, a player that we've seen a lot on the local scene and the online grinding. Was very fond of the Giratina V-Star, and it's going to be switching over to Charizard here. Up against Ryan Harris, playing Gardevoir EX. See a few other big names, Caleb Gettimer versus Sam Chen.
Ooh.
Some pretty great matchup there too. And Nick Moffitt in the mix as well. Michael Primwat, 4-0 after that 3rd place that we saw at the World Championships. Continuing to find more great results. Maybe this would be number 8 for his regionals wins.
Yeah, I know that the audience at home, sometimes you're like, wow, it seems like we're always seeing the same players that we're talking about, the same names on stream. What's going on? They're good. They're consistent. 4-0 here. These events are massive, Kyle. And if you can very consistently take your spot at the top of the field over and over again at these events, it just becomes, you know, the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to be talking about you, featuring you on graphics, and we are hoping for some new blood to rise up here and really surprise us. I think that throughout this season especially, it's so early, right?
Yeah.
That there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the up-and-coming players to really jump out and surprise us. So if you're an up-and-comer that we haven't talked about yet, you're doing well in the tournament, use that hashtag play Pokemon.
Yeah,
put yourselves on our radar, and hopefully the stars will align. You've got a good stream matchup. I don't know. Get some of these players featured, or at the very least, if we got to kill some time like we're doing right now, Kyle, get them pulled off the floor for an interview. But they are competitors, so I know that they don't want their groove to be broken or thrown off by just, hey, come interview us real quick. But we'll see. We'll definitely see.
Most people want to be streamed. They want to show off their skills, show off their deck, say hi to mom at home.
we can't feature everyone. We want to. We'd love to. I would sit here all day and cast all those matches, but it doesn't always work out that way. I know there's a lot of great matches going on. We're going to try to pick the best ones for you, and that's also why we have the community vote as well, to let you guys get in on the mix. Our next one is going to be for round 9, so hang in there. You get to see that last final winning in and be a part of picking that one for the stream.
And another big point for the community, right, our fans of Pokemon, we have the Pokemon illustration contest that's going on right now. This is a very important event from Pokemon where you can draw a Pokemon from, it's a list of 10. All the details will be on the website. You can check it out yourself. There's a lot of fine print, of course, but it's open to several different regions. I think you have to be at least 18. I'm not entirely sure. Like I say, folks, make sure you go to the website, read the fine print. The theme is, magical moments of Pokemon. You can draw the Pokemon just enjoying a moment in its day or looking super cool and dynamic. And we've seen Pokemon cards throughout the years, Kyle. There is so many different ways, I think, to make a beloved Pokemon card that just becomes so iconic and goes down through the ages. And this is your shot, if you're a Pokemon artist, to just at least get your art out there and just have a good time drawing one of your favorites.
Yep, there's only one banned person from the contest, and that's going to be Ethan Heggie. But other than that, everyone else is going to be welcome to go ahead and draw, show us what you're made of, and we're going to be looking for all that great art.
Oh, and speaking of showing what you're made of, we can take a look now at the featured matches. We have our match pick for the stream, but we have some additional matches as well that Kyle had touched on as well. We can look now with our viewers at home. Sam Chen versus Caleb Gettimer. Azul Garcia Griego still grinding along. We just saw him win on stream going up against Dyson Umtuk.
Yeah, and we see Vance Kelly, the world champion, up against Juan Sanchez. Andrew up against Blake Ray there as well. So it's going to be exciting to see which of these players continues on with this strong start. Potentially could make their way to 5-0 here to start off Sacramento.
But our stream matchup we'll be focusing on, Kyle, is Andrew Sakue versus Blake Ray. This is the match again with the players just doing a quick re-sleeve, making sure everything is set up for the judges, getting their players into place, making sure they're comfortable and ready to play their hearts out here for our audience at home. I'm super excited to get into the match here any moment now, so I certainly appreciate your patience, folks. Let me know, who you're voting for. That's why we're here with the audience participation, right? Twitch chat, make your voices be heard, use that hashtag. Any players here that you are particularly excited about, Kyle?
I mean, just in general, seeing the continued success of Azul and Caleb, the rest of their team as well. It's pretty unbelievable how often they are able to make the right deck choice and come out on top. They have a lot of success. It's because they're very talented players, and if you know your matchups like we saw last round, it's going to be a good day.
And of course, I mentioned at the top of the show, I'm very excited for Vance Kelly to have another breakout performance. Bring him into the lounge for another interview so we can get an update. How big's your new swimming pool? What's going on, homie?
Can we get a smile? That's all I want.
I love his stone cold, steely gaze. That might be Vance Kelly's new trademark or something, because if you're sitting across the table from that, and he's just, I'm playing Mew VMAX. Yeah. You're my next victim.
Oh, well, Juan, look out. I'm worried for you, buddy.
But, thinking back to my interview, I think it was with Andrew Estrada, said, don't let these big names intimidate you. Just stick to your game, focus on the game at hand, just play your deck, and that kind of ties into what you said, Kyle. If you know your matchup, just have confidence. It doesn't matter who your opponent is when you're favored, right?
I beat Tord Reckliffe last week. Anything's possible.
There you go. You got to get those wins. It doesn't matter who it is. And if you are going to be a competitor who is rising up and is going to be the best of the best, it's only a matter of time. You're going to start playing these big names anyway, so you might as well get it out of the way early.
There you go. Don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Just play your game, and it'll work out. Maybe you'll be the one intimidating other people on the other side of the table one day.
Oh, yeah, intimidating me for certain, because I get real nervous. But who's not going to be nervous, of course, is our players. We can probably head down to the table now. They're getting shuffled up and getting set up for the game, and it looks like both of them are cool as cucumbers, Kyle.
All right. Who's ready for some block action? Because it's Snorlax time.
The Mimikyu has been whispered about for a long time. Players knew this new safeguard ability was strong, but the list hadn't quite been figured out yet. But when we have it set up against Comfey and Sableye, seems like it could be anybody's game.
If you like attacks, then turn off your screen. It's not going to happen on Andrew's side of the board. 1 energy featured, and it's only for that Crabominable V, which, I mean, that's a pretty cool attack, let's be honest.
Once we get to that late game, right, you set up Snorlax in the active with that block so your opponent cannot retreat, and you just wait for your opponent to draw through their deck, desperately looking for some sort of out, and then you finish them off. This is actually going to be Andrew's first time ever playing on stream. I didn't realize, so he still looks really happy. Like I said, looks pretty cool, and a lot of players, when they're playing their first time on stream, can get pretty nervous, and some players have a certain setup that they like to use, but when you're playing on stream, you have to be a bit more specific about putting your prizes off to the side.
Yep, we'll get to that point later on, and as we see Blake Ray on stream once more, we featured this player a few times before, and it's been playing for 7 years now. And, I mean, you're going to be surprised when you look on the other side and you see block Snorlax there. It is unfortunate when you're playing Lost Zone and you're so used to moving around your Comfeys, retreating left and right, but thankfully, you play a lot of switching effects, and that's not what Andrew wants to see.
And as we get into the prizes, 1 Colress, 1 Comfey, a couple energies. These are important cards, but as we know, Lost Box has so much resources that it's pretty easy for them to play around this, figure out what they're missing, and just stick to the game plan. Oh my god, Yakumo.
Yakumo, not
discard
really.
The special energies. You just starve your opponent of any means of attacking or putting down any damage, and just slowly but surely collect the victory.
Maybe that's for Mew VMAX, not right here. We see the rest of the prize cards, a few Arvin to go along with it. We're not going to see these cards, let's be honest.
Exactly. Andrew's not going to be taking any prizes. It's just a pure deck out victory is the full win condition. And when you talk about decks like this that want to keep your opponent from attacking, you're defending yourself. Your opponent, as the Lost Zone players, has Colress, Flower Selecting, just digging through the deck, desperately looking for, you have access to your entire deck, so you can go into the game with a game plan to say, it's only a matter of time before I get every single card I'll need to do the combo, but is it going to be strong enough to keep me in the game? And it looks like Blake's going to start things off with Comfey in the active, opening up with Battle VIP Pass, the classic, of course.
Obviously, favorite card to see in this situation, and when you do this opening search, so often you're going to be counting, oh, do I have the right energies? Do I have all of my Colress experience, whatever it may be? This time, I'm trying to count to 8. I want to see if I have 4 Escape Rope and 4 Switch Card, because they are going to be so pivotal in avoiding what likely is Snorlax on the other side of the board.
Yeah, Blake hopefully won't overextend into anything on the opening turn, just goes for the classic Greninja, second Comfey start. Andrew across the board has Rotom V in the active, has the instant charge ability. You just end your turn to draw 3 cards, and it's, you know, it's not Gorman dies, but we'll take what we can get.
It's interesting to see the Radiant Greninja lead into so early. Often this can be one of those Pokemon that you see targeted by an opponent. That's Moonlight Shuriken is a pretty costly attack, and you lose a lot of resources to get that rolling. And there is the Raikou and the Dragonite featured in the list, so early Dragonite that just continues to knock out Pokemon seems pretty good.
That's going to be Blake's condition for sure. Try to get an attacking Pokemon established, bring it into the active with the ropes, the switch cards, and just try to take prizes when you can. It's Blake's game to lose and Blake's game to win, surprisingly. But after 2 Flower Selectings, nothing too serious in the Lost Zone. Seems to be spent on resources. Has another Comfey. Is it worth extending to get another one into the active? Nope, just passes.
Yeah, I like this. We saw the Escape Rope already in hand, ready to go, but you don't want to use that just yet. You want to have access to, when you do play this card, you're at least taking 1 prize card, and then you can count those out as you're taking your knockouts. If you're using 1 switching effect per turn with a knockout, you're going to end up on top unless a card like Misfortune Sisters gets thrown into the mix and starts taking away your items.
And Andrew has the Nest Ball active, brings Snorlax to the front, as the choice and is going to take a moment to evaluate all the resources, all the dastardly tools and items and supporters in the deck. That's going to try to throw as many wrenches as possible in Blake's way. Looking at the cross switchers, the crushing hammers, seeing how many Mimikyu are available, how many Snorlax. And again, everything is in order. Both these players, the prizes weren't too devastating, and that's what I always like to see, Kyle, is when we're going to have a nice even game.
Yep, access to all of the Misfortune Sisters is going to be nice here, as Andrew will try to reuse that card a few times. If you have access to the PAL pad, you can shuffle that back in, maybe even using a card like that Silene to bring this card back into the mix. And just end every turn drawing multiple cards with that Rotom V. You can really make a lot of great use out of that, and hopefully with the Snorlax in the active spot, you'll be able to block a little bit of this motion.
With the Snorlax in the active, it's going to be so important, of course. That's the main theme of the list. A control deck has been speculated about for a really long time, Kyle, right? I know players were kind of hungry to return to a disruptive control style, but the meta just never seemed right for it. There were some whispers of Radiant Alakazam or Klefki, and Andrew's 4-0 with this build. A lot of players certainly got caught off guard here in Sacramento.
Oh, we see the Misfortune Sisters starting things off, and it took the Switch card and the Super Rod, which is pretty nice resources to take from your opponent.
Blake activates concealed cards, draws 2, and then flower selecting.
Oh,
and
no!
Has to throw away a Switch card, a really important piece you already talked about, Kyle. Another one, gets to keep the escape rope at the very least.
Yep.
It's certainly a saving grace that this Snorlax is not in the active. It just means that Blake can still attach and manually retreat, get some additional utility, get some cards in the Lost Zone. At the end of the day, again, we're looking for a big Dragonite to potentially be set up here soon with a Mirage Gate, slowly but surely moving towards Sableye to start throwing damage down. It's not, but Blake's not out of the woods yet.
Well, thankfully, has the Colress Experiment, can reach 7 in the Lost Zone now, but is that going to...
Okay.
Hopefully that was the order in which they all
Yeah,
fell.
they got knocked off the top there, but it should be fine.
Yeah, but certainly need...
loses a Sableye.
Looking for an attacker in this situation. If you have the Mirage Gate along with the Dragonite, you can take 2 quick prize cards here and feel pretty comfortable. It might just be the one because you have to use the escape rope. We've already seen 3 Switch cards used. But if not, ultimately, Cramorant would be a fine Pokemon to get into the mix here.
Mm-hmm. Andrew can only prevent you from switching into the active. There's not a lot of ways to stop the Cramorant, etc.
There it is.
Yeah, it has the Dragonite V, the Sleepy Dragonite. I always love that promo, Kyle. Super hard to get your hands on these days, so Blake really swagging out here on stream.
Drip or Drown, as we see not 1, but I believe 2 Mirage Gates available. Maybe even 3, who knows, but plenty to get the Dragonite V ready here.
Mm-hmm. Super Rod puts the energies back in. Blake is all ready to go with the Mirage Gate. Get those attachments now. And we just, again, use the escape rope, get the Comfy out of the active, and start taking prizes. This is the way, right? We saw it at the finale of the Peoria Regional Championships. If your opponent kind of has you in a lockdown position, sometimes all it takes is just having at least one Pokemon that can attack. Start trying to take some prizes every turn. Here's the double Mirage Gate now to get the final energy attached to Dragonite V. And then 1 to the active Comfey.
It's not the best because ultimately you're probably using a switching effect when you have Comfey just because of Snorlax in the block. So could maybe even hold on to it. And I do like this. It means that you have an opportunity with maybe to find a blank off of Misfortune Sisters now. It could be a Psychic Energy instead of one of those switch cards.
Oh, that's clever. All right, and it looks like the judge is just making sure that the Mirage Gate is resolving successfully. So it's rare, right? You only see 1 energy
You don't need it anymore. I think Blake's plan is use this Dragonite, knock out my own Comfeys.
Yeah, this Dragonite's going to wreak havoc on Blake's bench right now. Go get the knockout.
And for those counting at home, that is switching effect number 4 on turn 2.
Yep, and because of the escape rope, just a Dragon Gale for 1 prize, slowly but surely getting there. And this starts to put Andrew on a little bit of pressure. You don't want to have too many Pokemon in play at any given time, but because Dragonite is now established, he's pressured every turn to get another Pokemon to put on the bench just in case there's another knockout. The Rotom V is just going to sit there. The instant charge is great in the first couple turns of the game, but kind of gets worse and worse as time goes on because it just directly ends your turn. I guess it's better than nothing, right? You want to have Snorlax in the active, but whatever you put up is just going to be fodder for Dragonite at this point.
Yeah, this is terrifying to see. Usually you're trying to lock in a Pokemon in the active spot that isn't going to deal any damage, and your opponent is going to be having a hard time to find those switching effects. This is not the deck that you're looking to see. There's 8 ways to switch these Pokemon. There's a Pokemon that can knock out anything on your board other than the Mimikyu, and we don't see that right now. So here we go, Peoria. We know that you don't have any resources to help as far as basic Pokemon, as we just saw that with Hisuian Heavy Ball, but maybe there's another turn available here.
Yeah, try to get Mimikyu V into Mimikyu V, not that one. The other Mimikyu, the Safeguard, you know, not taking any damage for Pokemon V. Try to shut down this Dragonite, and then Blake just pivots immediately into a Cramorant or something, or starts to work towards Sableye. It's very difficult.
Well, here's the play. Cross switcher, bring up this Radiant Greninja, and hopefully you're not dead. And we're done. There's the escape rope. It's pretty much how things roll here at this point. You play 8 ways to switch these Pokemon. There's number 5 on turn 3. That's a big way to close things out with a knockout.
Andrew wins this matchup if he can weather that early storm of resources, somehow prevent so many cards from being added to the hand, but it just doesn't seem possible versus Lost Zone. The Colress threw away another Colress because that's how many cards Blake saw. Just has the escape rope, brings the Dragonite right back up into the active.
Longtime player Grafton Roll was playing the Snorlax deck in Peoria. Just ran into not 1, not 2, but 5 Lost Zone decks in the opening day of competition. It did not go well for him, oddly enough.
Horrifying. I wonder what Andrew has played against so far to be 4-0 here. What sorts of lists are really getting exploited by Block Snorlax and Mimikyu?
Yeah, there's a few that you can run into and arguably feel pretty comfortable. You can lock up maybe a Flappy or something.
Oh yeah, versus Miraidon.
You can take a Manaphy in a Chin-Pow, and they're only dealing 20 damage to you over and over again with Rain Splash. There's a lot of different ways that you can put your opponent in awkward positions with this deck, and
double mulligan.
It's tough when they've got a lot of switching effects, I'll tell you that.
And who knows? We're going into game number 2. Blake maybe puts some switches into the prize cards. Maybe there's a really difficult flower selecting right at the open. And now that Blake kind of knows the matchup, he's going to be even more precious with those switch cards and those escape ropes. Instead of extending for early plays of expending those to just get more cards in the Lost Zone, you just sit and wait.
I'd argue that he already showed that. He had an escape rope on turn 1, and he held on to that instead of going for the 3rd flower selecting. He understood that it's likely that my opponent is able to bring up a Snorlax, lock that in the active, and I'm going to need all these switching effects. Didn't happen there. Andrew had to have the Rotom in the active the entire game, except for the 1 turn that Snorlax was brought up and knocked out. So I think he's got a good read on it. It's just how do you set up against this? Maybe if Andrew has a few more Pokemon, we can see a little further into the strategy.
But game number 2 is underway. Players setting up prizes. 1 escape rope, 1 Colress. Still pretty even prize cards. Still lining up to be a clean game. The active Pokemon for both players, though, spell a different story. Radiant Greninja, the Pokemon that you said, Kyle, is prone to get stranded in this matchup, now lined up against Snorlax.
Yep, that's not what you want. And that is going to be energy pass right there. Dragonite, of course, in the hand along with some Colress Experiment, but you can't do much else other than just attach an energy. Hopefully your opponent does play down some more Pokemon so that you can make the most use of this Moonlight Shuriken. There's not much
charm
that
pass.
Andrew needs to do, though.
Yeah, because there is no Comfey, there's no turn 2 Dragonite threat from what Andrew can foresee. Colress Experiment's a great pickup here. A lot of Mirage Gates being offered. Has to keep a Comfey.
Yep, and we've talked about how you have to value those switching effects. The switch card there probably going to be more important resource than the Mirage Gate, and it's going to hold on to that.
And with Snorlax in the active, again, this Radiant Greninja cannot manually retreat, but we have the switch card, thankfully. So Blake gets Comfey into the active, another flower selecting. Psychic Energy goes to the discard pile and finds Comfey number 2. Might hold on to the escape rope again, but no, just wants to keep digging. At least get 4. So you open up Cramorant as a threat to just kind of start knocking on the door against the Snorlax.
Yeah, 4 is the magic number because next turn you use the Colress Experiment along with the Comfey that's in the active. You reach 7, and then you play your 1 switching effect to move into the Dragonite. And your opponent has this turn to bench a Pokemon, or else the game ends.
And hopefully Andrew can meet that threat. There's the pass from Blake. Misfortune Sisters in the active. Radiant Serena is not the Pokemon you really want to establish, but it might be forced. Let's look at the top cards of the deck here.
Ooh, multiple Super Rod. But will we get to a point where that matters, Skarzig? I don't know.
The Super Rods, yeah, are only important if you've had to already use a lot of Radiant Greninja, a lot of Mirage Gates, but I mean, there's 2 Lightning Energy in the discard pile. Is this list on 3? No, it's on 2 Lightning, so we need to find another Rod to get another one in for the Mirage Gate. And now onto Crushing Hammer, fails that.
Well, this is the difference between control of now and control of hold. Snorlax using Gormandize is a lot better than Snorlax passing the turn over and over again. There is no Rotom there, so you're not drawing those additional cards. The hand is not great. The energy, the Crabominal V, and a Sinnoh that isn't going to do anything in this matchup. It's super unfortunate to see a hand like this, and Andrew's just hoping to hold on at this stage.
Seeing a setup like this reminds me of like Arcdura, where you are struggling to complete your setup. You're the control deck. You're just putting a big thing in the active spot that's difficult for your opponent to deal with. But at the same time, your opponent has so much time to put together their strategy. Dig through the deck, get all of these items. There's 2 escape ropes in the hand. Seems like Blake is cruising to an easy victory because of all the switching effects that Lost Box generally runs.
Oh, you love to see that. Manaphy into the Lost Zone as opposed to the discard pile. It's never going to come back. No Echoing Horn shenanigans, and it's not held in the hand for an Erica's Invitation. It is gone. You do not have to think about Rain Splash ever again, which is pretty good to avoid.
I wonder how many Lost Zone players fell prey to that, certainly, Kyle. Artisan entering play now. Going to finally use it to pick up the Dragonite V. Double checking the energy as well. There's 1 in the hand, but again, we need Lightning Energy to get the rest of this established.
To clarify, Artisan did not find Dragonite. Dragonite was in hand, so Artisan can't find that.
Oh my goodness,
unless it did find that, and then that wouldn't be allowed. Well, okay.
I saw him tap the Artisan and then put the Dragonite V down.
Well, I think we're okay. It looks like Super Rod
Artisan
is coming down, and the energies will be available for the Mirage Gate.
And now, Energies coming through with the Mirage Gate after the Rod, has the Lightning Energy and the Water Energy. Dragonite set up. This is exactly what we saw in game number 1, Kyle.
It's tough to beat. you need a card like Mimikyu. And where is it? Andrew, I need to see you draw some cards instead of removing cards from your opponent's deck. Wow.
Ooh, escape rope into the Comfey. Very cheeky. Finds a switch cart, though. Has the other escape rope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, does not appreciate that Snorlax and wants to remove that from play right now. So is going to value using that switching card now.
It makes sense to take out the big threat with the double rope, but using 2 switching effects in this matchup just... I guess now that you've got the Dragonite set up, Blake doesn't really care at this point. It's just going to start hitting with the Dragon Gale. Radiant Serena is now stranded in the active. And Artisan now doing a little bit of work for Andrew. Has to find the Mimikyu here. Picks up another Snorlax. I see it in there.
Yeah, I think Artisan may have been a hiccup from Blake. It's not necessary to use that last turn, and it's going to provide Andrew with the basic Pokemon that he's been so desperately looking for. And there is a boss's orders for that Radiant Greninja. There is a switch card in hand as well. So Snorlax is going to continue to stick around.
Andrew's just sticking to his guns with this strategy of having Snorlax in the active and trying to strand one of Blank's Pokemon. There was 2 escape ropes used. Lost Vacuum gets rid of the Artisan.
We learned our lesson.
And Switch Cart once again brings Dragonite back into the active spot to take the knockout on Snorlax. So now Andrew is in a tight spot. I have to find another Snorlax to try to complete my lock once more. Crushing Hammer. Tails.
Yep, that's it. That is all she wrote. 18 minutes is all it took for Blake Ray to dismantle the Snorlax block deck. Kind of how things work at this stage. It's a very innovative deck to bring to this tournament. It lines up so well against so many other decks, but just not Lost Box.
Yeah, the Lost Zone was not a deck that I was expecting to be so popular. You know, like as we looked at the graphic earlier, Kyle, I think that after it won 2 events back-to-back, players had the read that, okay, people are going to anticipate that Lost Box would be countered and then just not bring it instead and switch to something else. But it worked out for Andrew so far, 4-0, and then hit this terrible matchup for the stream. And I think Blake really demonstrated, as long as you understand how to get around your opponent's strategy, what your win condition is, save those switching effects to get around the Snorlax, and Dragonite V was the play.
Yep. I mean, this is going to be pretty straightforward. Dragonite knockout, Dragonite knockout. It's all she wrote. So simple to line up the strategy in this matchup. Andrew tried everything he could, went through that opening hand, but he's just not adding any cards without the use of that Rotom V.
And even if you go for Mimikyu, it needs to be like Mimikyu as the only Pokemon in play, so your opponent can't just rope around it. You're forcing Blake to try to bring out the Cramorant to deal with it.
Right.
And it just gets really muddy from there. There's just too much coverage for too many situations in a Lost Zone deck for a control list that's trying to exploit very specific deck building strategies to function properly.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is around because it has some favorable matchups for sure. It can line up against all sorts of decks. It has some new tools in there that it likes to show off. The Erica's Invitation can be pretty fun. Pull that Pokemon down onto the bench. Then, of course, you can bring it up later on, maybe lock it up for the rest of eternity, as we've seen so often on the far tables. Not always on the main stage, but we did get to show it off, which is fun.
And, you know, in an alternate universe, you can just see, like, tons of Misfortune Sisters, maybe preempting a lot of the switching cards and escape ropes to put Andrew in a better position. It just didn't work out here, Kyle, and I think that what we saw on stream is pretty typical of what that matchup would look like.
Yeah, you can think about maybe how the other Kyogre version would perform against this list. You don't have the immediate knockout directly every time. You're maybe you're attacking with the Cramorant, you have the Zamazenta perhaps, but you don't have a Dragonite V that can just one-shot everything. And in those kinds of situations, when you are using a switching card and not taking a prize card, then you can start to see how the wheels fall off.
If you are up against the version without Dragonite, get the Radiant Serena set up, you're healing off some of that Cramorant damage, the Bravery Charm and the Snorlax just makes it pretty difficult to actually get taken down, and then you're buying yourself so many more turns from that transaction, Kyle, and that's certainly what Andrew wanted to see, but Turbo Lost Box still has a lot of strong pilots and a lot of believers out in the field.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see this style of list very often anymore because of the success that we saw last week from Raymond Long. That seems to be the classic list that everyone wants to go to now, just avoiding giving up those V Pokemon knockouts. But you can see the power of it. When you have the ability to bring down a Raikou or a Dragonite, you're knocking out Miraidons, you're knocking out Lugia V-Stars, you're knocking out all these different Pokemon. Sure enough, it lines up against Block Snorlax too.
And I gotta say, I do love the innovation. Flying close to the sun with the Mimikyu, the Snorlax, just draining your opponent of resources. It makes sense on paper, but I cannot sing the praises, I think, of a Turbo Lost Box enough. Having a list with a late game plan with the Sableye or the ability to shift gears and go really aggressively in matchups or board states where it's required means that the list is almost always incredibly well positioned for any field. And in the new era of Pokemon where players show up to the tournament with a goal of, I just want to make day 2 or I want to make top 32, a deck that's direct and consistent like that is going to pay massive dividends.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's what Blake was thinking when he chose this deck. We do have our winners interview lined up from round number 5. Let's go ahead and throw it down to Wanjo.
Thank you, casters. I'm here in the lounge with our round 5 winner, Blake Ray. How's it going, Blake?
Good so far. No complaints. We're in California, so.
100%, 100%. That was a very commanding match, by the way.
Back here, they told me he was playing something interesting. I figured I wasn't going on stream, and I'm like, oh, cool. And I'm like, what can this be? I was thinking it was going to be that Spite Ops deck that we saw last week at Peoria, so I'm glad it wasn't that. But
I'm glad too, don't worry. No. But this one was equally as interesting. But before we talk about the matchup, I want to talk about your deck choice. Okay. What led you to this?
I chose Turbo Lost Box only due to a few things. Is I didn't want to play Charizard again, and I really like Comfy. I love seeing 2 cards every turn.
Well, hopefully they're 2 good cards, right? I know when I play Comfy, sometimes they're both good, and it's always hard to choose.
Oh yeah, trust me, it is.
For sure. And yeah, and now let's talk about that matchup. It was very interesting. Tell us about your thought process in game 1.
Game 1, I knew he flipped over a Rotom, and wow,
I was thinking tools, maybe.
I was like, yeah, tools, or maybe that old Magnezone, the steel one, or the Dialga, that one that just drew 3 cards because that's inconsistent. But I was like, oh, maybe I should start holding my ropes and switch cards.
When did you?
I realized that turn 1. I was like, oh, probably shouldn't rope and start pushing. So I'm glad I didn't, because the rope won me the game pretty much.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. I mean, typically in that matchup, right, especially in Lost Box, you like to count every resource you have. But I feel like in that one, it's specifically those 8 cards.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, and so wow, very impressed, though, that you had that forethought since round 1.
Oh, yeah.
And again, you very dominating. Was Dragonite really the main attacker for that?
Yes, I think it is, because they're never going to damage you, so the 20 on all your Comfies and your Ninja or whatever you have on your bench is not really relevant until you Dragonite them 4 times when you KO all your dudes, but can't really, it one-shots everything. I'm sure he probably plays a Mimikyu or 2 to block the Dragonite attack, so Spit Instantly would have been pretty good as well with Cram, or maybe even Greninja with the Moonlight Shuriken attack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen that they do play Hammer, so sometimes I was thinking a little bit scary for that lightning energy possibly to get discarded. And it was, while Spit Innocently, Cramran's just there hitting for
110. 110 every turn.
No, but Dragonite did the job, and it very convincingly. Let me know in game 2, though, how did once you 100% confirmed that was the matchup, this is what you were facing. How did you adjust?
I think the only adjustments I made were just don't dig too far, but perfect amount. Don't let him mill you, or he did mill 2 of my rods, which was wow. I was like, oh, cool. That's scary.
That was misfortune.
Oh yeah.
No, but yeah, it's restraint, right? When sometimes you have this deck with so much capability to really go through your deck, right? You have Comphase, you have your Choruses, but in this matchup, it's restraint. Right? Yeah, and you showed perfect restraint. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw this matchup, I saw that Snorlax, I did not think that we'd be done in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I got lucky with my switches and escape ropes.
For sure. I mean, you play 8 of them. You have multiple ways to find them and really thin out your deck. I think Lost Box is made for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Perfect.
But yeah, and before I let you go, tell us a little bit of a fun fact about Blake.
I'm pretty boring. I'm in school full time. I don't know. I'm not that interesting. Just here playing Pokemon.
Well, that's pretty interesting to me, Blake. And that was a very interesting match. Last question. Since 151 just came out, what's your favorite 151?
Probably out of the whole set, probably the new Mew EX.
The new Mew EX.
Best card in the set. It's obviously not in my deck, but I think it's a pretty good card.
It just goes to show how competitive our players is, because I've asked this also to Azul. He also gave Mew EX, whereas I meant, maybe Pikachu because it's cute, 151. No, but yeah, thank you so much. Any last shout-outs you want to give out before I let you go?
Huge shout-out to my sponsor, the Shuffle Squad.
Yep.
You too. And then as well as, a few of my locals, especially my brother. He played this last weekend at Peoria, day 2'd with it, so literally grabbed his deck, re-sleeved it, and we're here.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Thank you so
Very good record, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Don't go anywhere, folks. There's still a lot of Pokemon to be had here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. We'll see you in a bit.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? There's a second energy
And that's
cycle we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's orders bring
brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think
that,
that KOs.
but
Gastron
survives.
That
It's
means
just a sliver of HP.
It's a little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Anthony Amugas. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your seniors division world champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sacramento Regional Championship. I'm Juancho Soldana, and we have a nice little treat for everyone here. A quick interview with my very special guest, PJ Butuzik. How's it going, PJ?
Great, Juancho. I'm having a blast here in Sacramento. I love the California weather that we're experiencing here today, so it's always good to be on this side of the United States. It's very different for me.
For sure, for sure. And just a little fun fact about PJ. So I'm sure everyone knows we just had Blake on stream. We had him on the interview, and sure enough, just waiting right outside is Blake's boss, because PJ is Blake's manager. And tell us a little bit about that.
Well, you know what? I started the Shuffle Squad because I wanted to build a community around the game. I love Pokemon the trading card game. I've always loved the game, and I really just wanted to build that in my own way and bring that to an esports style of mindset. Really coming into Pokemon the trading card game, there really wasn't anything like that. And now we have the biggest, the best Pokemon trading card game team out there in the Shuffle Squad, but we are ready to take on the rest of this event. I know that I'm excited that the team is doing well. Obviously, we just saw Blake on stream here, so I'm excited to see how the rest of the team does also today.
Sounds good. But yeah, you're playing as well. Unfortunately, yeah, I did ask your record before this. Yes. Not doing too hot. I think we're out of day 2 contention.
Yes, we're 1-3-1. Unfortunately, you know, when the electric generators don't hit on Miraidon, unfortunately, you can't really play the game. So as far as that goes, you know, we're still going to try for some championship points. I really want to at least accomplish that, but you know, there's a lot more for me in the rest of the season. It's only just begun.
For sure, and it's always just fun to play the Pokemon trading card game, right?
Exactly.
Tell me about your mindset, though. Now that you're out of the day 2, what are you thinking of going into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of side events. There's still the rest of day 1. I can still get some championship points. You know, we're already over 100 CP. I know 600 is a big number, but if you just strive for that, that's really where my mind is at. And also cheering on the rest of the team. That's really where I want to be. I want to be out there cheering everybody on to see them make it into day 2 and hopefully even win the event.
Yeah. Would not be surprised at all. There's a lot of amazing players. But again, I want to talk about your tech choice for the weekend, Miraidon.
Yes.
I know we've seen that a couple of times on stream. We like to joke around a little bit, actually, because there seems to be a stream curse on Miraidon where you electric generator and you don't really get anything. Has that happened
Yeah, we went a little bit lower in the energy current for this build. Cyrus Davis and I actually talked all last night, because Cyrus obviously on the team. We did go down to 13 energy. We put a super rod into the deck so we could put the energy back, but I think just the lack of the energy is there, but we do have some really spicy techs in there too. I know that we've been playing the Luxray that we saw in the Mew VMAX deck. So we put Luxray into the Miraidon deck. We figure it's a lightning Pokemon. Might as well put it in here, and there's some extra added bonuses that go along with the Luxray, so it's been working out. If you can get the energy out of the deck, it's a great deck to play. Yesterday at the side events, it performed really well in testing, so hopefully Cyrus can at least take it into the finals.
Yeah, Cyrus Davis, again, amazing player. Luxray is a very funny card, though, so you're almost playing somewhat Miraidon control.
Yes, a little bit.
Has it come into play?
It has only 2 games so far, and I really loved every minute of it. You know, taking trainer cards out of your opponent's hand so they can't play the game is really just my play style. I love playing like that. I am a control player at heart, and right now I haven't found a control deck that I actually like, so this is the next best thing, right? It's a deck that is meta, is fun to play, you can finish all 3 games in time, and you get to control a little bit. So why wouldn't I love a deck like that?
Control. I mean, we do have a couple of options right now. We do have the Venomoth deck in the format, or the Snorlax that we just saw on stream. Is that something you're thinking of maybe picking up?
I think that Snorlax, maybe not just yet. I think that once we get some Paradox Rift cards in here pretty soon, going into LAIC legal, that maybe Control has a foot to stand on. I think that that is going to make maybe Snorlax stall a little bit better, maybe some of these other Control decks just a little bit better, that they can be in contention for being one of those top tier decks.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Tell me about your process. So if you weren't bringing Miraidon today, like how would you test, and what deck would you have brought?
Well, obviously having the close-knit group of people that we do have on the team, it's great to have a testing group, to have those people that you can confide in. You know, does the list look okay? Does it not? Let's test it versus this matchup and that matchup. And you're really just able to navigate. And I know that we were also on Charizard, and I know the other half of the team is playing just Arvanzard, as we call it. So Arvanzard is a really great deck. I really enjoy the aspects about it, the big HP, the speed that's behind it. There's so many cool ways that you can play around. I know Path to the Peak was a big one. We're countering Path to the Peak in that build. Just testing around the other meta decks. You saw Kyogre win 2 regionals in a row already, so being able to get around Kyogre is pretty good. Gardevoir, solid deck, and we're able to get around that pretty easy too. So I think that just having what meta decks are in mind, what you're going to see on the field mostly, is great, and knowing that you can test against those matchups, know how to play against them, and that really brings your level of gameplay up a notch.
For sure, for sure. And you know what, just a couple of more questions before I let you go. A fun one here. Just how about you share a fun fact about yourself?
A fun fact about myself. Well, I played as a youngster, I like to call it, but I've been playing this game since the base set of Pokemon TCG. So I played all the way into Neo. I stopped doing that to be a traveling, touring musician. And after I gave that life up, I came back to Pokemon trading card game, and I love it even more now. So that's a little fun fact about me.
Wow, okay, traveling musician and playing since base set. And since you've been playing since base set, favorite 151?
The favorite 151 card out, it has to be Dragonite, because Dragonite is my all-time favorite card. I do like the artwork on Haunter, though. That was one of my other favorite cards. So both of those cards are probably just favorite if I'm just looking at the set, for sure.
Awesome, thank you. So, any last shout-outs before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to the Shuffle Squad. If you haven't watched the Shuffle Squad's YouTube channel, you could definitely do that. But check out everybody here that's wearing TSS. That's the Shuffle Squad. We are going to be taking down, or attempting to take down, every single regional and IC event until the end of the season when Worlds comes. So stick around, and hopefully you'll see a lot of us on stream.
Yeah, Pokemon TCG is very, very competitive. Thank you so much, PJ, for your time. But yeah, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a lot of Pokemon to be had. I cannot wait to see more games on stream. We'll see you in a bit.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Let's take a look back at the 2023 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships from Yokohama, Japan, the first Worlds ever held in the country. Coming into day one, Lugia V-Star was the most popular deck, followed by Gardevoir EX and Giratina V-Star. Surprisingly, old favourite Mew VMAX was nowhere to be seen on the list of most popular decks. Day 2 saw a shift in the metagame, with Lost Box the clear most popular deck, and Lugia V-Star and Gardevoir EX following behind. All decks were expected to be good coming into the event. The junior final saw Xiao Tong-un taking on Gabriel Borges Torres. Xiao Tong had to overcome some adversity, including a very slow start in Game 1, but a big performance from Dragonite V in Game 1 taking every prize, and a huge Aqua Storm from Kyogre in Game 2 saw him take the title. In the seniors final, Gabriel Fernandez's Lugia V-Star proved too powerful and overwhelmed Sydney De Bruyne's Arceus V-Star deck on the way to a 2-0 victory. To conclude the World Championships, we had Tord Reklev, winner of 4 international championships, taking on the underdog Vance Kelly in the Masters Division Finals. Tord's Gardevoir deck had proven nearly unstoppable throughout the weekend, but in Game 1, the surprise tech card Box of Disaster in Vince's Mew VMAX deck proved too much to handle. Tord showcased the power of Gardevoir EX in Game 2, including a huge one-hit knockout on a free prize Mew VMAX to tie the match up at 1 game each and took us to a tense Game 3 with little time remaining on the clock. In the third and final game, Vance proved why Mew VMAX shouldn't have been overlooked coming into the tournament, using a boss's orders to take a knockout on the very last turn of the game to pull ahead in prizes and take the title of World Champion. Make sure you're following the action all season long at Pokemon.com/compete.
We're back once again here in the lounge. Round is not ready just yet, but I have an extra special treat for you. We have a former world champion Henry Brand. How's it going, Henry?
Good, thank you. Hello, America.
You're a far way from home, Henry.
I am, yeah.
What are we doing here? Are we doing like a full circuit? You're gonna steal all our points?
Not all of them. I feel like after I came a couple months ago, as you might remember, and I did pretty well at some regionals.
Yeah.
And after that, maybe you know how like people say if you win the first time you do something, you're gonna lose the rest of it. So I'm a bit worried about that. I had too good of a result the first time. But no, I'm really enjoying traveling more to play Pokemon because in Australia we have great tournaments, but they're not that many. So if you want to take it super seriously, you kind of got to travel pretty far.
Yeah, just what was it, 16 hours away, give or take?
About that, yeah.
Just to play some Pokemon trading card. I'm in the same boat.
Just to play some Pokemon. Just.
No, to play the best Pokemon I can.
Thank you.
And I'm very, very glad you're doing this, though. It's always a pleasure seeing you around the events, on stream and all that. So let us know, Henry, what's the secret? What are we playing this event?
I'm playing Gardevoir.
Gardevoir, okay.
Yeah.
Why Gardevoir?
Well, I played it at a couple of regionals earlier this year. I'm very comfortable with it, and I think the tournaments now are so much bigger. So do you know how many people were playing today? I'm not exactly sure.
Like 1,500, give or take.
Yes.
I think 1,420 maybe, to be exact.
Okay, well, the specifics. That's a lot of people, right?
That is
That's
a lot
ton.
of people.
So you need to, you could be playing the best like deck for the day. You could have really good matchups, but if you haven't practiced it a ton, then there's no real point, right? Like, you're better off playing something that you're going to play perfectly for most of the day. You're not going to get too tired. You're not going to have to stress. It's pretty much what I'm doing. Gardevoir also, luckily, doesn't have any bad matchups. Doesn't really have anything that's like you hit them and you automatically win, but that's also fine, because if you're really comfortable and confident that you're going to play well, good deck choice.
Okay, yeah, I love that. Just, you know what? It has a good matchup across the board. I'm just going to be the better player is what I heard.
I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best. Also, it's a long tournament, and like you said, I came from far away, so there is a bit of jet lag to fight. So for this first regional, first of my trip, play something super comfortable. And then maybe for Toronto in 2 weeks, maybe mix it up, go a bit dangerous, but for now, Gardevoir. Yeah.
All right, so, well, first of all, I'm very impressed, right? You know, Gardevoir is, I feel like it's one of the, it takes long, and it's one of, to me anyway, it's a harder deck to play because there's so many choices. Almost like Lost Box, right? But instead of sending stuff to the Lost Zone, you're discarding cards. You have a little bit more control. So just very impressed there. And Spice in Toronto, that means I'm gonna have to pull you again there.
No promises, no promises. Gardevoir is usually doing pretty good, but you're right, it is a bit of a slower deck. You do have to play quite fast. I have gotten that down reasonably well. Haven't got too many ties with Gardevoir over the few tournaments. Today I actually won the first game that didn't like fully complete 3 matches. That wasn't a tie. So that's the first time that's happened. But as long as you know, like when your bad games are really bad and you just concede them, you can usually manage.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And you know, I just got informed that you tweeted something about the Pokemon trading card game. How about we take a quick look at that?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do it. There you go.
Australian flag emoji. I don't know if you typed that out or you actually
No, I put the emoji. Australian flag, think of it like this. It's got a Union Jack in the top left, about, I should know the number, but probably about like 5 stars in like a cross shape, and it's all blue, so you can picture that.
Love to see it. How many Australian players are there? I know I played against Sammy outside in the challenge yesterday, and who else? Brent Tonneson is here.
Yeah.
Who else did you bring with you?
No one else. Just us 3. So Brent and I obviously have been competing together for a really long time. In Australia, and now it's nice to kind of come over and still be competing together. And then Sammy, I think, competes in a fair few of the US tournaments as well. So yeah, she's here as well, and I think we're all hoping to, I guess, get the Australian flag up on the screen that isn't just in emoji form.
That is true, and if anyone can do it, it's going to be a former world champion, Henry Brand. Am I right?
I hope so.
No, but yeah, so currently your current record is a 3-1-1?
Yes, 3-1-1, yes, which is reasonable. I would say, I said there's not any bad matchups, and I don't think there is, but Chen Pao is really scary. I don't know if you've ever played that matchup, Juancho, but it's kind of scary, because if they draw really well, there's not too much you can do. There's not too much skill you can add into the mix. It's just, if they hit their combo, you're out. But you can work around it.
Yeah, I feel like any time they go cross-switcher, Cologne, your Manaphy, Greninja, both your Curlias, it's scary.
It's bad. Every time I get Chen Pao, and they play cross switcher on my mana fee, and then I say, show me the cologne, and I'm picking my cards up. And they do, and they go cologne. Yep, next game. And so it's good because when they hit it, you go quick. So you're not going to tie that match up, but.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of other bad matchups. I've been playing a lot of Gardevoir myself. Yeah. I ran into an Arceus deck that plays 3 of the Box of Disasters, and that was an absolute disaster. Hopefully you don't run into that.
Can be tricky. You got plays. If they don't have a way to one-shot your EX, you can kind of pivot around a bit. You can use memory skip, maybe, to break the box. You got some lines.
I'm going to have to take a lesson from you after this.
We'll talk about
that. Yeah? Okay, good. No, but if you weren't bringing Gardevoir today, though, what would you bring?
Probably Giratina. I think that's my other comfort-ish deck. I had an interesting list for it, but the big rise of Chen Pao, it's another kind of like, it's a bit scary, that matchup, so I decided against it. Also, Giratina's really hard to play, and the last times I've played it, it felt like it really pushed me to the brink of like exhaustion. And I know that I can play Gardevoir pretty well for a while, and I don't have to stress myself too much, but you know the comfy decks, man, they're hard, they're hard.
Yeah, I mean, both the decks, both your comfort decks are hard. I'd play Arceus, maybe Lugia as a comfort deck, you know? Yeah. My combo is just, I need the Archeops in the discard pile. That's comfort to me.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so currently 3-1-1, like you said. A little bit of pressure here, because I think you can afford one loss to be able to make it to day 2, but you know, knowing you want to go straight all wins from here. So tell me about your mindset and how you're mentally preparing yourself for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's really important, and this is what obviously everyone struggles with. I don't find this easy, it's just what I try and do. So you need to really try and like isolate each game you play outside, not even in a best of 3 sense. Like you need to take each game, because if you're having a bad game, like it might be hard to scoop it to play to like win the match, but like you might need to. You just worry that you might break the next game or something. So I kind of need to get really grounded and just try and win the game of Pokemon that I'm playing right now.
Gotcha. So you know what? A couple of more just fun questions left. Tell me a fun fact about yourself, besides that you're a world champion. I think everyone knows that now.
Okay. That's a really good question. Well, I actually kind of got into Pokemon. Well, I had a bit of tournament experience before Pokemon. I know on Twitter there was a big like, what did you do before Pokemon? I don't know this.
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't join in, but my thing is I used to play chess tournaments as a kid.
Okay.
Yeah. I know another very good Pokemon player, Pedro Torres, also played chess. He was a lot better than I was, but I played as a kid, and so it was a nice transition, like from, I guess I was a young kid playing that, so I could transition into still the same kind of Swiss tournament environment. And they, you know, people were like, what type of tournament is it? And I say Swiss, and they go, what? You used the tournament structure and stuff, so maybe that's a fun fact, but
that's awesome. It's slowly piecing together now why Gardevoir and Comfey decks are your comfort decks. Because you used to play chess, competitive chess player. That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if comfy decks are my like comfort decks. They're actually kind of terrifying and miserable for me to play. But the Giratina is another deck that I told you where like the matchups aren't really polarized either way, so you can be a bit more comfortable.
That's fair. All right, last one.
All right, let's hear it.
Favorite 151
card?
Pokemon. Just because 151 just came out.
I think it's got to be Mew.
You know what? I've asked this question literally 4 times, I think, 3 or 4 times. Everyone said
Really?
Mew. Is it Mew EX specifically? Like,
No, well, it's Mew or Mewtwo. Bias from the tag team era.
Gotcha.
I like those. I like Mewtwo actually maybe a bit more. In terms of cards, that's a good question. I think I like Giovanni's Charisma. I don't think it's very good, but it's a unique effect. So maybe one day, one format, one tournament, we can play it.
No, thank you. Love to hear it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out anyone who's watching from home, friends, family, people who like to watch my tournaments, anything like that. Thanks, Juancho, for pulling me aside. Hope I can be on stream later on.
No, thank you for agreeing. Hopefully we see you more from you. Maybe we see a stream match. Hopefully a win and in, right? But yeah, all right. I think there's still a lot of Pokemon to be had here. We're going to go into a quick break, but we should have the next round up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
我的名字是严少彤，然后我是 从台湾来。
There's a second energy
And that's
recycler we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。我赢了后，对我的意义是我平常练习的努力没有白费，因为花聊滑环陪我赢下非常多的比赛，我也喜欢放逐这个体系。我的策略是我全部会选择后攻。 但我也有想过是否可以选择先攻，但后来选择后攻的原因是后攻可以使用支援者，这样我会变得比较顺畅。我建议他们每天都要练习，且在想好自己要玩什么牌组时后的，Can I go again？ 我会建议他们要练习，要多多练习。可是，在想好自己要玩什么牌组后。 也要构筑好你的牌组。我想玩宝可梦卡牌的原因是我可以认识许多朋友，然后跟他们一起成长。我觉得我会再去下一次的世界赛，且再赢得一次冠军。
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. The games are just underway, but slowly but surely we're heading into our next round of Swiss. I hope everybody at home enjoyed the interviews in the lounge from Wancho. Once again, I am Adam Watson, joined by Kyle Sablehouse, and we'll be walking you through the next game once we get down to it.
That's right, round number 6 coming your way. We have pairings up, so we're going to be taking a look at which players are going to be featured here on the main stage. A lot of big names still at 5-0, some other names 4-0-1, 4-1. It's going to be focused on all of those players to see which of them will be able to reach 19 match points in order to play in day number 2 here.
Yeah, big names playing meta decks and some big names playing some spicier brews, and it just remains to be seen who we're going to be able to feature. But for now, I want to take a closer look at some new tweets that we got. Big shout out to our audience at home who's been constantly using that hashtag PlayPokemon to share their experiences here in Sacramento. This one comes from Asmodeus, 830 start. The line wraps 830 start. I thought it was a record. Like 8-3. Wait, what's going on? 830 start and the line wraps around the block. Day 1, let's go. Again, another testament to the love and outpour of people here to play at this event.
You guys really like waiting in lines, don't you? I've seen so many pictures of it. I mean, let's see some pictures of us in the venue. Come on, there's so many great games going on here, all of the different featured players. There we go, we see all of these championship mats here. Wishing this guy a happy 15th birthday. Good luck in Sacramento to Owen, who just won in Peoria.
Yo, happy birthday. That's pretty cool. Like, you're chilling, hanging out with your friends, having a good time, and playing Pokemon. And I know that, you know, birthdays in Pokemon kind of go back a ways with the birthday Pikachu getting a little bit of a bonus buff when it is your special day. So we'll see if it works out for him in the end.
Hey, I got a shout out in Pittsburgh. I'll take that one too.
That was a lot of fun too. I'm glad. And when you are, willing to travel, spend your special day playing Pokemon, doing something you love on your birthday, I think it doesn't get any better than that, Kyle.
I'm running out of them, but yes, I do enjoy them while I have them.
Just stop counting, we just get old. And how old are you? I'm dust minus 50.
Yeah, I've been in the Masters division longer than a lot of players. If you doubled it, it's a problem now. So it's getting worrisome.
I know. I just saw online players were tweeting about the 10-year anniversary of Pokemon X and Y, and that's wow. It's so ridiculous that game came out such a long time ago, and I'm just like, I remember Generation 2, and Pokemon Silver was definitely
There's another region? This is crazy.
And this is part of the magic of Pokemon. It's a long-standing thing that we've all grown up with, and now there's going to be those up-and-comers, those whippersnappers. Oh, I remember when I first, played Sun and Moon, and it's just going to keep going, Kyle. It's getting terrible out here for us.
I've definitely played with energies in my deck that are older than my opponent, and it is worrisome.
And that's exciting too, as well. When Pokemon is just like, there's a legacy to the game now with these really vintage reprints, like we saw in that other game with like the really old Super Rod, but. That's really where the magic happens. We got all these players here getting in position for the next round of Swiss, and I know that the tension is starting to build. We've got players that are 5-0, 4-1, like you talked about, Kyle, but then there's players, that maybe took 1 or 2 losses more, and they have to win out. They lock up their day 2.
Yep, just got done speaking with Rahul Reddy, who's 3-2, has to work his way all the way back into the mix and see if he can spin it up once more, not playing Shinpao this time, so we'll see if he has some surprises for us later on. But there's a lot of players in the room, as you were speaking, that are in that same position, more than we're used to seeing in California, to be honest. This West Coast Regionals had a bit of a history with just not reaching the numbers that we see on the East Coast or in the Midwest, and sure enough, players out here performing over 1,400 in the Masters division.
There's even more incentive to do so, Kyle. Even Henry Brand coming all the way from Australia. That's like a 20-hour trip, immensely dedicated to the game.
It's like an 800-hour swim.
Yeah, he swam all the way over here. He just rode on a dolphin. Made his way all the way across. But that's what you got to do sometimes. I mean, that's what we all did in the video games. You surf and just ride on the back of that Lapras.
Yep.
Make the journey to the other side of the
Kyogre all the way to
planet.
victory. Come on.
The script writes itself. We'll see if Kyogre is trying to take a third one. Azul's on the Kyogre Lost Box like we saw earlier on the stream. It's already putting up a great showing, especially showcasing that incredibly strong matchup into Miraidon. And Henry Brand touched on the fact that Shenpao's doing well into Gardevoir. So at this point, Kyle, it could be any archetype really just showing up as long as you hit the right decks.
Yeah, a lot of players trying to avoid the rock, paper, scissors aspects of the game and trying to just play a deck that lines up fairly well against most of the format. There's a lot of decks that can be played right now. We saw that when we had our meta breakdown. The difference between first place, or the number 1 played deck and the number 4 played deck was like 30 decks in total. Like there's a lot of variety that we see right now, and for good reason. There's a lot of good cards out.
Typically, we do see the first most popular deck is spiking, taking up a huge lion's share of the metagame. Everything else is sort of, divvied up. And now things are a lot more even across the board, and it just comes down to reinforcing the point even more. Play something you're comfortable with. Play something that you just know backwards and forwards. So that way, when you're going into a matchup, if you don't have a plan, you can at least play your deck to a minimum requirement for this caliber of play.
I know what I'm doing. Let's hope my opponent doesn't know what they're doing. That can be an easy way to 3 points.
Mm-hmm. And I've talked to a couple players as well, speaking of playing your deck well. Decks like Mew VMAX or decks like Rapid Strike Urshifu kind of specialize in punishing the opponent for maybe overextending or making a small inefficiency here and there. And with Grabber Mew maybe lurking, if you decide to hold a Pokemon rather than benching it, or maybe you just autopilot, put out 1 Pokemon for your setup and you don't play another Pokemon to the bench and it gets grabbered, it could be a massive punish.
Things to look forward to. Definitely could see that down the road. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our feature matchups for the round. got some pretty solid ones here. As oh boy, friendly fire. Caleb Gettimer up against Azul GG.
This isn't the first time that both these players had to go up against one another, and I think Caleb Gettimer, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of the original Kyogre Lost Zone players from way back in the day.
He's the first player we saw use Dragonite in Lost Box.
Classic indeed, and it's crazy. We always talk about how long-standing U is, but at this point, Lost Zone is certainly a classic deck, and our featured match for the stream certainly is going to be Jeremy Castro and Alex Kreckler.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a spicy one. We see some few other great names here. Gilbert playing up against Enrique, and then Victor against Jeremy Jalen.
Oh man, that name rings a bell, Kyle. Jeremy Jalen.
Well, he was snoring at 6 a.m. He better win this thing.
That's 12 points right now, running the Miraidon, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yep, he was thinking about playing something spicy, and I said, you will not sleep in this room on Sunday if you don't play Miraidon.
So getting some coaching from Kyle, Day 2 Sable House himself, to play the good deck. That's another point, that a lot of our high-level players always talk about. Play something you're comfortable with, but make sure you get comfortable with a good deck.
Oh, I'm getting comfortable right here, right now. Gardevoir up against Inteleon VMAX. It's going to be a fun one. So we see two players at, I believe, 5-0.
Yeah, both players really popping off. Rapid Strike Urshifu as well is a deck I really like. Alex Kreckler, really his claim to fame was the Vikavolt item lock from last season, and has really demonstrated a propensity for playing these kind of oddball lists. If it's a deck that's either countering the meta or something that's a bit more fringe, he played this deck to the World Championships as well. And if you've been piloting a deck like this for so long, surely it's starting to pay off dividends here with such a strong start.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a combo deck. It's not necessarily a late game build. It just picks the right point and ends up capitalizing with that. You can put damage all over the board and then manipulate that either with using the double gunner effect to get some additional damage down, use that Radiant Alakazam to help you take some knockouts. And of course, we've seen that Metacham worked into the mix to steal some additional turns. Pretty good.
And across the table, we've got Jeremy Castro, a player who has had some reasonable finishes at a few tournaments, a couple years ago, is now making a very deep run, potentially with this Gardevoir, and is looking to put himself on the map right now in Sacramento, especially playing against a player like Alex. If you can take a big win here, Gardevoir versus Urshifu, then it's going to really cement yourself as a name to pay attention to for the rest of our audience.
Yeah, it was a Reggie gamer and has a few top 64 finishes over a few of those regional championships, along with 2 years ago at NEIC in Columbus. And now maybe trying to get the job done with half a Gardevoir deck. Uh-oh, you need those.
Yeah, the Ralts is not what you want to see in the prize cards. This opens up a massive weakness for Alex Kreckler to get that early G-Max Rapid Flow, take down the Ralts of the Kirlia before they have a chance to, evolve. And if Jeremy doesn't immediately respond with the Rod to put those back to get the Kirlias, your strategy is completely dismantled before it gets off of the ground.
Yep. Important to note, there is the Mirage Step Kirlia to be looking forward to for Jeremy, so hopefully can line that up before he loses his board.
It is, the Tord Reklev special at this point. He's a player that so consistently sets up the Mirage Step that it seems to be a core part of Gardevoir's strategy, but no other Gardevoir player really weaves it in as well as Tord does. So we'll see if Jeremy has studied the master enough and can hang on in this matchup. Alex Kreckler starts off with Urshifu V in the active spot, Jeremy kicking us off with Radiant Greninja in the active spot, and a Battle VIP pass.
I'd say the studies worked out. Found the Battle VIP pass. It's looking very Tord-esque here as we start things off with that Radiant Greninja, and looks like a few energies as well. So not only going to find some basic Pokemon, but also has access to a little more draw.
Taking account of the prizes now, is going to immediately realize those Ralts are prized. And when we compare, just this Gardevoir list, it seems pretty standard across the board from what I'm seeing, Kyle. Alex Kreckler, we did see the Echoing Horn in the prizes, which is a card that's a little under contention right now amongst the Rapid Strike players.
Yeah, occasionally it can be the right way to sneak some prize cards out of nowhere. Your opponent could manipulate a board to only have Pokemon with more than 60 hit points remaining, and you can, of course, use a double gunner in combination with the Radiant Alakazam, and then knock that Pokemon out. And Ralts has 60 hit points. So does Mew.
I guess certainly the idea is just that, like, if your opponent knows they've got the Echoing Horn, you know, with Collapse Stadium potentially running around, they're going to try to outplay that as much as possible. Jeremy gets the retreat. Mew Mysterious Tail comes into the active spot, looking for an item card. Finds another Battle VIP Pass. Great. I think we got a glimpse of the Spiritomb.
Yeah, it's maybe not exactly what you want right now, but occasionally it works its way into some matchups to help out.
Yeah, generally Gardevoir likes to rely on its own game plan, but because it has so much card draw, you certainly can work in some tech cards here and there, which I like to see. And now, because 2 routes are prized, figuring out exactly what you want to grab off the VIP pass does become a little bit of a harder decision.
Yeah, I mean, there was... I'm not even sure I like the Cresselia at this point. You're looking at a board state that's going to get pretty cluttered. Obviously, the other Pokemon are in hand. I believe there's the Manaphy there and the other Ralts. But when you're looking at positions to play down and use the Mirage Step, you want to have that bench space open. Looks like Jeremy does identify that and at least says, well, if you end up taking this Mew at some point, I'm going to have some bench space for the Curlias.
Alex has the Battle VIP Pass as well, going to respond with a pretty strong opening of his own, looking at the Remoraid, Teleon V. And this is another list, right, similar to Charizard and Chen Pao, where you're putting down a little Pokemon that needs to evolve in order to get the rest of the engine of your deck online. And the shared weakness is, will this Pokemon get sniped before it can evolve? We'll have to see, especially now with the Cresselia. There's Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX, might be able to pull it off.
This hand is pure gasoline. Everything you need, all the Pokemon ready to roll. Even searching out the Octillery on this opening turn now, and we did see another Inteleon V in the hand too. So having access to both of those is going to be important. It means that you can lead into multiple of the double gunners, and that's how you put pressures on those Ralts and eventual Curlias.
Yeah, versus a Psychic type deck, you don't want to lean on the Rapid Strike Urshifu V if you don't need to. It's just going to be a continuous onslaught of double gunner. Wait a minute.
There's the combo. I'm like, why are we grabbing Octillery? It's to throw away the water for the Melanie. That was the supporter for the turn, and this leads to 100 Furious Blows.
Awesome. Getting that early prize lead is great. Now that the Urshifu V is set up in the active spot, there is the chance for this to evolve, set up G-Max Rapid Flow. And what this does, Kyle, is puts Jeremy in a very specific situation of, do you have the evolution into Gardevoir EX? Are you going to be able to get a big hit to take this down before it's too late? And even if that is the case, Alex Kreckler is already prepping the Inteleon VMAX.
Well, if you're Alex, you're like, are you kidding me?
Yep, has it.
You just had it. You didn't even draw with the Curlia yet. Sure enough, Rare Candy, Gardevoir, EX, down in play. 3 energies could potentially be lined up onto the Cresselia if you want to knock out the Urshifu V. Instead, it's going to be targeting the Remoraid, thinking about a longer strategy here, and maybe this pays off. You don't need to knock out the Urshifu V right now, and if your opponent ever evolves it, that's even more prize cards.
That is a important strategy. Taking down the Remoraid, getting the Octillery out of the equation. It forces Alex Kreckler into an awkward top deck scenario. Okay, are you going to be trying to look for Irida? And that's another card that's slowly been cut from the list, only down to 2 copies, trying to find what is the missing piece here. Already used an Ultra Ball to fish out that Octillery, and now can't even get the evolution. Has to use the second one to find Lumineon. Searching for a supporter now. And
maybe that Spiritomb would have been good.
Yeah.
Sure enough, the hand was not going anywhere without that Octillery. And Lumineon is going to search out the supporter. Iono being featured now. And certainly you have a knockout lined up onto the Cresselia, but afterwards, you're in a lot of trouble right here.
This signals, I think, massively to Jeremy that taking out that Remoraid was the right call, because now Alex Kreckler is really scrambling to keep up pressure. Now that there's Gardevoir EX down, this Rapid Strike Urshifu V is not going to be doing a lot of work, and hopefully off of 5 cards, Alex can get Inteleon VMAX, a couple more energies to start making use of that double gunner like you talked about, Kyle.
The hand not the best or worst, but thankfully has the nest ball there to search out a potential Remoraid, and there it is. As long as you're taking the knockout on the Cresselia, puts your opponent in a spot where it's unlikely that they'll be able to bring this Pokemon back and knock out the Remoraid. It would have to be likely a boss's orders, and by then, is that the best use of your resources? It's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. But Alex Kreckler does have that Forest Seal Stone, so even after the draw from the Iono, does have Inteleon VMAX guaranteed. Gets the evolution here. Rapid Strike Energy is on this Pokemon with a retreat now into the active for G-Max Spiral. This is important because it puts the water Pokemon into the active, so keeps the Urshifu V safe to still threaten that G-Max Rapid Flow.
Also get to hold on to that energy and have that as an attack for the next turn.
And you have to remember as well, folks, Jeremy Castro has 2 routes in the prize cards. So this Kirlia and the Gardevoir EX have to do a lot of heavy lifting from this position.
Yep, inadvertently, just the sheer aggression that we've seen from Alex may have led to a Game 1 victory here, just because Jeremy had to commit. He had to rare candy into the Gardevoir. He had to focus on having an answer instead of having a setup. And now it's, if you can work your way through 2 of these Gardevoir, this Gardevoir and then the Kirlia here on the back, you're probably going to win this game. There's not much else.
Gardevoir, when it first hit the scene, it had a reputation for being a little bit more aggressive with the Zacian V, you know, turn 1, Roar of the Sword, just get that set up and start swinging. But now Gardevoir is really set into its ways of kicking back, drawing tons of cards, and then after everything is set up and in position, you start to take prizes. And we'll see if Jeremy is comfortable playing this more aggressive line that Alex seems to have really forced him into.
Wow, look at this.
But still hating on the Remoraid, says, I'm going to keep forcing you over and over again to just top deck the perfect card every turn. Now with no Forest Seal Stone, Alex Kreckler will struggle to put together the necessary pieces.
Boss's Orders is going to be a very important card for Jeremy, as knocking out a Pokemon like this Inteleon VMAX doesn't make a lot of sense. The prize count doesn't make a lot of sense for you. You're going to need that PAL pad to bring back bosses and try to target down both those Urshifu V in the next following turns.
And it seems Alex Kreckler is unstoppable. Has the second Inteleon VMAX into an energy attachment. Professor's Research for 7 new cards. And we can just start hitting back with the G-Max Spiral. Puts that energy right back in the hand, and 320 HP. We know that Gardevoir can hit these numbers, but it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. Needs the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to come out here pretty soon, and there's only 1 refinement and 1 concealed cards to try to find those lines.
There's no way. There's no way. Too many energies there on the Gardevoir EX. Of course, you could retreat 2 of those off and maybe get a little more access, but we're staring at potentially 5 to 6 energies in the discard pile. I think from this point, you really have to focus on trying to find the boss's orders. 3 in the list, no PAL pad, so access to 2 more potentially. Maybe Shining Arcana could help out, but no, just going to go with the slower approach, the Iono.
I think this really helps Alex. He is in a position, because the Octillery is not in play, you're going to be digging through the deck anyway, so seeing more cards helps Alex just continue the momentum from here.
Well, yes and no, because not only does Alex see new cards, but we do know now that there's 2 Rapid Strike energies on the bottom of the deck.
Very true.
Attacking for Alex could be difficult here.
We have Radiant Alakazam. There's no bench space for the Metacham, so no Yoga Loop threat right now. Jeremy's going for the line you talked about of trying to retreat these energies off to set up for an additional attacker. Trying to hit this Inteleon VMAX.
Those are not great Pokemon, but I guess we'll take them. Cresselia is going to be added. At this point, maybe you can spread enough of these psychic energies, get some relevant damage onto either Pokemon. If you want to target down the Inteleon in the active spot, that might lead to a knockout for your Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the following turn, as it looks like there's not much draw left to be had.
And even though it was looking pretty dire for Jeremy Castro, the fact that he took down the Octilleries means that playing for the long game, as you mentioned, Kyle, could hopefully pay off. Just a little bit of damage on the Inteleon VMAX. And if this 3 prize Pokemon is stranded in the active for too long, Jeremy really roars ahead in this match. Energy Search Amazing, grabs the water energy, and now Alex Schreckler can shuffle, get those rapid strike energies weaved into the deck, hopefully further towards the top.
Did see multiple basic energies in the hand, so
already establishing dominance.
Here.
Yeah, Radiant Alakazam moving damage over to the Manaphy. If something goes down, it opens up that bench spot for Alex Schreckler to get the Metacham. Double Gunner now coming through. And another one. Manaphy just with 10 HP remaining, set up as a Yoga Loop target.
Yeah, this was curious. We see the top deck there of the Spiritomb. I don't think that Pokemon needed to be shuffled in. It's not going to be a great draw to find here.
And it's inefficiencies like that that can really cost you, Kyle, if you're essentially not drawing a card for your turn, something completely dead and useless.
Yeah, there's a world where eventually you could run into a way to open up that bench space, collapse stadium, whatever it may be, or your opponent takes a knockout, and then you're shutting off some other abilities. But in general, I just want to make every draw as efficient as possible from here on out, and you have to be leaning towards just finding energies for the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to take a knockout.
Shining Arcana was just drawn off of concealed cards. Do we have another Candy? If we're able to get that down, it would be such a huge boon for Jeremy Castro to draw some more cards, get some resources. This is a matchup where Jeremy is kind of in the driver's seat, but because of the prized routes, the draw engine was so slow to set up, and Alex has the potential to just really run away with this game.
Just clean and consistent. Moon Glow reversed. Moves 6 more damage to the Inteleon. Try to negate what those energies did on the last turn. Melanie's just going to bring one right back, and these draws are getting pretty important. So we haven't seen very much from Alex's side of the board other than the double gunners. There's one more left in the hand.
Now, I think a Forest Seal Stone was drawn. This is another card that once you've already used it, it just completely is useless for the rest of the game. But after the Melanie and the attach from hand, this does open another G-Max Spiral. Just going to get this Forest Seal Stone out of the hand as well in case there's another Iono. Don't want that shuffled back in. Cresselia goes down. Another prize for Alex Kreckler. And things are coming down to the wire here, Jeremy.
I'm Kyle.
What did I say? Oh, I'm talking about Jeremy Castro. Oh. Don't worry. Things are coming down to the wild. Jeremy Castro.
Well, we see the boss's orders here, but that might be a little late. Too much has been applied to this active Pokemon. We continually just putting attacks into the Inteleon VMAX.
Kyle. Oh my goodness.
And there's not much else you can do. You're just probably going to line up a knockout with the Gardevoir, but you walk right into an issue there with that Manaphy.
I like how Alex has just been able to set the pace for this game. Jeremy has fortunately been able to keep up in terms of drawing cards. Like, look at the size of that hand. Is getting the setup ready to go, and as the game goes longer and longer, it does look like Jeremy is going to be in a better position to close out. But with the Gardevoir EX already damaged, with the Manaphy set up as a Yoga Loop target, I think that it's going to be close, right? Jeremy's either just going to win the game because Alex whiffs his next couple turns of being able to draw the missing pieces to put this together, or Alex Kreckler's going to have, you know, the Metacham Yoga Loop turn to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, there's Iono plays where you can put your opponent in an awkward position. Maybe the knockouts won't be there. I mean, even avoiding a basic energy would be fantastic on Jeremy's side of the board.
And there's the bench of Zacian V and Collapse Stadium. Alex Kreckler's happy to get rid of the Lumineon, and Jeremy Castro is happy to get rid of Manaphy, take away that Yoga Loop target. Fog Crystal also coming through, get another Psychic Energy to the hand. Deck's starting to get pretty thin, and this is when you know you're getting into the late game, Kyle.
Yep. Only 2 more energies required to take the knockout on the active, so don't have to worry about too much damage on the active. It's going to be about which Pokemon you can close out with. Of course, we see that Zacian V, which will be very helpful, and most worried about the Urshifu V with the energy on it, and for good reason. You lost your Manaphy. Access to taking multiple prize cards is now going to be pretty tricky, as we've already seen 2 Melanies played.
And this was part of Alex Kreckler's strategy, having, you know, the threat of the double gunners, but also having the 2 Urshifu V. 2 Melanies have already been spent. so it is going to be difficult to get the Urshifu V Max established in one turn.
Here we go. Professor's Research looking through. Need at least a Rapid Strike Energy to get something rolling this turn.
I see Irida, Octillery, a couple energies is always nice, but
Not seeing it.
It's too far behind at this point. Double Gunner slowly but surely moving this damage around, trying to set up some math, because Alex Kreckler's down to 3 prize cards remaining, right? So now the map looks to be taking out the Kirlia, maybe taking out the Zacian. If you put this damage down ahead of time, it's less energies that can be attached to that Pokemon with Psychic Embrace. But Jeremy, with 2 prize cards remaining, just has to bring up that Urshifu VMAX.
Completely reliant on the hit points there of the Inteleon VMAX.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of energies in play, so understandably could be difficult for Jeremy to find all of the energies to take a knockout with a Pokemon like that Zacian, especially when you preload it with some damage. Means that it won't be able to reach its full potential by way of the Gardevoir charging it up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got excited with the gold card. It was just the Lost Vacuum added into the hand.
And Ultra Ball. Jeremy looking through the deck now, thinning out as much as possible.
Boss's Orders on the top of the deck.
And there's one more Psychic Energy in the deck, so most of the energy is not going to be available to put it on the Pokemon you need. Jeremy's going to be doing some awkward retreats, maybe trying to get this energy into the discard pile just so it can be reattached elsewhere.
4 cards left. Boss's Orders still hanging in there. Is there another Shining Arcana Gardevoir to evolve this Kirlia and draw a little more?
Surely it must be. There it is.
50-50 chance. Whew.
It's still in there, Kyle.
Not yet.
And this is a huge saving grace for Alex Kreckler. Getting one more turn of not having your 3 prize liability bossed up.
Yeah, at this point, what do? You have Iono. You could try to disrupt the hand, but your opponent just attached a basic water energy and passed the turn. There was nothing going on. Do you really think that they have the answer in hand?
And I got to call back all the way to where Jeremy made the decision to just answer those Remoraid's. It's disrupted Alex's ability to put on true pressure and has bought Jeremy a lot of time. It's just a matter of, is it going to be enough?
There is a question of how much damage you want to do to this Pokemon. Potentially you could get it to a number that you feel comfortable with. Cresselia Super Rod plays.
Mm-hmm. And if Jeremy extends too far, Alex Kreckler does still have 1 copy of Cheryl lurking. And even without Octillery, just the draws return, the Professor's researches have been pretty well spaced out.
Yeah, I do like this here. The Super Rod for the Cresselia can bring this Pokemon back into the deck. I believe there's a way to search that out in the hand. A few of those search items were there, but not anymore, I guess.
Yeah, use the Fog Crystal to find that last Psychic Energy.
Well, Iono is, I guess, almost guarantees finding it at this stage. There's 3 cards in there, right? So 2, and then maybe one of them was a level ball. Yeah, there you go. Wow. As long as it's not Boss. We know Boss is on top.
Yeah, Boss is on top now. Very true. Gets the Cresselia instead. So there's the attached Psychic Embrace coming through. And it's amazing as well, because Moonglow Reverse, moving these damage counters off of the bench Pokemon makes it harder for Alex Kreckler to go for any kind of Yoga Loop stuff or G-Max Rapid Flow to get those KOs. Power of Water is now being played by Alex Kreckler into an Iono. Going to just put that hand back and draw 3 more. I see the Cheryl.
Oh, not the right hand.
Mm-mm.
Maybe with an energy retrieval and a Rapid Strike energy, you could piece together some answer,
yeah,
but it's not there.
Can't save this Inteleon VMAX. It's the boss's orders was coming to take down the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. So, Jeremy Castro takes game 1. That was a pretty even game, however.
I wonder if Alex knows the 3rd boss is in the deck. It honestly could be a toss-up. Jeremy could have been searching for a few different things there. Obviously, if you find the boss's orders, you're going to win there, but maybe he thinks it's a pal pad or something different. You get the counts confusing, You don't expect that third one. It's not always going to be the play to have 3 bosses orders in the deck, and it helps out in a matchup like this.
And the fact that they lined up early to take out those Remoraid's is huge, and it's a big part of what really ices players off of Rapid Strike, where if you don't have that Octillery, it does become very awkward to get the deck to do what it wants to do.
Well, in game 2, we certainly have some things to look forward to, as Jeremy does play more Ralts this game, most likely. Has the potential to find a true setup, get those Curlias in play. Or do you continue to go with this aggressive route? We saw how beneficial it was to target down the Remoraid, remove that from play, avoid Octillery, and put your opponent in some awkward spots where, sure enough, Alex passed the turn 2 or 3 times that game.
Jeremy it seemed forced to go for that aggressive line, but maybe he's got a taste for blood now.
That's not good. That's a mana fee in the prize cards.
Mana fee in the prize cards is huge for Alex Kreckler here in the second game. Bring this to a game number 3. That bench damage, the G-Max Rapid Flow, is going to be on the table the entire game. Jeremy Castro has to take an early prize to try to fish that out. Double checking, no heavy ball.
What a weird hand here for Jeremy. He's got potential for Candy Gardevoir, all sorts of shenanigans, but it doesn't work right here. You need basic Pokemon to start the game, so can use the Ultra Ball to search out maybe another Ralts or maybe a Mew. I think there was access to an Energy or at least a Fog Crystal to get the retreat.
Yeah, and using Ultra Ball to get rid of a boss's orders and another Ultra Ball is very important because every single boss's orders was part of Jeremy's strategy in game number 1 to take that win.
And then to top it all off, the supporter of the turn would be Iono when your opponent just went Energy Pass. A lot of decisions to be made here on the big stage.
If you can bench one Pokemon, I think that I would let it rock. I would let my opponent just have their potentially bricked hand, try to save that Iono. Mew, Fog Crystal, it's looking pretty okay. Get the Psychic Energy to retreat, get something big off of Mysterious Tail.
That's the key. If we see VIP Pass or at least Level Ball or Fog Crystal, maybe that changes things. If Jeremy has access to 2 Ralts, that means that you will probably find that Mirage Step Curlia on the following turn. Then that'd be a solid turn to play the Iono. If you miss right here, you don't feel comfortable with 1 Ralts. That's bad.
Big Mysterious Tail then. What's that golden card again?
It's a Lost Vacuum and a Super Rod. We need help.
Takes the Super Rod, right? Okay, so
you just
now
take whichever one's worse, so you can put it on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, put the Super Rod on the bottom because you'll just need that later. Lost Vacuum would be great to maybe deal with the Forest Seal Stone down the road, but there's Iono.
Oh.
Wow! Actually saying you saved me from the precipice of doom by putting these down on the bottom. It'll be difficult to get those later, but new hand, new future.
Hold up. The hand's too good. He drew all the Pokemon and the VIP and the Level Ball.
Iono giveth and taketh away. Now Jeremy Castro is fully established. Battle VIP Pass now as well to complete this setup. The only missing piece indeed is Mana Fee. And Alex Kreckler sees, even though my opponent's got a lot of Pokemon in play, with no Mana Fee, I still have a line to victory.
Yeah, I'd like to see Jeremy slow down a little bit there. You don't need to bench all those Ralts immediately. You can just play the Battle VIP Pass. Maybe you see another Ralts, and then you can have that in hand if your opponent takes a knockout on the Mew this turn.
But it's just enjoying life. Gets that last-minute concealed cards in and passes the turn. Back over to Alex Kreckler. Has Remoraid and Octillery. Would love to see a second Remoraid. I think that might be the strategy, Kyle. Try to get 2 of those down. The same way you play 2 Charmander or 2 Pidgey, right?
Yep. You got to pick and choose. Right now, it's all about the fish. There's no supporter in hand here, and you need a lot more help. Oh, I guess there is the Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, just double checking, seeing, can I thin this hand down? Do I want to grab Research? What am I willing to discard? And what's nice about the Ultra Ball is we can shuffle the deck, get those Inteleon VMAXs back into the fold. Luminion for Research.
Yep. You can bench the Remoraid, play the Forest Seal Stone, then use this Research. You're going to lose the Octillery, but of course if you've done your counts, you know that you have 1 left, and you're likely going to lose 1 Remoraid just with the way that you've seen Jeremy play this matchup. He does not like letting the little fish hang around.
Yeah, already has the Cresselia ready to go. Forest Sealstone on Inteleon V, benches Metacham and Remoraid into research.
Be aggressive. Ultra Ball in hand, plenty of resources, energy to go along with it, so expect to see some knockouts here.
Picks up Inteleon VMAX as well. Great to keep the pressure going. At this early stage of the game, Gardevoir, cosplays as a single prize deck. And then you try to take as many prizes as you can off of the Mew, off of the Cresselias, and then later in the game, hopefully get into a position where you can take out the Gardevoir EX or Zacian V to take 2 prizes to close out.
Well, a quick knockout there for Alex in turn number 2. This board looks a lot better than it did in turn 1, and that leaves Jeremy to find some answers. And without a Manaphy, I don't like this. I don't like this one bit, Skarzig. You can search out all these Kirlias, you can use Refinement and draw all the cards in the land. Maybe even find Rare Candy Gardevoir and attack with the Kirlia to knock out the Remoraid. But if you see a Melanie, you could lose the game.
Especially after this Iono, this is going to give Alex Kreckler even more cards to work with. Has to find that other Octillery as well to tie this full board state together. Concealed cards for Jeremy Castro to draw 2 more. Has Collapsed Stadium, but then you're just giving Alex a chance to kick that Luminion. Refines a Ralts to draw 2 more. Gardevoir EX is found.
Yep, there are multiple Rare Candy in the hand, so that is the right card to find.
Beautiful.
Get both of these evolutions down, protected against the Urshifu VMAX that potentially would have come down and take some knockouts. Let's see some more cards.
Yeah, who needs Manaphy? Just play Pokemon with more HP. And there is this full setup now with Psychic Embrace into Moonglow Reverse. Takes out Remoraid. Alex Kreckler benches a second one. This is the final Remoraid. Hopefully this one will stay alive.
It's trying.
Yeah, and this is what happened last time. Alex Kreckler takes out the Cresselia. Jeremy Castro can respond with just that Super Rod again, put it back in the deck, fish it back out.
Yeah, I mean, you put your opponent on the 1-turn clock. Hopefully you can withstand it. There's only 1 Shining Arcana, 1 Refinement. Maybe that Pokemon will evolve into another Shining Arcana, but eventually the draws have to run out, and maybe they don't piece together the Super Rod in combination with a way to search out the Cresselia.
And after the Irida finds the second Inteleon VMAX and Energy Search, the double Gunners start to hit the scene. And preemptively placing this damage does hurt the Psychic Embrace. Into Energy Retrieval for the attack and the knockout on Cresselia with the G-Max Spiral.
Yeah, multiple energy, basic energy in hand now. So lining up for some really strong double gunner plays later. And we still have yet to see the Forest Sealstone activation. So remember that. There's an opportunity where the Melanie could come down and maybe surprise Jeremy with one of those Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX.
And Jeremy has to also focus on not getting spooked by this play. That was a really strong line, took out the Cresselia, and now you're thinking, oh, the energies are coming, the double gunner's coming. Do I want to try to take out the Metacham? Am I worried about Rapid Strike Urshifu? And I think Jeremy has to do what he did in game number 1 and just focus down that Remoraid. Try to stem the flow of all of the aggression that Alex Kreckler is able to output.
Yeah, this is piece number 1. Have the Super Rod ready to go. And access to potentially 6 more cards to draw off the top now. And you have to like that. There's plenty of ways to find this Cresselia from this stage. Then there's Level Ball, which is not going to find it, but maybe find some friends.
Yeah, just take a look through the deck. Picks up Mew. Still has Refinement, Shining Arcana. Just has to get away to find the Cresselia. Get that back in the mix.
Yeah, the pressure on the Remoraid is crucial at this stage. You want to get Alex in a position where he's not able to consistently chain together all of those resources that the Rapid Strike Search can find.
And after all that, I'm not seeing a way to get the Cresselia. Worker for 3 more?
Ooh, it was the last card. And there is a lost vacuum for the Forest Seal Stone. This is quite a turn here for Jeremy, as not only is he removing the potential for a big swing turn, instead we see the damage come down to Cresselia into the active, and that's going to be a nice knockout onto the Remoraid once more.
Dug deep and was rewarded with the Cresselia once again. Alex Kreckler going to be losing out on artillery for a second game in a row. Has to rely on his pure protagonist top deck power. Let's see it come through, Kyle.
Skarsgård, that was Manaphy. That was Manaphy
no.
added into the hand off of the prize cards. Jeremy put Alex on a one-turn clock to potentially close out a lot here. We don't see the Radiant Alakazam just yet. We're looking for a little more help. There it is off of the Ultra Ball. How much damage can you spread?
So from this position, we need, the Urshifu VMAX. We're looking for the Rapid Strike Energy, Melanie, hopefully another Forest Seal Stone. It's tough, Kyle. There is always potential for this Rapid Strike deck to have explosive turns, but I can't see what else is left in the hand. Karina's Focus. Okay. So now Alex Kreckler's the one digging deep. Will he be rewarded now?
Access to an energy is very nice. Already had this basic energy in hand, but now can move 2 damage with the Radiant Alakazam to knock out the Kirlia, leave some damage on the Gardevoir, and with the Rapid Strike energy in hand now, could easily take this knockout on the Cresselia.
Oh, beautiful. Finds the second Forest Seal Stone. Rapid Strike energy attached to Inteleon VMAX. Not going to try to go for the Urshifu this turn.
And damage on the Gardevoir can be so rewarding, as this leads to there not being enough energies available to potentially knock out the Inteleon VMAX.
And then takes another knockout with G-Max Spiral. Alex Kreckler down to 2 prize cards remaining and holds the Forest Seal Stone. This is my artillery at home. I've got it attached. This is going to be the card that I want for next turn. And Jeremy is only running 1 Lost Vacuum.
Well, Jeremy wishes he could play Boss's Orders and Iono in the same turn, because there's a lot that needs to happen right here. Certainly you could just attack into that Urshifu V with the Boss's Orders, with the Gardevoir EX, hopefully withstand what could potentially be on the other side for Alex.
And put a marker on the Radiant Greninja as I think just shortcutting, going to discard the energy that's getting grabbed off this Fog Crystal to draw 2. Still has Shining Arcana available as well. And the theme of this game so far, this match so far, Kyle, I think has just been players really struggling in just drawing cards with so few ways to do so. Just barely getting what they need. Manaphy finally hitting the bench. Alex probably very happy that he didn't commit to the Urshifu. He's just going to try to stick with the double gunner strategy, with the G-Max Spiral strategy, and again, has the threat of Metacham and Radiant Alakazam.
Yeah, this is very much a game of billiards where you're just putting the ball in an awkward spot for your opponent. You're not trying to win the game, and so often your opponent can't close out yet, and you're just finding opportunities where maybe you can buy that turn or two to open up the window for you to potentially steal a game here.
And with Gardevoir EX in the active spot, and the only way to put up an aggressive front from this position is to damage your own Pokemon, it puts Alex Kreckler in a fantastic position to grab 2 prize cards and close out the second game. Jeremy has the boss's orders, however. What's the choice here? Metacham V.
It's if Manaphy wasn't there, then you'd go after the Urshifu V, but because of that, now you feel a little more comfortable. You can target down the Metacham, hopefully avoid that Pokemon for the remainder of the game. But here we see cards flying. What's the plan? Clara is coming down, and the Metacham is right back in the mix.
Tower of Waters, there's the attachment. Comes into the active spot because of the free retreat. Another double gunner to rain that energy down. We can use Radiant Alakazam to move that damage over. And then Metacham V goes for Yoga Loop on Manaphy. Takes an additional turn back-to-back, draws 1 more. Double gunner keeps on raining down. Those abilities are reset. Forest Seal Stone to find another water energy. Double gunner, quadruple gunner.
And that is going to line things up for the perfect closeout here in game number 2. Move the damage once more in your second turn that you stole. We're going to game 3.
very well played. You saw by the speed that Alex Kreckler had that play in the chamber, was just waiting to execute it, and that is what Rapid Strike is known for. You're about to close out the game, and then they snatch victory from you.
14 minutes left. Pretty crazy back and forth here, but Alex saw the lines from a mile away, lining up those double gunners left and right. Perfect sequencing there. Moved just 1 damage counter from that Gardevoir to the Manaphy, clean it up with the Yoga Loop. I'm going to draw an extra card because that's how this game works now, and the prizes just fly with that Forest Sealstone.
The pieces all lined up, especially having the Tower of Waters to bring that Metagame V up. It's when everything aligns, this deck looks so amazing, but it shares the same weakness as a lot of other decks. If you don't complete your setup, if you don't have those right cards at the right moment, you're just dead in the water.
I thought you were going to say Psychic. Psychic and Lightning are really bad weaknesses right now.
And we've seen it before. We've had Rapid Strike, you know, on stream, and it's just Inteleon V. Like, honestly, that's what happened, right? Alex Kreckler, Inteleon V in the active spot, attach energy pass, and Jeremy was forced into an Iono just to get some extra Pokemon in play, and it saves Alex Kreckler from being on a completely dead hand. If Jeremy does not get spooked at the start of this third game and gets a strong read that Alex Kreckler is once again on a really bad hand and leaves him floating, maybe he can kick back and just set up, get those routes down.
Yeah, the Mysterious Tail really was the main issue there for Jeremy. If that found a Battle VIP Pass or even a level ball,
so true.
I think the Iono is not played, and maybe that leads to a big, oh my gosh, stop it! Manaphy!
Again!
Come
Manaphy! The Wave Veil. It's having a vacation playing at the beach,
Unreal.
Kyle. We can't interfere with that.
It is October. Come home. It is freezing.
But what's not freezing is Jeremy's Mysterious Tail finds the Battle VIP Pass, grabs 2 Pokemon to put on the bench. Looks like all the routes are present and accounted for, but no Manaphy.
There's no lifeguards left. The poor little Ralt's playing on the beach by itself.
Oh, Jeremy, you can see the look, like no Manaphy again. With Urshifu in the active spot as well. Urshifu V in the active, terrifying. And since Alex Kreckler is going second, there is the forbidden potential for discarding that water energy, immediately getting it back attached with Melanie.
Jeremy, what if, or Jeremy, see, you got me doing it now. Skarsnik, what if I told you it's already in hand? There's an Ultra Ball, there's an Energy Search, there's a Forest Sealstone. All he's missing is the Rapid Strike energy to go along with it, but we could see another turn 1 knockout.
No, I get to say it now. I'm Adam.
Yeah, there you are.
We're all Jeremy.
Well, if Jeremy loses, I don't want to be Jeremy.
Jeremy Castro taking it to a valiant game 3 despite everything. Has 2 routes now set up in play with Mysterious Tail Mew in the active spot. There's a way to grab the Radiant Greninja, right?
It was prized as well.
Oh my goodness, no. I was too focused on the Manaphy.
There was a lot going on in those prize cards.
Oh no, yeah, no Manaphy, no Radiant Greninja. It's looking rough. Meanwhile, Alex Kreckler does have a Remoraid in the prizes, but he's been trying his darndest without the Octillery. So here comes Energy Search. Gets a chance to look through the deck now and see what's what.
Yep. I mean, either way, Energy Search for the energy makes a lot of sense. You could always Ultra Ball that card away, make some of these decisions that much more easier.
Yeah, it's good thinning, and great deck check, great deck search here.
Suppose with the Ultra Ball, you
break
could
this hand down for me, Kyle. You were saying that this was gas. There's the Ultra Ball.
So you could choose to get the turn 1 knockout if you want. It's not exactly the best, but you could use the Ultra Ball, search out the Lumineon, go find the Melanie, you discard the water energy, then you get the energy attachment. You can use the Forest Sealstone to find the Rapid Strike energy, and you take a knockout. Is that great against a field of 3 Ralts? Probably not. So this makes a little more sense.
Yeah, and Alex Kreckler previously did make that choice to just retreat the Urshifu V and have it as a potential threat on the bench to keep Jeremy pressured into taking a more aggressive stance.
Had the escape rope in hand and chose not to play it. Instead, feels comfortable with the Urshifu V in the active position, and it is going to be Sealstone for Battle VIP Pass.
Just completing the setup. I think that Alex Kreckler's just seen that the multiple Inteleon V, all that double gunner energy coming through is one of the best lines currently, and he's just going to continue to focus on that. Every single game so far, Alex Kreckler has put that Remoraid down and forced Jeremy Castro to respond to it.
Well, you've seen that this Remoraid is often knocked out. Does that mean Ultra Ball for another Remoraid, or are we taking the risk? We're getting risky.
Yeah, that's all it is. You said that Alex Kreckler can, maybe start taking some early prizes, trying to get the other Remoraid, but he's just completely gone cold turkey. He ripped off the Band-Aid. He doesn't need Octillery anymore.
Well, good news. Jeremy's hand stinks.
There's the desperate Iono once more to find an answer, to find an out. Need some Curlias right now, Kyle.
Oh, no. Needs a bailout combination with the Mysterious Tail.
Fog Crystal, I think I see there.
That's not going to do it. There's no way to search out a Curlia or find any evolution.
And so it's just Mew Mysterious Tail trying to hold the fort once more. And now that Jeremy Castro's a little bit behind, like in terms of tempo, the Cresselia is a little bit more awkward to set up, even though you want to grab that. Grabs a fourth Ralts instead.
Wow. This could get ugly quick. If Alex has a supporter to piece together multiple Inteleon V Max, we could see multiple double gunners, the Radiant Alakazam once more, the Octillery to help finding some additional resources. We could see a lot of rolls hitting the discard pile.
Is it ever worth to go for just an early Yoga Loop just because you can?
Sometimes.
Or do you always save it for the late game finisher?
No, sometimes it does make sense. You can buy that turn to reuse, especially if you have the energies ready to go and the energy retrieval, then you easily can make quick use all those double gunners. Oh yeah, look at this.
Oh yeah,
they're all
memory
there.
Skip. Urshifu forgot how to use 100 Furious Blows for just a quick moment. Radiant Alakazam, Metacham V, energy attach into Iono. Absolutely beautiful. Jeremy likes to see this, of course, because there was nothing going on in that hand, but Alex Kreckler, depending on what these 6 cards are, could just irreparably put himself ahead. Octillery's found. The first time we've seen it in this best of 3, Kyle. Octillery's finally showing up.
This is so dangerous. There's an Inteleon VMAX. Octillery is ready to roll. There is an energy and there is an energy retrieval. We're going to see Double Gunner working its magic, and there's a lot of prize cards to be had.
Rapid Strike Urshifu, one of the most disgusting decks when all the pieces align. And now with Tower of Waters, this Urshifu V can go down to the bench. There's the first Double Gunner. Setting up against all of these little basic Pokemon on Jeremy's bench.
Yeah,
Metacham V just stalking on the sidelines, waiting for the right target.
I love this here. Understands you don't necessarily need to take the knockout right now on the Ralts. Instead, brings the water energy back into the hand, is going to get the most use out of that energy and use the energy retrieval for 2 basic waters now to get even more double gunners.
Rapid Strike energy is so useful because it covers 2 energies with no downside, the way, DTE is so awkward to find. And now that Octillery is established, Alex Kreckler is going to be able to consistently every turn find that one card that has the most devastating impact. Jeremy Castro picks up Curlia from the level ball and is going to try to piece together a defense against this double VMAX onslaught.
Yeah, what would you even consider a good turn at this stage? You're continuing to use these Curlias and try to draw out of this mess, but if you find Rare Candy Gardevoir, are you going to use it for the Shining Arcana and throw down a reversal energy just to get damage onto this Pokemon? It all seems like it's a lost cause when you're not finding the right pieces.
And because Manaphy's in the prizes, Jeremy, the best that he can hope for is Rare Candy Gardevoir, bring up that Metacham V, try to get that out of the equation, but then, your Ralts and Curlias are still going to be getting sniped.
Ultra Ball found, but you have to go for the EX at this point. You have no way to maneuver the Mew unless you were going to get lucky and find energy off of Shining Arcana.
There's only 4 energies available. Still should be enough to take down the Metagame V, but is there a boss? No, has to go for Worker. Gets rid of Tower of Waters to draw 3 more. Shining Arcana gives more dig.
There's Fog Crystal. We've already seen the Mew, and just signifying that. Fog Crystal could search out Cresselia, and we could spread these energies around, put some chip damage onto the Inteleon.
Collapse Stadium. You really like everything that's in play right now, but Urshifu V is probably an easy kick. That way you have the rest of your engine ready to go. The Urshifu V at this point is just the Manaphy check for the deck, and then the rest of the list is just for setting up Yoga Loops.
Exactly. If you have a Melanie in hand, you keep that card. If you don't, throw it away.
And so there's the Gardevoir EX, just puts a little bit of a chunk of damage on the Inteleon VMAX. Here comes Irida, though.
Alex is flying right now, and rightfully so. Almost under 3 minutes remaining with 5 prize cards left to be had. There are some interesting situations in +3 turns with this Metacham that we've seen from time to time. Let's see if it comes to that. It is going to be the Echoing Horn along with the Luminion found here. And searching out. Hey, Ralts. What's going on, buddy?
And so now with Octillery finds the Tower of Waters, wants to get rid of the Collapse Stadium to get another Pokemon bench. Instead, opts for the Rapid Strike energy, makes a little bit more sense here. You can keep your pressure up and running when you have this important energy, keep your attacks flowing. So it seems that Jeremy Castro is just barely hanging on, but this is going to be such a terrifying turn.
Yep.
There's the Tower of Waters anyway. Had one. Energy retrieval, you already talked about this, Kyle, grabbing those energies back right away to set up for the double gunners. Metacham V just needs to get the energy attached to it and come into the active spot, just like we saw at the end of Game 2.
Yep, Wombo combos lining up here as the Metacham can target down this Mew right now, take the knockout, and lead to an additional turn. And I think you only need some energies to get the job done here. Uh-oh, there's one.
Double gunner, Clara brings it back. And then it finds the Urshifu as well. There's 2 more water energies in the hand. There's double gunner number 2, and that's 2 more prize cards. The Curlias go down, and that's a massive multi-prize back-to-back turn setup. But Alex Kreckler is not done. Attaches to the Inteleon VMAX, can retreat into it because of Tower of Waters. Now has Gmax Spiral to lay down the pain on Gardevoir EX, and it's back over to Jeremy Castro with 1 Gardevoir EX in the active and no reinforcements on the bench.
It's going to look for an answer here with the Fog Crystal. Is there even a target left at this point? Looks like it's just the Cresselia or a Spiritomb. Neither of these is going to get the job done against 320 hit points, though. What a, I guess we call that a turn?
A turn.
From Alex Kreckler.
It's a 2-pound turn in a 1-pound bag. Collapse Stadium once again, just to get rid of that Tower of Waters, kind of mess up Alex's ability to get the right Pokemon in the active spot. But here comes Cresselia, trying to get rid of some of the damage from the double gunner, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, you're just putting a pittance of damage on the second VMAX. Jeremy Castro does not have enough time to take 2 3-prize knockouts from this position. The Curlias got cleaned up, and Alex Kreckler is just biding his time, just waiting to take this final game. Just has to knock out the Gardevoir EX that's on the bench.
Yep, Jeremy has
Rapid Strike Escape Rope.
He's bought a little bit of time. The escape rope was lost on the opening turn.
Yeah,
so.
oh yeah, he is only on 1 rope.
So access to this Gardevoir is lost, which is a good news there. But we do see the Echoing Horn. So targeting down these
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Mew back down. Give me that target. That's a Yoga Loop if I've ever seen one. Here's the energy retrieval once again. And you can see it's night and day the way this deck can harass you into oblivion when the Octillery is there to fill in these missing pieces so easily.
Yep, got worried for a second and did not see the Tower of Waters lined up, but there is the energy to retreat. And Metacham is going to take the knockout on that Mew. 1 more remaining. Time is called.
Alex just
but it does not matter.
Yeah, just making sure that the judges were keeping up with this plays. Retreats into Inteleon VMAX to get the final prize card. Outstanding show for Rapid Strike, Urshifu, Inteleon VMAX.
Is it just combo day today?
Oh, yeah.
We got to see some pretty wild stuff there. Alex taking a ton of extra turns throughout this series to close out after being down early in the set and looking pretty difficult. Got to thank the prize cards on the other side there for Jeremy, though. Really unfortunate to see the Manaphy prize twice in a row, along with the double Ralts on the opening game. Worked through a lot of adversity, but just not enough for the Inteleon VMAX on the other side.
Absolutely took the right line as well, recognizing how potent and how important the Remoraid is to the strategy, getting that artillery down. But sometimes your prize cards just don't cooperate. The Gardevoir EX. I do definitely want to call out the fact that Jeremy was very consistently able to match Alex Kreckler's tempo. You know, tit for tat, aggression was definitely the theme of this set, Kyle. Gardevoir has been a deck that wants to sit back, draw tons of cards, but this one was Gardevoir EX turn 2, Cresselia turn 2 actually coming out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good idea going into this set. Just play the Cresselia, use it as often as possible. You can negate some of those double gunners, and if you play down your Manaphy at the right time, use that Collapse Stadium at the right time as well, you just negate enough damage to where if you've knocked out the Remoraid or Artillery already, you don't have to worry about these combo turns. And they weren't there in Game 1. They certainly were there in Game 2 and 3.
That was a lot of opponent cooperation for Alex Kreckler for certain. Having like a couple important Ionos that Jeremy was somewhat forced into playing really saved Alex Kreckler from some brick hands in the early game, and just some help from the prize cards as well. But when it comes to navigating these, you know, mid-late game combos with the Yoga Loop, with all of the double gunners, knowing your math, knowing what targets to focus down, and even running the Echoing Horn, which again is a card that not as many Rapid Strike players are actually focusing on in the current metagame. It really pays dividends here for the final turn of game number 3, the final 2 turns. To bring that Mew back and bring it up as a Yoga Loop target once more.
Yep, lined up so smooth there. Just, it's a huge math sequence that you need to calculate to make sure that everything lines up. But ultimately, when you have cards like the Echoing Horn, when you have those energy retrievals, you can make it work pretty easily. And Alex, I mean, he put on a perfect showing of how this deck works when it finds a matchup that it does fairly well against, and that's a lot of the field. You can take advantage of a lot of these Pokemon before they evolve, and sometimes you can target the weakness of some of these other big hitters in the deck in the field, like the Miraidons.
Yeah, you have to be mindful as well of not just tunnel visioning into one line, being willing to play your deck without the artillery, not giving up 3 prizes so easily. Just, again, buys a lot of time for you to get to those combo turns and really close out the games that you need to. And as we move forward throughout today, we'll have to see, are these good matchups going to start getting evaporated by so many different decks in the field that want to counter? Like Snorlax Block was a deck that was 4-0 because it was hitting the matchups it wanted, and then just gets completely cleaned up by Lost Zone. And we'll have to see if Rapid Strike is going to start hitting matchups that it can't really deal with.
That would be a bad matchup. Could you imagine having the Radiant Alakazam in the active, and you have 1 escape rope? That's it.
Exactly.
Make it work.
That is the worry. That's certainly the big worry. But we are going to kick things to a quick break so then we can bring Alex Kreckler here into the casting booth for his interview. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to hear from the Rapid Strike master himself.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here on the booth with our round 6 winner, Alex Kreckler. How's it going, Alex?
It's going well. It's going well.
You must be feeling good. First of all, I would like to give you a huge congratulations, not for winning that game, but for being able to win that game in 3 rounds against Gardevoir. I think that's a huge accomplishment. You put that in your resume and all that. How did it feel? Tell me about the matchup.
It felt good. The matchup usually, I think, slightly favored. It just basically comes down to, can I get what I need to do before he can stop me? He did a good job of trying to stop that, killing my Remoraid's, but it wasn't enough.
I know. I think the first time I even saw the Octillery was Game 3. I could be wrong, but
the
Remoraid's kept getting knocked out. And yeah, definitely it gets hardest with an Iono chain and without being able to search specific cards in the deck. That is for sure. But yeah, again, your opponent playing Gardevoir, it's a very scary deck. They won Game 1, right? And typically, that's a very scary sign when you're playing against Gardevoir. Tell me about your mindset coming into that after losing the first game.
So after losing the first game, I was kind of on a, well, I'm going to try to do what I can, win Game 2, and then Game 3, if we have time, finish it. But I was assuming a tie was happening at that point.
No, but you're playing blazing fast. I think it really shows how much practice you've really put into this deck, in my opinion. And is this like the go-to deck for you? Like, tell me about the deck choice. Why go with Urshifu in this format?
So I've loved Urshifu for a while. I played it at, I think it was Portland last year, and it wasn't amazing. The list wasn't there. And then after Cyrus won the IC, I was like, oh, that's a good list. And I took that. I played it in Yokohama. I played it last week. I love the deck. I love putting damage in play.
I agree. I think it's so much fun to have that versatility of really putting damage counters in play, being able to take multiple prizes. Hey, why not even take an extra turn, right? That seems like a lot of fun. And yeah, I think in this format, it's great too. Yes, typically in the past, I think the Rapid Strike box is afraid of something like Mew VMAX, right? And do you have any counters to that?
So for Mew VMAX, last weekend I did not play any counters because Mew wasn't big, but then after the DTE Mew got top 4, I put in a Spiritomb because they don't play Fusion Energy, so they can't use abilities, and it's not a great matchup still, but it gives me a chance.
Oh, for sure. I like that addition. I think it's always a debate, right? Do you put Spiritomb or do you put Drapion? I mean, getting that easy 3 prizes with Drapion is so tempting, but then with, I think you got it right with the Mew Grabber version being top 4. I think Spiritomb makes a lot more sense for sure. And a couple of more questions for you. Any advice that you can give to any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
Practice, play the game. You're not going to get good if you don't play the game.
That is true. All right, just a couple more, just some fun questions for you. What is a fun fact about yourself?
So I've been playing this game since before I could read. My family played it since before I was born. I was 3 years old when I got my Pop ID. I was playing the game, in, I don't remember what they were called back then. Whatever little leagues.
You couldn't read, right?
I'd still, top 8 the local events and stuff. I was doing fine. Sometimes, yeah.
That is impressive. I thought I got my son into Pokemon early, but 3. Okay, no wonder you're such a good player.
Yeah, my entire life.
Your entire life. All right. Now, since you've been playing for your entire life, last question for you: favorite 151 Pokemon?
Favorite 151 Pokemon? Charizard.
Charizard,
yeah.
Love it. Original
the
dragon.
OG,
Fire
OG dragon, yeah.
But not really dragon.
Yep.
All right, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Alex Shemansky, I think, is the biggest shout out. His family, we do a lot of testing together, and he's doing fine this event, and yeah.
You play a lot with the Shemanskys, the best Shemansky as well, Dan.
Best Shemansky as well, yep.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations again. I think nothing but respect by being able to finish that game. I definitely took notes about Pace being able to play that fast. Again, it comes with practice.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with the rest of the
Thank
rounds.
you.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break, but there's still a lot of action to be played here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the bell, and it goes through! One time, taking this man's game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Woodage! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
Into the
Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's going to do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Sacramento, California, at our Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. We're over halfway through at this point, just 3 Swiss rounds remain before we know who's going to be making it into Day 2 of the competition, and tomorrow we'll eventually crown a regional champion. My name's Chip Ritchie, joined here by Pablo Tablemon Mesa, how's it going, man?
Doing pretty good. We just had a really exciting match, I think. This previous round, Gardevoir versus Rapid Strike. We saw that in the finals at Barcelona. We just saw it now. And is that really like so favored towards Rapid Strike, do you think?
In that matchup we just saw against Gardevoir, it does feel like a closer one. The thing about Rapid Strike, though, is that it either super heavily wins matchups or it just gets dumpstered, it feels like, right? Like things like Lugia, Mew, you're just going to lose to pretty much every single time, even if you try to tech for it. But Gardevoir is probably the one where it can go either way. Probably still slight edge to Urshifu, and especially someone like Alex, who's so experienced with the deck. I mean, he lost a win-in at the World Championships. He would have been in top 8, but he lost to Michael Pramawat in the last round of Swiss, didn't make it in. Has continued to play the deck, and someone who, a deck like that, you just have so many plays available. There's so many different lines. You really do benefit from gaining expertise, sticking with it for a long time, which, as we saw, Alex has done.
Yeah, and I think that expertise shows in the pace of play that we saw, right? Both players were playing quite fast. We were able to get that Game 3 finished, which is not something we commonly see, especially with Gardevoir decks lately.
Sure. Yeah, that was one of my favorite things about watching Alex play is recognition of the situation, situational awareness, you could say, right? Just understanding there's not that much time left. We even saw in that Game 3, he kind of realized before he researched, he looked at his hand, he's like, oh, should have played this escape rope. Didn't play it though, just played the research, ditched the hand, and just had to keep on rolling because he needed, the time was more valuable than those thinking out the tiny little extra plays, right?
Yeah, we saw both players draw pretty well in that matchup. We saw that double rare candy into Gardevoir EX and Shenarkana, which is great when you price your Manaphy, right? That's one way to play around the Urshifu.
Which, unfortunately, Jeremy was unable to avoid. Continually prizing the Manaphy time after time after time. And yeah, that third game especially was just so exciting. It felt like Alex popped off out of nowhere. Jeremy, of course, faltered a little bit in the setup. Didn't get turned to a bunch of Curlias in play. And if you do that, it definitely feels very heavily favored for Urshifu.
Yeah, for sure. The Manaphy prize and no Curlias, that's like a huge turn lost. And games are lasting so few turns lately that you really need to do something very impactful in each turn. If you whiff like that, you're immediately behind, and it's really hard to keep up with a deck that didn't miss a beat like Alex's.
Yeah, we do have some updates we can share. There's just a handful of 6-0s at this point in the tournament. There was a lot of natural ties this round of players who were 5-0 playing each other. So a lot of players coming into this next round are going to be 5-0-1, but 4 6-0s remain, it looks like. We've got Enrique Castellon, who's 6-0 with Charizard, a deck we have not seen yet on the stream, but second most popular deck in the field. Of course, Azul Garcia Griego, who we featured earlier on. He is playing that Lost Kyogre. He actually played against his teammate Caleb Gettimer this round, so Azul comes away with the win there, 6-0. Jordan Sanchez, 6-0 with a deck you are a big fan of, the Lost Zone Giratina, and then Alex Kreckler, who we of course just saw get the 6-0 with Rapid Strike Urshifu.
I will say used to be a big fan of.
Asterix.
Yeah.
Not loving it right now.
My experience at Worlds felt like I did more Beast Seeking than Color's Experiment during my run. And then in Curitiba, the deck flowed really well. It's just my opponent's deck flowed even better. So I was not able to keep up. But I don't know, the Lost Zone, obviously a pretty powerful strategy, but I think I'm going to stay away from it, at least for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Curitiba was a pretty nice event to have played Lost Tina to, right?
I know,
there were so many Charizards.
Exactly.
Very good matchup for you, right?
Yeah, but I faced against none of them. Yeah, I did. I mean, I was out of the tournament by round 4. Yeah, so it was not a great day. But yeah, I felt like overall Giratina was a good choice. Just didn't hit the right matchup. My opponents hit their outs when I didn't. Didn't work out.
As you can see, pretty full house out here in Sacramento. Of course, we are getting through towards the end of the day, but not only is there the trading card game competing, we have trading card game masters, juniors and seniors as well. The kiddos out there competing in addition to all our masters. We've got the Pokemon video game, VGC, masters, juniors, and seniors, and then also Pokemon Go. They're out there tapping away, and there's so much going on here this weekend. Love to see all the love for just so many of Pokemon's great games, great franchises. I know, Pablo, you have been a VGC player in the past. I've heard you kind of picked it back up a little bit here and there.
Yeah, so like just watching these exciting matches, I've definitely I've gone hunting for their ruins. My own Qianpao, I'm a big Qianpao EX fan right now, so I wanted my own
Played
Qianpao.
in the video game and in the trading card game.
Yeah. And then I've also been bringing Haluches over from Mexico, that regional Pokemon that is only found there.
And Pokemon Go,
yeah,
right?
And Pokemon Go. A lot of people want that, so I've played Unite a lot, so just trying to dip my toes in every Pokemon aspect. But you were playing a lot of Pokemon Go earlier as well.
Yeah, there's a lot happening in Pokemon Go. I got my Pokemon Go Plus in my pocket, always catching a couple extra Pokemon while I'm walking around the venue, checking out what's going on, watching all of these exciting games. Of course, we only get to feature one every single round, but there are hundreds of excellent matches of Pokemon happening out in the field. I was actually watching Israel Sosa, a former regional champion, a West Coast legend, some would say, tore it up for years and years with the Darkrai EX, the good old Night Spear, excuse me. And he's playing a really interesting Arceus build with Klefki and Spiritomb and Aerodactyl. And this last round he played against a Mew VMAX. And Klefki's pretty good against Mew VMAX. Spiritomb's really good.
Yep.
Aerodactyl's pretty good. His opponent didn't have a very, very fun time.
I can imagine, yeah. Does he even have the Drapion somewhere along the line? Like that way you choose either
I think that would be a little
Drapion.
overkill, right? No Drapion this time, I don't think. I think he's pairing it with a Alolan Vulpix. That's kind of his shot for things like Gardevoir, things like the Charizard as well. Charizard doesn't really have great answers to Alolan Vulpix, it feels like right now, so I think that's kind of something he's relying on. It does have that leafy camo poncho, pretty unique tool. Put it on a V-Star, VMAX Pokemon. It can't be brought up with the boss's orders, so I think that's kind of his strategy. Get that Vulpix down, throw that thing on it, maybe evolve as quick as possible, and hope your opponent just doesn't gust it at the right time.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that trend of Gardevoir decks not playing Memory Skip anymore.
Right.
Some of them are not. Like, it used to be 100% Gardevoirs had it. Now it's less and less, which gives room for a Alolan Vulpix V-Star.
Well, as we get into round number 7, let's take a look at the matches we're going to be keeping our eyes on as this tournament is whittling down our notable matches here, and we're going to get a look as well at what match we'll be featuring this round. So as we can see, Azul Garcia-Griego and Alex Kreckler did hit each other. They are, like we mentioned, both 6-0. Going to be playing for as many match points as possible. Israel Sosa, who I just mentioned, playing up against David Reese this round. And our feature match looks like it's going to be Joel Zamora going up against World's Top 4 finisher, Michael Pramawat. Also keeping our eye on Andrew, who we watched earlier with that block Snorlax deck. Obviously, things did not go very well for him in that one. Going to be playing against Aiden Kusa, a regional champion from last season. So Pramawat, of course, someone who got top 4 at Worlds this past year. Kind of a legend of the game as well in his own right. He's been playing for years and years. Indeed. Second place at the 2010 World Championships. He played Charizard in Peoria and ended up not doing, I think, as well as he would have liked. Didn't make it into day number 2. Was playing kind of a couple techs in his list. Had that Charizard EX from 151, the Fire-type Charizard. But did choose, I believe, to switch off for this event. And I think that's the thought that a lot of people would have had with Charizard, right? It didn't do the best in Peoria. A couple top 16s, but no top 8s. Do you think that's a thought process a lot of people went through?
I definitely think so, yeah. I think noticing how the most popular deck did not convert in top 8, even though there were 3 top 16, as you mentioned earlier today. I feel like so many people just look at the top 8. There's such a big focus on the top 8 of each tournament. It's like you went through the second threshold and you've made it to that final phase of the tournament. So some decks that get 9, that get 10th, like that bubble out sometimes, they don't get as much attention. So even though Charizard had very respectable placements and Lugia had top 32 placements, which out of how many players was it? 1,700 players plus?
Yeah.
That's very, very good. But I would talk to people throughout the week and they'd be like, well, Lugia didn't do too well, right? It's like 30th out of 1,700 is pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad at all. It's definitely an accomplishment someone should hold their head high about. Of course, while we're here at this tournament, we've gotten to follow along with some stories from people over on social media who are both competing in the tournament, also people watching along at home. We can take a look at some of those posts now. This was, I was laughing really hard when I saw this earlier. A true mirror match. Both playing Miraidon EX. The same deck and the same sweater. What do you think of that?
There's no way they aren't like roommates at the very least, right? They have to know each other. What are the chances that this happens between 2 strangers?
Yeah, that would be wild. It truly, if it was 2 strangers. Yeah, I recognize Eddie Gutierrez there with the purple hat. I don't know who it is, obviously, with the back of the head there, but have to imagine Yeah, maybe familiar with each other. Got to figure out where that sweater comes from, though. That thing's pretty sweet.
Indeed. And is that like a toothy ditto right there at the top? Like, it looks pretty quirky.
I don't know what's going on with that ditto up there. A bunch of different color dittos, but no shiny ditto.
Yeah.
What's happening? And then we got Patrick here, who's competing in his first U.S. Regionals. Well, congratulations, Patrick, and hopefully your tournament run has been going pretty well.
Might be from Poland, where we have a regional coming up there very soon, just based on the different accents and marks on the last name.
Yep. Yeah, coming over and competing here in the U.S. Love to see the Rayquaza on the playmat, one of my favorite Pokemon. And it looks like Rayquaza V-Star marker, a Rayquaza card in there as well. Actually, is that a GX marker, not even a V-Star?
It does seem like a GX marker,
I guess it's kind of the same, right?
Yeah, technically.
Well, thanks so much to everyone who's been sharing their journeys along with us, whether you're here competing at the event or you're watching along at home. We definitely want to hear from you. Be sure to tag us on all social media platforms. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Interact with us. Let us know what you're doing. Let us know who you're rooting for in this event, what deck you are hoping to see succeed, and maybe you'll see your post put up here on the stream as well.
Yeah, please share as much as you can, whether you're here, watching at home. Just make sure you tag us, and maybe you'll be featured on the stream.
Without a doubt, we are gearing up for our Swiss Round 7 match. Both of these players, I believe, should be 5-0-1 coming into this one. It looked like based on those match points, 16 match points. So one win gets you to 19, 6-0-1. You're into day number 2. A loss puts a lot of pressure on your last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it means you have very little margin for error after a flawless start. Now, one more loss puts you right on the edge. And with so many people, 19 match points gets you to day 2, but leaves you, once again, with very little margin for error going into day 2 if you really want to make it to the top.
Well, here we go, Pablo. I think our players are ready. Let's get down to the stage, and we'll get into Swiss Round 7. We've got Joel on the left, rocking the Charizard EX, facing off against Michael Pramawat. Like we mentioned, World Championship top 4 finisher. Changed it up this weekend, not playing the Charizard, playing the Lost Zone box.
Indeed. Now, this matchup can be problematic for Lost Box just because Charizard EX has so much HP, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to find out what attackers Michael is running in his deck in order to see how he can deal with that humongous HP. And one Charizard tends to be manageable. More than one, though, it can get pretty tough.
Ooh, and right away for Michael, a couple Colress experiments in the prize cards. You really don't love to see that, and even on boss's orders as well. That's got to be over 50% of the supporters he's probably playing.
Yeah, prizing Colress, we've seen that plenty of times. Prizing 1 can be rough. Prizing 2, that's gonna be pretty difficult. We might see Michael have to go through the very beginning of the game without any Colress, and that really slows down the potential threats that you can have. No Mirage Gate, active on turn 2, maybe on turn 3, maybe on turn 4, and then Sableye definitely gets heavily delayed unless you go big on the comp phase. So that could be certainly something that actually affects the game. Yeah, we haven't even started, and we could already be seeing something that affects the outcome of this game here.
Here we are, game underway. Joel draws for turn and kicks things off just about the best way you could in a game of the Pokemon TCG Battle VIP Pass. Of course, a card you can only play on your first turn, but an extremely powerful effect allowing you to search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon and putting them directly into play. And it looks like that Forest Sealstone is actually in the hand already, so we could even see a Pokemon V hit the bench right away.
Yeah, that would allow a double Battle VIP Pass turn, which is always a good thing. It could also set you up very nicely for the next turn to make sure that you're getting that Rare Candy Pidgeot EX or Rare Candy Charizard EX. And I cannot praise Pidgeot EX enough. I used it earlier today. Yeah, that quick search ability, it's so fantastic.
Did I just see a Vengeful Punch in Joel's list as he was scrolling through? What do you think's going on there?
Yeah, so even though you have a dark type attacker with a lot of HP, the Gardevoir matchup can be a little shaky. Like Gardevoir with 2 Reversal Energy can easily get to the damage numbers in order to go, ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah, that Delphox V, and honestly, a card that could be huge in this matchup as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. Applying pressure to the bench is not something that Charizard EX usually does. And in an ideal world, you would want to bench this Delphox as a surprise sort of thing, but you do not want to sacrifice your setup just to have that surprise, right? So I like this from Joel. It's like, I'll reveal my Delphox V for now, but that's fine.
Yeah, really respecting Pramawat's deck, I think, with this play. Valuing getting down the Manaphy right away because he recognizes Pramawat could pop off. We could see the turn 1 Radiant Greninja. We've seen it happen in the past, and if you don't have that Manaphy down and your opponent is able to pull all those pieces together, it could just lose you the game instantly. Now, as we get over to Michael's turn, he matches Joel's VIP pass with one of his own. Also, of course, fetching 2 Pokemon from the deck. They'll be able to be put directly into play. There's, I think, a few Super Rod actually in Pramawat's hand. That is not a card you love to see in your opening. Really powerful in the late game, but just kind of clogs you up early on.
Indeed. Now, luckily enough, he does have one of the 2 Colress's experiment available, which means he will get off to a pretty strong start. Following that up could be a little problematic. Finding that other single Colress experiment left in the deck will be pretty difficult, but starting that one will definitely smooth out Michael Pramawat's early game right here. Now, Greninja and Comfey chosen. Joel definitely prepared for this, for this possibility by preemptively benching the Manaphy. But I will say, those 50 HP and 60 HP Charmanders are looking very juicy for Michael.
Yeah, I think ideally on Joel's side, you get some evolutions in play before it becomes much of a liability, but in other situations, they definitely can come up. Now we do see Michael playing Colress. Experiment, we'll be seeing the first few cards hitting the Lost Zone. Nest Ball and Mirage Gate, not super easy choices by any means. And normally, I think Pramawat saw a Manaphy there, would be fine to throw that away against a Charizard deck. But when your opponent puts down a Delphox right away, you really need to prioritize the Manaphy.
Indeed, Manaphy not a card that you would normally want to bench against Charizard, and that's why the surprise factor. I'm certain at a 501 record, if Joel has played against any previous Lost Box decks, he's probably been able to successfully pull that off, because it's nobody's first instinct to be like, oh, Charizard, I should bench Manaphy. But
right.
After you see it, you immediately want to make sure you protect your bench.
Yeah, if Delphox had been a surprise factor, I mean, that could have been a huge swing for Joel in this matchup. Didn't work out like that, though. And it looks like Pramawat is likely going to be going for a Cramorant play this turn, as that has been fetched off of a Nest Ball. Radiant Greninja ditching a Water Energy card for 2 off the top, thanks to Concealed Cards, that ever-powerful ability. Now 2 more cards being seen from the Flower selecting. Looks like it was an Energy card and a Forest Sealstone. Forest Sealstone, ooh, being debated about. I think there is the Dragonite in the hand, but we'll choose to keep this Lightning Energy for now. Maybe needing it to pivot. Ooh, does Michael Pramawat not have the Switch Cart or Escape Rope just yet to pull off the guaranteed attack?
There.
Well, if he didn't, he at least gets it now.
There it is. But however, we do see him hesitate a little bit, and that's because Michael Pramawat is only running 8 total basic energy in his deck. So very bare bones in that regard. Nothing like the Kyogre deck. And yeah, he was holding that other Switch card. So conserving energy, pretty important if you actually want to be able to attack with the big attack of Dragonite V.
Pramawat takes the lead with a Spit innocently to KO that Pidgey. Now it's over to Joel. Has an Iono in hand and a Rare Candy, but no Stage 2 in order to utilize the Rare Candy. So just has to roll with the Iono, and we're hoping for a pretty strong set of 6 cards off this draw here, Pablo.
Yeah, especially with the Force Sealstone having been already utilized. No Mew to maybe fetch either the Ultra Ball or the Rare Candy, the missing piece. So drawing Rare Candy and Ultra Ball raw off of this is pretty difficult, and we do see the whiff right here.
Yeah, and this is where things can be tough in this matchup for Charizard. If you can get a Pidgeot in play, get a Charizard in play on the second turn of the game, you're feeling pretty strong. Those Pokemon have a lot of HP, and Pidgeot gives you tons of support throughout the rest of the game. But in a spot like this, where you get 0 Stage 2 Pokemon in play on turn 2, it's definitely an uphill battle, as Joel now just playing the Ultra Ball does ditch that Vengeful Punch, it looks like, and that Lost Vacuum. Now any Pokemon can be grabbed from the deck and placed into hand. We could see the Charmeleon potentially, just to try to make it easier to get into a Charizard on the next turn. And I think that will be the choice, as Charmeleon is indeed the grab.
Yeah, Charmeleon makes it so you require less things combined to be able to start attacking. And you know, against Lost Box, you're probably going to fall a little bit behind, but this is definitely a big turn for Joel, and he cannot afford to go down more than 2 prizes. If he does, that could be very problematic for him in order to close out the game and not fall down to that mana fee that's already in play, that Pidgey. All of those could be stabilized targets, and then you don't even have to deal with a Charizard EX at any given point.
Premawat does play Hisuian Heavy Ball, allowing him to look at the face-down prize cards, finding a basic Pokemon, and adding it directly into the hand. Sees those 2 Colress and says, yep, those could be nice. Maybe we'll get one on the next turn. We do see actually Spiritomb coming down into play, limiting some potential Luminion plays, making it more difficult for your opponent on the next turn. Seems pretty decent, and that's all there is. Just a spit innocently thanks to the lost provisions, taking another prize. Premawat up 4-6 in this position now on Joel's turn. Kicks things off immediately, promoting the Charmeleon. Ultra Ball to grab the Charizard EX, and using that ever-powerful Infernal Rain ability to grab 3 fire energy out of the deck. Actually, looks like just 2.
Only choosing to grab 2, which it's okay to be conservative. I feel like you're in a situation where you really want to maximize your chances of going Rare Candy Pidgeot EX in this, off of this Iono, so there's a bunch of energies being drawn. You definitely would have liked to see a thin of the energies so that you have a slightly higher chance of finding the right combination of cards, as we see the Rare Candy, but no Pidgeot.
And a couple of energy cards drawn as well. An attachment to the Delphox happens regardless, and Burning Darkness able to easily KO the 110 HP Cramorant. Joel finally takes his first prize card, but Premawat quickly promotes the Comfey, and he's ready to get moving this turn. Uses Radiant Greninja, ditches a Psychic Energy, 2 more cards seen, looks like a Mirage Gate and a Forest Sealstone. Still has not used his V-Star power, so that is something that is available to him. Flower selecting, seeing 2 cards off the top. Is there a world where Premawat can get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone this turn?
Not without a Colress, I don't think, and with 2 of them prized, I think this is the key turn where we're going to see a very underwhelming turn by Michael, just based on the prizes. After that, you know, he had very little chance of drawing a Colress, and that just really complicates things. Now, we do see an Escape Rope, Joel promoting that Delphox with the energy, which he can retreat, right? But if he had attached that previous energy, his deck would have been a little bit thinner. He would already have the retreat cost ready instead of having to dedicate an attachment. So not attaching that third energy could prove impactful in this turn, and then following up in terms of powering up other things.
The promotion of the Delphox also could have been pretty risky. If Premawat had a Colress, got a Dragonite up and running, Delphox would have gone down pretty much right away, and that's a 2-prize swing in Premawat's favor, and he could have won this game theoretically without ever having to KO a Charizard EX. As it stands, though, Premawat doesn't have the pieces to pull it together, just has to pass back to Joel, who does end up attaching and immediately retreating. You called it out, Pablo, moving that Delphox back to the bench. Looks like not too many other plays available. Does have a Boss's Orders. Is there anything on Premawat's bench worth targeting at this point? Maybe something like the Manaphy if you want to go for a Delphox.
Yeah, I was definitely going to mention that. Joel plays Lost City. It's not in play yet, but you could Lost City your opponent's Manaphy, and that definitely opens up the play for Delphox B to snipe any of these low HP Pokemon, along with the active, of course. Now, he is powering up the energy he already attached, indeed.
Yep.
Good thing for Michael to point out. And it's all down to the boss. I feel like, yeah, the boss, it's a cool play. You could knock down the Manaphy. There's no, like, you're not holding Rare Candy Charizard to really follow that up.
Right.
It would be costly to retreat. And that's a great situation to be like, okay, I can play this card, but do I really need to? Yes, no. Yeah, that's the sort of evaluation you want to make.
So Premawat here really looking for a Colress. 1 Colress and then 1 Flower selecting equals 10 cards in the Lost Zone, and we could see Sableye come into play. And it looks like wisely here, Premawat going to thin some energy cards out. Also does shuffle the deck. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like there was still a Colress down in the bottom from a couple of Ionos ago. The deck had not been randomized ever since those few turns previous. So this is an opportunity for Michael to actually have a chance to get the Colress and also pulls those energy cards out of the deck so they're not risky hits on a Flower selecting.
Indeed. A Lost Vacuum sort of combination could also be useful in order to hit those 10 and Palpad for 1 Colress. Yeah, those 2 Colress in the prizes are really dictating how strong this turn can be. Michael does have a very nice setup here with the double Pidgey and Manaphy that totals 120 HP between 50 and 70, so that could be a nice cleanup. You could also go after the Charmander to prevent a second Charizard that you have to deal with. So it'll be interesting to see if he hits, and he does.
Oh, what a hit there from Pramawat. Wisely thinning, wisely randomizing the deck, and then also wisely using the Pal Pad. It does feel unfortunate that you're not going to get full value, only getting back one Colress, but it's what you need to do to stay in this game. Now, he did Lost Zone the Dragonite. What do you think of that, Pablo?
That is a very interesting, if not questionable, decision. That I am very surprised because, yes, you have this double KO now, but how do you get your last two prizes? You're not running Echoing Horn. Oh, you are. Never mind.
Yeah.
You are running Echoing Horn, so perhaps that's how.
That's probably what he is planning for. Yeah, it does look like Michael Pramawat's list is extremely similar to Jack Carter's list, who got second place in Peoria just last weekend. The one change, not sure what he cut, but he did, of course, add that Spiritomb we see in play on the bench, and going to spread this damage out, KOing the Charmander, KOing the Pidgey, and putting 10 on the Manaphy, setting it up so that if another Charmander comes down, that is an easy route to victory. Down to just 2 prizes now at this point. Joel kicks it off with playing an Arven. Arven is an excellent card to play in the early turns of the game to guarantee your setup, but it feels weaker and weaker as the game goes on.
Yeah, because after you use your Force Seal Stone, like, you're really searching for a card, right? The tools are
it
not
becomes
as
a limited
impactful.
Skyla kind
exactly.
of.
Yeah. And yeah, I think a big card missing from Joel's list that we would normally see in this sort of versions of Charizard is Penny. There is no Penny here, so there's no way to pick up the Manaphy to prevent that Echoing Horn plus Sableye Snipe on those 50 HP Pidgeys. I cannot emphasize enough how, of course, 50 HP Pidgey is good. It has a very good attack, Call for Family. However, it's just, it makes the perfect numbers for Sableye.
So are you a fan of playing the 60 HP
Yes, absolutely.
Pidgey?
Yeah, if you're attacking with Pidgey, you're probably in trouble anyways. I would rather have the protection.
Call for Family?
It's...
That's 2 Pokemon.
I know, but it, like, it's just, it's rough. Yeah, you have to start it. You have to have the energy. It has to be like, I don't know, for it to be worth it, a lot has to happen. And it's just Lost Box is too popular and too good. That's the thing. Yeah, if Lost Box was less popular, Sableye was less good or less utilized, then sure, go for it. Maybe when we get rotation and Sableye becomes less good.
Ooh, that is a miss there from Joel. Uses Ultra Ball, grabs Lumineon, hoping to get a research for the next turn, but Pramawat on top of things, pointing out the fettered misfortune. It turns out Joel's Lumineon is the one who finds misfortune in this spot. And what a draw for the turn. There's the Clara. That can get back the Sableye and the Psychic Energy. Escape Rope and Echoing Horn already waiting in the hand. I think this should be the win here for Michael Pramawat. Just needs to play the cards in the right order. Let's see him come down. Sableye, Energy, Echoing Horn, Escape Rope. Pramawat, what are we doing? There we go.
It doesn't even wait to see who Joel promotes.
Yeah, and the judge saying, Joel, you got to promote something, but Pramawat saying it doesn't matter. I win.
Yeah, the game's over.
Yeah. Promote. Yep, here we go. Oh, we're going through the motions. Seems good. Let's Echoing Horn. Which one do you want to KO, Pramawat? Picking on that 50 HP Pidgey.
Yep, that 50 HP Pidgey. It's good. The attack is fantastic, but the HP really lets it down. If it was 60 HP, it would be a no-brainer. But 50 HP is just, it's too rough. Or if Charmander had 80 HP, then sure, go ahead and play the 50 HP Pidgey. But 70, and we don't have the 70 HP Charmander in this list either.
Right,
so
true.
50 HP, it's just, it leaves, I don't know, it's the attack is better, absolutely, but the math is just too perfect against you for Sableye.
So despite not playing Colress for quite a few turns there in the middle of the game, Pramawat still comes out on top. I think a big story as well from game number 1, Joel whipping any stage 2 Pokemon on the second turn of the game. That's where things feel like they can get out of control in this matchup, and it makes it more difficult for Lost Box. Joel's setup just really was not that strong.
Yeah, this deck is really big on that turn 2 Charizard to start applying pressure. If you don't get that, you're already behind, and any little Pokemon that Lost Box decks can take a KO on before you evolve means they have to deal with less big HP Pokemon towards the end of the game. And then that Manaphy, of course, prevents the Greninja, but ultimately it was Joel's demise at the very end.
And here was the game-winning play. Pramawat at just 2 prize cards remaining. The Echoing Horn was able to pull anything out of the discard pile, and oh my goodness.
Wow.
That looks like a Tetris piece, but it's Joel's prize cards.
Would you say Joel's prizes are on fire?
It is getting hot in here. Not in Joel's deck, though. Battle VIP Pass is the start. Pretty strong once again. And another one. Looks like a pair of rare candy in this hand as well, but I don't think I see an out to a stage 2 Pokemon just yet.
Yeah, now, there are many instances where you might consider fleet-footed from the NTV. Is that the ability? It is, right?
It is fleet-footed, yeah. They are all fleet-footed.
Yeah, all right. Before you battle VIP Pass, if you want to find more basic Pokemon before you thin the deck, but I think in this case, if you're trying to maximize your chances of hitting a stage 2, which I don't think Joel is holding. Oh, he is holding rare candy on Ultra Ball. So thinning and then trying to find a supporter. I like this approach, but I will say, sometimes you want to battle VIP Pass before you fleet foot it. Sometimes you want to fleet foot it before you battle VIP Pass.
Right. It always depends. I always love seeing those discussions and debates on Twitter of like, which one do you do first? And the answer from all the good players is pretty much always, it depends.
Yep. I'm a culprit of that. I did that on purpose the other day with Greninja and Pokestop.
Hisuian Heavy Ball played right away for Pramawat. Always a great card to see in the opening hand for Lost Box. It just saves you so much time, so much brain power. We talked about this earlier when Azul GG was able to quickly play that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Pram is going to take note of the prize card. There are a couple options here. He could take a Comfey or a Raikou V, and it looks like it will be the Comfey as the grab.
Yeah, that Raikou V is tempting because of Forest Hill Stone, but there is a Forest Hill Stone in the prizes as well, along with a copy of Colress, which remains at the top. But at least Pram has an extra out to Colress throughout the whole game this time around.
It does have a Colress in the hand as well as a Battle VIP Pass. Excellent starts for both these players in both games, having their ideal turn 1 card. This will get Pramawat any 2 Pokemon directly to the bench. I think one is pretty obvious in that Radiant Greninja. What do we think the other one could be?
I would imagine Cramorant, right, to apply pressure. But it is, in fact, Spiritomb. That is a very fancy choice. Is he already holding the Cramorant, maybe, that I missed?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Didn't get a full look of the hand just yet. Why do you think Pramawat would value Spiritomb so highly right now in this spot? All he's shutting down at the moment is fleet-footed.
I mean, Michael has 0 information on Joel's hand, right? He doesn't know whether Joel's hand is good or bad. And, I mean, you deny resources. If you already have everything you need, you also saw Joel misplay last time around with the Luminion. Maybe you want to make sure that there's no access to Luminion, no access to follow-up Ionos, balls. I think a well-timed Iono can be pretty destructive, especially for a Turbo Lost Box, right? Therefore, preventing that for the whole game and making sure that they have to either quick search, set up a stage 2, or just have it at random times and maybe not when they need it, there's merit to that for sure.
It is possible for Pramawat to pull off the miracle. 7 cards in the Lost Zone, Dragonite KO the Entei this turn, but 1 Lost Vacuum already hitting the Lost Zone does make that play a bit more difficult of a reach. Does have the Pokestop in hand he could utilize as well this turn if he wants to. We're going to start with the switch cart, though, moving into this other Comfey, a flower selecting once again. This will put Pramawat up to 4 cards now in the Lost Zone. Does have a debate here. Looks like a tough decision. What is going to go down? It is that 1 copy of Boss's Orders. You always have to kind of stop and think about it whenever a one-of card is a choice off of flower selecting. It does end up going down, and Nest Ball was the card that was kept. And it is to get the Cramorant, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed as to why the value was put on Spirit. I mean, there's like, I can see some reasons why, but I can't imagine. Like, this would have allowed Pram to keep the boss, right? Which you don't know if it's going to be useful or not towards the end of the game. Spiritomb, as you said, is only shutting down 1 extra card. And maybe he's just trying to minimize the chance of Joel setting up a stage 2, but unfortunately for Michael, Joel already has the rare candy Charizard.
I think I would like the Spiritomb bench more if Joel had an open bench space, right? Cut off the Luminion. I think that would make more sense. Cut off your opponent's ability to go get something like the Arven. But as it stands, and as we have mentioned, Ultra Ball is able to be played pretty quickly. And this is something I think we have not seen from a Charizard deck, I feel like, on stream at all. Rare candy into Pidgeot. Pretty much every time we had it on stream in Peoria, they were missing out on that quick search ability, which is so vital, so powerful. And this is a strong follow-up, as well as there is an Iono in the hand to draw Joel 6 more cards before he has to commit this quick search. He's also, of course, got fleet-footed to use. I think we're got to be ready for a big turn here. Of course, fleet-footed unable to be utilized with the Spiritomb. Quite a few cards drawn here. I don't see a rare candy or a Ultra Ball just yet, before a Sealstone plus Quick Search can still yield a Charizard.
Yeah, so Joel made essentially a bet. I'm betting on my late game by setting up Pidgeot now instead of setting up the Charizard, guaranteeing an attack with the Entei, getting energies onto my Charizard EX. I'm going for the Pidgeot, and then if I draw any of the pieces for Charizard, I can just search for whatever missing piece, and then I'll be able to start attacking, start applying some pressure, and match not your damage, but start taking KOs, which is, now we're seeing a very different game from game 1.
And by the way, these are the last 3 Fire Energy in Joel's deck that are being pulled out right now. There's 4 in the prize cards and 2 in the hand. So if Joel had drawn just 1 more Fire Energy, it would have led to a not full value Infernal Rain from the Charizard EX. But now we do see both of these Pokemon fully powered up. The active Entei with that Burning Rondo, easily able to deal with the Cramorant, and then Charizard on the bench ready to go. Fire Energy taken off the prizes. Pramawat does send up that Comfey immediately, and Colress's Experiment will be played in flow. Gonna see 5 cards here. Battle VIP Pass, an easy choice to lose, and Manaphy once again has to be valued here when you know your opponent has that Delphox V-Tech.
Indeed, Joel has already discarded that Delphox, but you never know if they can recover it through a Super Rod, Clara, whatever it is. So you do have to value that. Just because it's in the discard pile doesn't mean that it cannot be used against you at any given point.
Pramawat doesn't really have a lot of super powerful cards in his hand. I don't see any Mirage Gate. There's a Nest Ball to maybe go get something like the Dragonite. I don't even see a Super Rod to potentially get back the Cramorant to just hit with that this turn. I think it feels pretty unlikely that you're going to get to 10 in the Lost Zone here. It is definitely possible. 1 Lost Vacuum is down, but Pramawat is playing 3 copies of the card, similar, of course, to Jack Carter, like we mentioned. And that is now the 7th card in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate is activated.
Yeah, did value that energy once again over the switching card, showing the importance. Like when you're playing 8 basic energy, you really cannot make a mistake with those. You need to make sure that every energy you're playing and every energy you're getting counts. And this is surprising. Are we going to see a Lost Vacuum play to get to 10?
It needs 1 more Flower Selecting and then 1 Lost Vacuum. And the Lost Vacuum does include needing to have a tool card or a stadium in play. So we'll see if Pramawat has all those options available. I might have to dig a little bit for it. I don't know if he has all the pieces in hand just yet, but as it stands, Mirage Gate will get a couple of energy cards out of the deck, not things that he has to worry about hitting off Flower Selecting anymore, attaching 1 to this active Comfey, so it can retreat into the benched one. There is a switch card already in the hand. I think the last thing we may be missing is a stadium or a tool card. Is that what Pramawat is looking for? And if it was, it's not what he's found here.
No, tough choice once again between, I believe, the Dragonite and a Water Energy. This time valuing the Dragonite. Now there's a lot more Pokemon with a lot of HP in play already. You can snipe those 2 Charmanders, you can snipe that Manaphy, but how are you going to get your other prizes?
I think he can still get to 10 this turn. He does have double switch card in hand, so switch card into this Comfey, Flower Selecting, and then Lost Vacuum can target the opponent's for a Sealstone. This does require you to expend a few more resources and potentially have to make another difficult decision, as it is another Escape Rope hitting the Lost Zone. Super Rod chosen to be kept here, and now Lost Vacuum ditches VIP Pass. Finally an easy decision for Pramawat, and that for a Sealstone on Joel's side also going into the Lost Zone. Switch cart into Sableye, and we are going to see the Lost Mine. Has a couple options here. Could try to work on that Manaphy, could take out the Entei. What do you like?
I think we're going to see a double knockout on these Charmanders. These Charmanders, if they evolve, that means they're much harder to knock out. Knocking them out now really helps your case, because this Entei is already there, it's already damaged, and you didn't see Penny the previous game. There might be a Penny coming down the line. Michael Pramawat doesn't know whether it's being played or not, but I feel like there's a much higher chance that you win a game where you don't have to deal with 2 Charizard EXs, and that's exactly what we see here by Michael.
Yeah, potentially trying to spawn trap any future Charmanders coming into play. Super Rod now being immediately played from Joel's end. does also put back the Delphox. You hinted at that as being a potential play. And Pramawat did have to extend his bench here with that Comfey. It is not protected by something like a Manaphy.
Indeed, there's no space for Manaphy right here, so that Delphox, I mean, it's not possible right now because of so many prized energies, but Michael doesn't know that right now. He knows there's a threat, and so he might be forced into a weird decision where instead of benching Sableye, he needs to protect his bench, set up a different play, but then he wouldn't have an attacker, so it's going to be a rough end to this game for Michael, and Joel is really, really applying a lot of pressure right here.
Quick search from Joel used on this powerful Pidgeot EX will now grab any single card from the deck and add it into play. And this is a pretty decent strategy in this matchup, going for the Lost City and trying to get rid of the Sableyes in that way. If you're putting them in the discard pile, your opponent can always grab them back with things like Clara, with things like Super Odd, but if you're putting them in the Lost Zone, especially when your opponent's already at 10, you're not helping them out at all, and you're making things much more difficult for them in the future.
Indeed, that key number is 10, right? There is only one card that works with a Lost Zone off of 12, which I think was Fantina or something like that. And
I think Fantina's 10 as well.
Oh, it's 10 as well. There you go. Never mind. So beyond 10, it's just you're losing resources for no reason, right? So you don't care about sending that Sableye to Lost Zone for the counter, but you do care that it's never able to attack you again.
Debating going for the Vengeful Punch here off of the Arven. That will be the choice. Nestball can bring down potentially the Delphox. Could be another Charmander as well, though. This is a little risky. You're playing into another Sableye.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened this turn. Knock out 2 Charmanders. Both of these Charmanders hit the field immediately, and getting another Sableye to snipe them again doesn't sound far-fetched, and then all of a sudden, all you need to do is KO Entei for the game.
Pramawat rewarded for putting back 2 Colress at the end of his turn last turn, waiting until the Pal Pad was the last action he needed to make. Put 2 right back into the deck, and immediately 4 turn draws a Colress. Does have a couple of stadium cards here. You probably want to keep one of those. Lost City's not too annoying when it happens once, but if it sticks around for multiple turns, things can definitely get awkward. We are tied up on the prize cards here, but depending on what Pramawat can do, it feels like he's in a decent spot.
Now, the big thing here, I think, is if the second Sableye gets sent to the Lost Zone, right, during Joel's next turn, then this Entei could be completely safe. But I think we're going to see the Sableye play here, counter the Lost City, and then hope there isn't a second Lost City being played here. Otherwise, you're out of Sableyes as well.
Ooh, and nice little draw 3 action from the Pokestop. 3 item cards just going straight into the hand. Very nice. What you love to see from Pramawat, channeling his inner Jack Carter. We saw that just consistently from Jack on last weekend's stream. It works out nicely in this spot as now Concealed Cards also finds a couple powerful options in that Mirage Gate and an additional Colress Experiment. Flower Selecting sends yet another escape rope to the Lost Zone. I'm pretty sure there's more than 12 cards in there at this point. And it does look like Sableye is in the hand. Is there a Psychic Energy yet, though?
I don't know that there is. He certainly has Super, right, that he just found off the Pokestop, so he will be able to recover that if he doesn't have access to it. I think you definitely want to recover potentially the Cramorant as well as 2 energies. Maybe it's just 3 energies, but Michael's Pramawat path to victory is very clear. Knock out the 2 Charmanders this turn, and then finish off the Entei. The question is, if that second Sableye gets sent to a Lost Zone once again, how on earth are you chasing that Entei if it gets moved to the bench?
And I think that's where things could be problematic here, actually, for Pramawat, as Boss's Orders was sent to the Lost Zone very early in this game. Normally a way you could try to deal with the Entei, even if it moved to the bench, or even go for a one-hit KO on Pidgeot with your own Raikou V. Yeah. Neither of those plays available now to Pramawat. He's going to have to just cross his fingers his opponent doesn't have Lost City, and of course, Joel's got Quick Search.
And you can see how important every decision is, right? That Spiritomb that we saw fetched instead of the Cramorant made it so that Pram then had to decide between the Boss's Orders and the Nestball to utilize Cramorant, which meant that Boss's Orders went to Lost Zone on that second turn. That's a big deal.
Right away, Joel going to use the Pokestop. You don't have to use it. I have to imagine Charizard's a deck that it's kind of difficult. There's not that many hits and definitely a lot of things that you don't want to mill, but as it stands, searching through the deck, I think that last Lost City is in the prize cards here, Pablo.
Indeed, I generally think that double bench of the Charmander could prove to be Joel's demise. So we can see how the one player's actions affect the outcome and the possibilities and the win conditions of the other. And now it's that benching of the Spiritomb that led to the double benching of the Charmander and then the redouble benching of the Charmander. So all these little actions and the boss's orders in the Lost Zone, it's all happening and affecting throughout the whole game. There's just so much going on.
The Iono here is definitely nice for Joel. Pramawat will only get 2 cards off of this, and he's going to need some help. Ooh, one of those cards drawn was the Roxanne, which Joel has just activated by taking this KO. He's definitely sad to see that Lost City taken off the prize cards just now. Would have loved to have seen that on the previous end, getting it into play right then to get rid of Sableye. And all Pramawat can do is plop down this Roxanne, shuffle in, draw 6. Really, I think in a spot like this, you care more about the draw power than you care about the disruption on your opponent's side of the field.
Oh, certainly. And Pram was holding a Force Seal Stone and a Water Energy. Both cards he could have potentially thinned before playing the Roxanne, but I think Pram is going for the win this turn. If he can find the right combination of Super Rod, get back Sableye, power it up, and retreat, then that's going to be it. And we see some of the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going for Sableye, I guess you're keeping your options open depending on what could happen, because otherwise you would probably just want to put the Forest Seal Stone in play, right? You've only got one open bench spot. You can't utilize a Sableye and a Pokemon V. He's going to start with the Flower selecting. It's going to be a Mirage Gate. Does find an Escape Rope. One actually might be played this game. Looks like there is a Super Rod and a Mirage Gate. Let's see. Can he hit a Nest Ball here? And he does. I think that is going to be the game.
I think so, yeah. Super Rod back to Sableye the Psychic and another energy. Power that up to the active. Get the Sableye. And that's going to be the game. So, I don't know. That double Charmander getting benched, that's 60. If they were 70 HP Charmanders, we would be talking about a completely different game at this point.
Here it is, the winning combo, the winning play, Mirage Gate, grabbing that extra Psychic Energy from the deck and all 12 counters from Lost Mine, KOing the Entei V, and Michael Pramawat takes a pretty convincing 2-0 victory. Lost Zone box over Charizard EX.
Honestly, if you asked me about this matchup before the game, I would say Charizard is favored overall. However, of course, every action matters. The starting hand matters. And I think we definitely just saw Michael take advantage of some of the plays that, like, he never dealt with a Charizard. He never KO'd a single Charizard or a single stage 2 Pokemon. He just KO'd the little dudes.
And that's another thing, too, in this matchup. Joel was going wide open both games, right? Pinching everything. You know, you could play this matchup, theoretically, with a pretty low bench. Here we go. Pramawat working through exactly what to do. This is back to game number 1, able to take this KO with the Cramorant, the turn 1 knockout. And Joel really missed out on turn number 2. Didn't get a stage 2 into play, and that's really where things began to falter. Pramawat has the game-winning combo of cards, Echoing Horn to pull out the Pidgey from the discard pile, and of course with Sableye in the active, Lost Mine can spread those 12 damage counters to KO those 2 low HP Pokemon, yielding Pramawat his final 2 prizes.
Indeed, pretty cool tech to see. The Echoing Horn, I feel like, is not a card that we had commonly seen in Turbo Lost Box, but it's made its way back.
Right, yeah, ever since Jack's second place finish, it feels like that's the list that many people are most valuing going into this tournament. Huge turn there. You mentioned how that was really kind of the, I feel like, nail in the coffin turn almost for Joel by putting down those 2 Charmander, making there be easy choices for Pramawat, and this was the game-winning play, hitting the Nest Ball off the Pokestop, the last piece he needed that he didn't have in hand as a way to get out the Sableye and move it into the active to KO Entei V.
Indeed, it's very important to try and prevent your opponent from taking multiple prizes at once, and therefore staggering those Charmanders or any basic. If you're playing a stage 2, staggering your Ralts, staggering your Charmanders, staggering your Pidgeys, your Spirigatitos, whatever you're playing, try to stagger it when there's the threat of Sableye, and try to not give your opponent the possibility to take 2 prizes in one turn.
Premowat locks up a berth into day 2. He didn't play in Pittsburgh, whiffed out on day 2 in Peoria, getting into day 2 here in Sacramento. Definitely got to feel pretty good. Of course, like we mentioned, he's coming off a top 4 finish at the World Championships. Still playing a Lost Zone deck. It's a little bit different, not playing the Giratina anymore, moving over to the Turbo build, and it feels like a lot of people thought that was the move. Going with Turbo Lost Boxes, we have seen, on our MetaShare graph, Lost Box is the most popular deck in the room. Yeah, Lost Box feels like a deck that can handle everything, right? A big new Pokemon with 330 HP, Charizard EX. There's no good grass type attacker that you can tech into your deck to really deal with it efficiently, and yet maybe you just don't deal with it, as we saw in the games right now. Well, let's see how Premowat is feeling after that win, after locking up a berth into day 2. Let's throw it down to the lounge. Wancho, take it away.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Saldana here with Michael Premowat, the winner of round 7, and also the first person to officially get their Worlds invite, technically, right?
Yeah, I mean, I lost so fast in top 4 of Worlds that, like, they just gave me the prizing first,
Yep.
so.
So yeah, again, very, very accomplished player. How are you feeling after that round?
Feeling pretty good. Deck is firing on all cylinders. Like, I'm getting lucky. Like, it's like, you're like, oh, wow, I could really use a Colress right here, draw for the turn, there it is. It's like, oh, well, I mean, like, I guess being lucky is a skill.
No, we were actually talking about that backstage. Oh, he still needs to find the nest ball. He needs to find the Colress after the Palpad. Oh, everyone's just like, oh, it's Pram. He'll get it in top deck. Sure enough.
Yeah.
It was so much fun to watch, though. Tell me about the matchup, though, between Charizard and Lost Box. I know you were on Charizard in Peoria, right?
Yeah, I did some testing before Peoria, and I felt like Charizard was like pretty okay versus Lost Box, but then I tried playing it from the other side, and I was just winning, so I guess it was just like I was just winning on either side, and I just realized I should just play Lost Box.
There's no difference. I'm gonna win either way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, like, I was just winning on both sides, so I was just like, oh, I should just play the stronger deck.
Oh, for sure. That makes sense. So you're thinking maybe Lost Box a little bit more favored then, or?
Yeah, I think so, because there's just more outplay potential. Like, if you run the Echoing Horn, like I had the Spirit Tomb, like all these like little things just kind of like make it very difficult for Charizard to play the game. And eventually it just gets to the point where like they're not generating new cards. It's like whatever they search for. So like if you can just figure out what they're going to search for, then you can just play around what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So it's like, and like their lines are like very forced eventually. So you can just kind of predict what they're going to do and then just counter, like play around it.
For sure, I like that. I like that. You played both sides of the match. You definitely helped out, I'm sure. And how's the matchup if your opponent had 70 HP Charmanders, though?
It's a little bit different. I think it's actually roughly about the same. It's just like when the Charmanders get knocked out. Obviously, like a Rare Candy Charizard could have happened.
Yeah.
But generally, if it's like Rare Candy Charizard, then it's like, oh, I'm not getting Iono'd. Oh, I'm not getting bossed. So it's like this weird trade-off of like, are you gonna evolve your Pokemon or are you gonna like progress the board, like press my board? And so, I mean, the 60 HPs make it real easy, but 70 HPs, it's about the same. It's close enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. I know there's a lot of decisions when it comes to the game. I know for a fact while I was watching, when you sent that Dragonite to the Lost Zone, I was, in my mind, in that case, I'm never going to hit into a Charizard, right?
Yeah, at that point, I just was like, well, I'm just going to attack with Sableye for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And like, as long as I can just loop them, it's all good. And then like, it's like, there's only like 2 Lost Cities generally, so they have to like get into it. And like, basically, it's like, if their turn is quick search for Lost City, and if I played around that, then like, it's fine.
Yeah. That makes sense. Tell me about your deck choice process. Like, if you weren't playing this Lost Box, what would you be playing instead?
I was actually just pretty set on playing Lost Box.
Oh, okay.
I didn't really have an alternative for this event. After Peoria, I was just like, whatever, I'm just gonna play a Comfy deck, and then I just felt like Dragonite was just Dragonite Raikou Turbo was just the strongest variant right now.
Sounds good. And by winning this round, it officially means you're going to make it into day 2. Tell me about your mindset for the rest of the games today.
basically it's just a free roll at this point. Like right now, it's more about I don't have to worry about like maybe IDing or anything, or it's really just like get in there, rack up as many points as you can, and then hopefully get to 35 or 36 that you need for top 8.
For sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if you get there easily. All right, couple of just fun questions before I let you go. Tell me a fun fact about yourself.
Fun fact is when I chose my deck for Worlds, I didn't actually have a deck chosen. I just had a card chosen. I just said, I'm going to play Snorlax. and then I kind of built 2 decks around Snorlax and was like, well, let's just go with Giratina.
I love that. All right, you had one card. I just have to figure out the 59, right?
Yeah. Just how do I enable this one card to work? And then, yeah, that was it.
I love it. I actually want to try that process for choosing my deck next time. Last question, favorite 151?
Favorite 151, oh god, I mean like my favorite Pokemon Zapdos, so it has to be Zapdos.
Oh yeah, there we go.
But like, it's unfortunate the card isn't that playable right now.
I mean, it's pretty good if you want to hit the bench, maybe with Miraidon.
Yeah. I think my favorite Pokemon is just Zapdos.
Okay.
It's my favorite dude.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to know. All right, and last but not least, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out the indie crew. They always pester me to like, why don't you shout us out ever? And I'm like, here we are.
There you go.
Yep, shout out to them. They're pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh, sounds good. All right, I'm gonna let you go. Good luck with the rest of your matches. Hopefully we see more from you.
All right, thank you.
All right, okay, so we're gonna take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with round 8 here at the Sacramento Regional Championships.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually the Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually the Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got here
a bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. The next round isn't quite ready, but that means we have enough time to play some Pokemon Pictionary, and I'm joined here by our amazing, talented casters, Chip, Pablo, and Skarzig. How are we doing?
I don't know that it's fair to group myself and Pablo into the same category as Scarsy.
Oh, no, we're not making Scarsy draw, so. We're only guessing today, buddy.
Well, he's not allowed to draw.
I'll use my other hand.
Yeah, you have to use your left hand. That's what we need to do.
I am left-handed. Haha.
Yeah.
No, I'll use my right hand.
Okay.
It'll be fine. It'll be really
I'm excited,
hilarious.
though, because then maybe we could send these over for the art contest, and we could get them into cards. These will be our official entries.
There we go. There we go.
All right. We're gonna start us. You're gonna start us off, Chip. Pick from the Trubbish.
I don't know how I feel about this.
The Trubbish bag is really, really cool. I like it a lot. And a big shout out to Kyle Sablehouse, who picked the Pokemon and wrote them down for us. So hopefully he got some bangers in there
Should
for us.
be easy if Kyle picked the Pokemon, because he should know them.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm gonna get left in the
Gonna be
lurch
Gen
again
1.
with a Palpitoad.
Well,
I don't
let's
like
think
this.
how we got to start off here. I'm trying to think how the back looks. So we're gonna go
I
with
I can look at the camera here.
Kind of.
Whalmer.
A potato. Dondozo.
All right, I think this
Okay.
will make it the easier part. So we got
Torkoal?
like this, and then
Snorlax?
Whiscash.
Whiscash.
Yeah.
I knew the whiskers would probably give it away. I don't really know. I can't remember the toe or the tail. Like what the tail
I like
looks
the mustache is so
The
accurate.
mustache, yeah,
The
okay.
mustache is the giveaway there.
I'm glad I didn't get that one.
I was a little worried when I saw it initially. All right.
Do you want to go next, Pablo?
Yeah,
I think
sure.
I spent the most time in Gen 3.
Same.
So the Whiscash.
Really?
I wore my Game Boy Advance out playing Pokemon Emerald, so.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
It was like ground and electric. What will they think of next? And now we've got fire and grass, and it's just.
It just doesn't seem right. Fire and water, that's another one, like Volcanion. All right.
All right. I want the folks at home as well to try to guess these as well.
That's true. Let us know.
Victory Bell. Nope.
Nope.
Right. That's
It's a
potion.
beaker. Yeah.
Togetic?
Oh, is it Togetic? It does look like, no?
Is it some
There's wings.
bug, maybe?
Vespiquen.
Vespiquen.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So
That's
I'm
impressive.
just traumatized by Vespiquen. Vespiquen Vileplume.
It looks like a beaker.
A beaker. There you go.
Good
I
point,
was
good
trying
point.
to go for like a genuine drawing.
All right, I
but-
want to go before
You wanna go
Skarsgård,
first? Okay.
I don't want to go after Skarsgård.
That's fair. He has to go last. Wait, that means I'll have to go after Skarsgård.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Somebody has to.
Okay, I can do this one, maybe.
Maybe.
See what you
All
got.
right, make
see
us
what you
proud,
got.
How do I
Wancho.
draw? You can just look at the screen.
Yeah.
You're right here.
All right. Gonna go.
Okay.
A Goomba.
Shroomish.
Parasect?
Oh, Shroomish.
Yeah! I didn't draw the dead eyes.
Oh, amazing.
All right. That was an easier one. Thank you, Kyle.
I feel like we're trying to make the other people guess, and then Skarsgård just comes up with like this.
I know,
work
he
of
just
art.
wins at everything.
No, it's because
All right.
Wancho's so good. He
So are you
captured the
genuinely
essence.
going southpaw for this one?
Right hand,
All right.
my offhand, my non-dominant
It's
hand.
still gonna be better than ours.
It'll be easier to show it to the camera as well, too, I think. So,
Are you going to submit something for the Pokemon art contest, Skarsgård?
yeah,
You
I'm
are?
actually working on a little
okay.
something.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
All right.
Let us know in chat if you're gonna be
This
submitting
one,
to the
this
contest.
one I should be able to do. Okay, right-handed. I can't even hold it.
He's not
right.
even holding it right.
I feel like a little kid.
Learning how to write.
Thank you,
I love
Adam.
to draw Pokemon in the margins of my notebook. Oh, this is actually turning out
Wigglytuff.
amazing.
Oh,
that is
wait, it's got to
Wigglytuff.
be Wigglytuff. No.
Cloyster?
Ooh. I could see Cloyster.
What? How?
That is
Clefable.
Wigglytuff.
Yes,
Oh.
Clefable.
They're basically the same Pokemon.
You were so close. I should have told you that you were close. I'm glad you stopped me. That's like the only details I remember. There's like a tail, I think.
The best when you're playing a game like this with someone is whenever you finish drawing and you have no other ideas, and so you just Yeah, it's this, right? This.
Clearly.
Well done.
All right.
And you're just tapping it like, look closer, zoom in and hands.
That is true. Yeah, ooh, I don't like that face.
Okay.
Oh, Chip
It's like
pulled
a
a
tough
rough
one.
one. Yeah.
Ditto.
that gasp of desperation by Chip.
We believe in you, Chip. Okay.
Okay. I have no idea.
Routes?
Spiritomb?
I don't know what else to really do with this one.
Meloetta? It's like
Gardevoir?
wearing a dress, I think. Deancey?
Jigglypuff from above. Cubone? No. Melmetal?
It's holding
that's
some
a
sort
really
of
good guess.
accessories.
Elgium?
Oh, here we go. We can do this.
Oh,
My
man.
nightmares?
So it has...
Tangrowth?
I'm stomped.
Oh, is it Sinistcha?
Sinistcha.
It's like
Oh,
a
wait.
spooky
Oh.
face.
I don't know
Give
what
it
else to do for
for-
this one.
Alakazam. Meloetta. Mr. Mime.
Jinx!
Oh, my goodness.
There we go.
The dots help. No, I was thinking Blizzard.
There you go.
Okay,
That's what I was
that's
thinking
impressive.
too.
That's
Here, you
impressive.
got to
Get
make
the
a
jinx.
pass to you after.
Yeah, I kind of look like a Jinx.
That's well done. That's well done. The dress sold it. I should have known.
The hands were a little funky there. I don't know.
That's what those were. I thought it was like holding something.
All right.
All right.
Wiglet.
No.
Reggie Drago.
Oh, that's a good guess. Right away.
Oh no, it's the newer Pokemon. It's the
So it's is it
it's a
Chansey?
Jigglypuff that's mad.
But it's angry.
It's the ancient Jigglypuff.
Tap.
It's the ancient Jigglypuff. I just don't know what it's
Screamtail.
called.
It's not.
Screamtail?
It's
like
like
a
you have to remember
bayonet?
Kyle Sablehouse
Yes.
wrote these down.
Bayonet? Oh, the other Bayonet. Okay.
What was it?
Bayonet.
Bayonet.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, the mouth,
The
yeah.
Ziploc mouth.
Yeah. I was a little thrown off by like the body and the head not being connected.
I draw in parts.
Here you go, Scarzy. Oh, wait, no, Wancho's next. Wancho's next. Sorry.
Oh,
I see a circle. I think Jigglypuff.
one of these days we're gonna get it.
All right. Ooh, this is one of my favorite Pokemon.
Ooh.
But I don't know how
that's
to
a big
draw
Better
it.
do it justice.
All right. We'll go.
I'm excited for you to draw your favorite Pokemon, Wancho.
One of my
your
favorites.
Trying to help you with the glare.
Is it
Pidgey.
A chicken.
Moltres?
Torchic.
Chatot.
Ah, the music notes.
Yeah, I can do that one
What
last,
music
but also
note?
I'm really
That's
bad.
a leaf.
that Chatot does look
What
very
music note?
I'm
sad.
sorry, Chatot.
Interesting that that's one of your favorite Pokemon. What makes Chatot one of your favorites?
I talk too much.
It's your job.
Oh, let's go. This is one of my favorites too.
Ooh,
He's gonna have to go left-handed for this one. Switch back.
Don't
to the
mind if I do.
He's doing
here
it.
goes
Unleash
left-handed.
my full power. He's got to do it justice.
All right. Look at here, folks.
Mona Lisa.
I'll try not to give it away too early. Let's see if I can do this one
Oh,
right.
Cubone, Marowak.
Yeah.
Sorry, finish. Go ahead. Please continue. Please continue.
Let him cook.
Cubone, yeah. He's even got the
He's
pin
even
on
got
to
the
match.
pin.
Yeah. It's all good.
Could have been Marowak.
It could have been any.
All right.
So good. Look at that.
Yeah, this is his submission right here.
I wish it was on the list.
I don't think it's on the list. Yeah.
But anyway, thank you. Kyle with the Marowak threw it in just for me.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a few more Gen 1 Pokemon in this bag.
I've actually been asking everyone I've been interviewing, what's your favorite 151? What's your favorite?
Like card or
The Pokemon from
Pokemon?
151.
Charizard. It's my favorite Pokemon.
All right, okay.
Pretty basic, I guess.
I'm biased towards Nidoqueen.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
we know yours, yeah.
The Cubone.
Yeah, Butterfree would be mine.
I loved, you posted about getting the alt-art Caterpie. It's such a good card.
All right.
Yeah, they did 151 right.
Okay.
I am partial to the alt-art Wartortle.
Oh, yeah.
Like
the
when it comes to
entire
Gen 1, I
line.
like the middle evolutions a lot.
Caterpie. Weedle.
Screamtail. The glare, I
don't
can't.
know.
I know the glare. There's little feet. Is it Cyclizar?
It does have little feet.
Guys, you need to remember who picked
I can only
these Pokemon.
Yeah,
I can only think now of
doesn't
the
know
old.
what a Cyclizar is.
I can only think of like the old Hanna-Barbera sound effect with seeing those
All right,
feet.
let's
Like
do like a.
okay,
Okay.
it's a halo. It's a ghost.
Shedinja.
See, you draw by parts as well.
Yeah. That's
Charmander.
Charmander.
Yeah, Charmander. I didn't get to the.
I was
It's
gonna
a
say
60
the
HP
fire on the
Charmander.
tail. I
It's a
think would
60
give it
HP
away.
Charmander. Yeah, there we go. Charmander.
Hey, we just said Charizard too. Kyle's doing us right
I didn't get
here.
to the arms yet. I don't know. What are we doing for the arms? Some claws or something like
That's
that?
good enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been definitely lifting
Oh,
the weights.
man.
Big barrel
I was
chested
not made for
Charmander.
this.
I mean, only Adam
Now I
is.
remembered why I normally dodge this segment.
You were so excited. Chip was like, "Oh, I haven't done Pictionary in a long time."
And then now I remember.
I haven't done it in a minute either. I'm having fun. Just not after Scarsy.
All right. It's gonna be by segments, okay?
All right,
Okay.
all right.
So we'll wait for 2 or 3 segments and then try to take our guesses.
Spoink.
Oh, Butterfree.
Venomoth.
Oh,
sorry.
wow.
Venomoth.
There's only so many that you could do.
We got to see Venomoth on the stream in Peoria.
We did.
Yeah.
It did stuff. Yeah.
Pablo just takes all the Pokemon I'm traumatized by. All these dangerous bug Pokemon.
You got a problem with
you
bugs,
know, it's
Wancho?
been off by the wayside for a bit. Now they're coming back into their own.
Oh no. I don't know how to draw this one.
You're gonna
Try
figure
your
it out.
very
I believe
best.
in you.
I'm always so excited when the drawing's
Snorlax?
okay. Oh, that's
Angry
Hariyama.
Snorlax.
Yeah!
What'd you say?
Hariyama.
Thank you. I didn't know how else to draw. He
Hariyama.
has like hands, right? Giant
Big
hands.
old hands, yeah.
And a skirt. Does he have a skirt?
I think
Yeah.
so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Hariyama.
Oh, that's
Yo, I
that's
just had a great
beautiful.
idea. Next time, we need to do Pokemon charades. Hariyama.
There's only a few that we'd be able to actually do charades for.
All
Like
right.
how do you drag a pole?
That's all you have to do, Adam. This next one, charades.
Yeah, charades for this one.
My interpretive dance. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Ha ha ha.
Here we go.
All right.
I think we start like this.
Chinchou.
Oh, those eyes. I know those
Does look like
eyes.
Chinchou.
Oh.
Grapple-locked? Wait, no, Kyle doesn't know what
Yeah,
that is.
Kyle, there's no way.
Quaxley?
I think it's something like this.
An angry. Oh,
Omastar.
Omastar.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
that's pretty
Omastar.
good. That's pretty good.
All praise Lord Helix.
All right, I think that's going to be the last one. I like that we ended with that one. Praise Lord Helix.
Fitting.
All right, yeah, and again, we're going to go back to the games here. But before anything, don't forget to follow us on our socials on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Let us know what was your favorite drawing. Which one of Skarsgård's anyway. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but there's going to be a lot more Pokemon. Don't go anywhere.
the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game. So that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments. So just playing the game, you know, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovovich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Just has to pass, and Remy just announces Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your two-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind.
There we go. Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations. Well fought battle 2-0.
Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your Senior Division Oceania International Champion.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your BGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like honestly, no words to describe it. Like this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCIC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds would just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing BGC.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Sacramento, California. Our regional championships well underway. Just 2 Swiss rounds remaining. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Pablo Tablemon Meza. With just 2 rounds remaining, so much pressure, so much on the line here in these final last couple matches.
Indeed, a lot of players playing in there, winning in for day 2. And of course, if you make it by round 8, you get a bonus round essentially to try and get closer to that top 8 where we have the big money and the big prizes. Right.
Every match point matters, and so getting your 6 wins and 1 tie as early as possible, or just, you know, ideally 7 wins, I guess,
ideally,
is definitely what you want to do. Pick them up as quickly as you can and just continue to carry your momentum forward through the rest of the games. We have a pretty exciting one here coming up in this next round. We'll get into it shortly once our players are more prepared down at the table. Had a good time with the Pictionary right before we got into this round. You can see, I think it is good that Pablo and I are sitting here at the desk and not, you know, drawing pictures for someone somewhere.
For sure, yeah. We are definitely the Pokemon experts, not the Pokemon illustrators.
Yeah.
We'll leave the art to someone else.
We'll let Skarzik take care of
Yeah.
that. Well, you guys have been doing a great job watching along at home, of interacting with us over on social media. Let's take a moment here to look at some of those posts and see what people are saying about the event, about Pokemon right now. Looks like Fernandude locked in the Palkia for this tournament. What do you think of this Palkia? This was a deck that kind of picked up some popularity right before the World Championships. Of course, Cyrus Davis got 9th place at Worlds with this list, but we really, or this deck, I should say, not sure about this list, but we really haven't seen much from this deck in a couple months now, it feels like. What do you think of it?
Yeah, the deck is overall powerful, it's overall consistent. I do feel like it lacks the versatility that Chimpao offers with being able to do the cross-switcher play along with the canceling Cologne into knockout Manaphy or deny Manaphy and knockout with Greninja. This deck can sometimes pull it off. They do sometimes pull off the pieces, but not in this list. That I guess I don't see that canceling Cologne. So Palkia is a powerful attacker, but even if they have a full bench and you have a full bench, 260 just comes up just short of the big numbers, and Choice Belt is fine, but now we have to deal with 310 Gardevoir EX, 230 HP, Charizard EX, so the numbers don't quite work so well anymore.
Of course, Girl Power TCG out here with their whole crew in Sacramento Regionals, hoping for a Girl Power win. Good luck to everyone from Poke-Emmy. Love to see community interacting with each other. We talked about this last week. It's really what it's all about, is just supporting your friends and lifting each other up and helping each other achieve your various different goals.
Indeed, it's always great to see all these groups and people attending these tournaments. It's fantastic to see the camaraderie, the support between all of them, and yeah, it's a big part of what Pokemon really is.
Yeah, it goes beyond the cards. It gets into the relationships you build outside of it. Alberto Conti winning a league challenge. Of course, a great player from over in the European region. Sacramento Regional Watch Party later, League Cup tomorrow. Talk about a good weekend right there, Pablo.
Indeed, I myself am very jealous of those league challenge wins, which are not easy to get, honestly. You have no margin for error, so winning league challenges.
One loss, and you basically have to go 4 or 5-0 depending on how many rounds it is.
Exactly. 6-0 if you play in Mexico.
Depending on your area, without a doubt. I think is that a German Giratina V-Star? I don't think that's Italian, and I'm pretty sure that's where Alberto's from. So
yeah, that is indeed German. Yeah,
taking use of the opportunity over in Europe to be able to play with a bunch of different language cards.
Yeah, I know they can play with pretty much every language except Japanese, right? Every other one is valid.
So, yeah. All kinds of different things that you can do in your deck when you're playing over in one of those European tournaments, as far as which languages you can use. Obviously, over here in North America, we stick to English for the most part, unless you're, of course, coming from a different region. You can always play cards from your home region. We do have some notable matches to take a look at as we get ready for this next round. Up at table number 1, we've got Jordan Sanchez up against Alex Kreckler. Of course, those players both at 7-0, trying to fight for the ever elusive 9-0 Regionals Day 1 start.
Yeah, 9-0, like, getting that completely undefeated record is so rare, right? And of course, only one player can achieve it per regional, but sometimes we have regionals where not a single one does. So 7-0 sitting very nice for Top Cod, and then we have Brandon Jones against Nick Guzman, both of them at 5-0-2, I believe, getting very close to that day 2. And then, of course, we have our featured match, Henry Brand versus William Penny, both players sitting at 5-1-1, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. So this should be an effective win and in. And then one table below, we see William Shestock going up against our current world champion, Vance Kelly. And speaking of world champions, that's what we're going to get to see here in this next match. Of course, Henry Brand, the 2019 world champion, traveling here all the way from Australia, said, "Here I am, I'm back." He won a regional championships last season in Milwaukee, traveling from Australia to come compete in this tournament. Do you think he can make another run and do it again? He's playing the same deck.
I really think he can. I mean, he's clearly shown he's good for it many times over, right? Winning Worlds, winning a regional just last season. I don't know if you could argue, like, one, obviously at Worlds you're playing against the absolute best players in the world. At regionals, there's just so many rounds. It's such a grueling day to go through the 9 rounds and then 6 more the next day and then the top cut. It's a lot to handle. Yeah, it's a different sort of skill. It's a lot.
And here we go, our 2 players getting set up, having a laugh before the game. There he is on the left, former world champion, forever world champion, Henry Brand. And is going to be playing up against William Penny in this round. Henry is on the Gardevoir list, and it looks like William Penny is going to be playing good old Miraidon.
Miraidon, a deck that we continue to see do well. Probably one of the best underrated decks that we've had since rotation, I believe. It came out in Scarlet and Violet.
Yes.
It top 8'd EUIC, and not many people paid attention to it still. And I feel like that image has changed since Worlds, I would imagine. But yeah, here we have it once again.
Once again, here we go with the Miraidon. We do see some prize cards going out for these players. Looks like a Miraidon EX in the prizes for William, a rare candy for Henry, and a Ralts, and also that one of Zacian. Not really the best, but it's nothing that automatically loses you the game by any means.
Now, Miraidon is running Path to a Peak, so that stadium being prized for Henry and being at the very top
this is true, yeah.
of the prizes could be one of the most impactful cards, along with the Ralts. Yeah, everything else you have multiple copies of. The Zacian is, of course, good, but not your preferred attacker. You want to trade your Gardevoirs that have the Shiner Arcana ability into the 2-prize Pokemon to be able to make up for the price deficit that you are probably going to be in the beginning. However, that Ralts and that stadium, I cannot emphasize how much that stadium could prove to be very impactful as the game progresses.
We'll see how things shape up. And over on Henry's side, does start the Lumineon, and that is not what you want to do really ever with this deck. And we asked the players for some fun facts as they were getting ready for this match, and Henry's fun fact was that he has started Lumineon 5 times today. I think we should make that 6.
Make it 6 indeed. That's a lot of time to start Lumineon, and this is probably the absolute worst matchup to start with because basically Miraidon looks at Lumineon and it gets KO'd, right? So this is rough.
Weak to Lightning, only 170 hit points. Pretty easy to deal with. William is kicking things off, did get an Ultra Ball right away and used it to grab a Miraidon using Tandem Unit. Got down to Mareep, another Miraidon. Now that is able to chain together with one more Tandem Unit. And something pretty nice for William as well is he actually started the Raichu V. And when you're going first, you actually get a little bit of extra help from that Raichu V. Its first attack allowing you to just actually attack on your first turn, kind of break one of the rules of the game right now. Search your deck for a Lightning Energy and attach it to the active.
Indeed, which is potentially impactful. Getting more energies into play, accessing resources is always important. And we are going to see that Bravery Charm, yeah.
Not going for the Raichu. I think getting that extra energy in play can be pretty nice, but I guess prepping up for the potential Raikou attack on the next turn is more valuable than just getting one more energy onto your Raichu in this spot. That's at least what William thinks. We're kicking it over now to Henry, who is rewarded with the, you have the bad start with the Lumineon, but you have a good start in the sense of getting that VIP pass on the turn 1.
Now, fun fact for William is that he has not missed a single generator once today. I imagine that means he's hit at least one energy in all of them. We saw a lot of misses earlier in the day. We'll have to see if William continues this streak.
I think if I was playing Miraidon, I would keep that fun fact to myself. I'm not jinxing that at all, for sure. I mean, it's just such a powerful card and so important for the deck. If you end up missing out, it can feel really bad. Now, Henry, off of this VIP, does find a Ralts and also that Greninja, being able to get a little bit of extra card draw, and actually does hit another VIP pass, probably the best card to hit off concealed cards.
That always feels so good when you hit that follow-up battle VIP pass. You were not counting on it, and then all of a sudden it does show up. Henry's hand is decent for turn 1, but when you're staring down a Miraidon, which you know is about to start attacking, that Raikou is pretty much guaranteed to be on the active attacking next turn. The pressure's on Henry, and that 2-prize liability on Lumineon, just like that alone might end up dictating the end result of this game.
So regardless, we've talked a little bit about what the position looks like on the board right now, but just in this matchup in general, where do you give the edge to Pablo?
I would definitely give the slight edge to Gardevoir. I feel like it's similar to the Lost Box scenario where the longer the game goes on, Gardevoir gets progressively and progressively stronger, their deck gets thinner, and therefore they have access to pretty much whatever they want. However, Miraidon is the opposite. It starts off really, really strong, and then it whittles down in terms of the threats it has, the resources it has access to. So if Miraidon can destabilize Gardevoir enough in the beginning, it can run with the game. If Gardevoir stabilizes enough, that's good enough, and it will definitely win in the prize trade thanks to the Shining Arcana Gardevoirs.
Pretty great draw here off the research for William. Penny does find the switch cart, so we will be able to see the attack this turn from the Raikou V. Does also have Escape Rope, but in this position, your opponent would probably just push another Ralt, so wisely choosing to go with the switch cart first. Of course, can't forget to get that extra card drawn with the Fleet-Footed. Another energy is not super helpful, but William does take the early lead here, taking a turn 2 KO with Lightning Rondo.
The solid start for William. Really not much else you can ask for. You also have the Forest Hillstone down to make sure that whether you get Iono, whether you get like whatever happens, you can just search for whatever you might need. And one Ralt's prized, one Ralt's down. It's looking rough for Henry in this early game.
Now, Henry does play the Mirage Step Kirlia, but his board is already a little awkward, right? Does have 3 Pokemon on the bench. Could still go for it. Is it still worth it if you're only getting 2 Kirlia out of the deck?
I would say so, yeah, because even if you like just get 2 instead of the ideal 3, right now Henry would not get those Kirlias out otherwise, right? So
yeah, Ralts is in the prizes, 1 in the discard pile.
Yeah.
That is totally fair, probably what he needs to do, and sure enough, it seems like Mirage Step is incoming. Now, something we saw pretty commonly from Tord at the World Championships is once he got Mirage Step in hand and he had no Kirlias, he stopped drawing cards. He wouldn't even concealed cards if he had it because he didn't want to risk drawing into a Kirlia. Here is Henry, though. I think you can afford to still draw some cards, as you do have that Ralts, and you probably want to get a Kirlia in play this turn.
Yeah, you certainly want one. Drawing more than 1 would be less than ideal, that's for sure. The chance of that happening are low enough. It's not 0, but it's low enough to where you can take that risk. You can absolutely take that risk.
And I do think I saw a rare candy in Henry's hand and also that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, but no Kirlia, so it will just be that Mirage Step. Not for the full effect. Shades of Water Duplicates brings a couple Kirlia down to the bench.
Now, as William, you have the choice to just take a knockout on the active. Through Forest Hillstone, you could knock out Luminion right now, and I honestly think there's merit to that. Knocking out 1 Kirlia, of course, very impactful, very important, and that's what we're going to see.
Okay.
However, that Luminion could get taken out of play by the Collapse Stadium and you could miss out on that opportunity. So
could be worth it to cash in on the prize cards while they're available, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely see a path to victory that way. There's also merit to denying the refinement, denying the potential Gardevoir. So both plays very, very good. I think you don't really know which one was the better one until the game develops a lot more.
Henry is going to kick things off with a level ball. Must have been the draw for turn. Otherwise, I think we would have seen the Kirlia developed onto that Ralts on the previous one. Henry is going to need 7 energy, I believe, right, to KO this Raikou. It's got 250 HP, so 7 energy will get them there. He does play a pair of reversal energy, which, of course, are active right now. Starts it off with the concealed cards, ditches a Psychic. We're drawing 2. Looks like a Research was one of those hits. But are there cards that Henry can afford to discard right now is the question.
I would imagine so. I think that evolving the active is like the tell that we're about to see. Yep, the Research, perfect.
Nothing too bad going down there.
Yeah, it's 7 cards from the Research, 6 extra cards from Shining Arcana, and double Refinement. You ought to find one of your reversal energies off of that huge amount of draw.
And of course, does still have the 1 Forest Sealstone as an additional draw with that Luminion in play, so that is something else we could see happen. A couple of abilities being utilized. Still a Shining Arcana, still a Refinement to use. This could attach a couple energy cards. Looks like that is a whiff, though. One thing that is definitely nice for Henry is that there has been no path to the peak from Williams' side of things. One other thing Henry, of course, does need this turn is the Gardevoir EX. I do see Ultra Ball in the hand, though. And I do see Collapsed as well. This could be a really strong turn for Henry if he can find one more basic Pokemon to put down in order to clear that Lumineon out of play. And here we go, Reversal Energy being attached.
A big card that Henry did have to discard before he used Mirage Step was a Super Rod. So one Ralts is down, one Ralts is prized. Recovering that Ralts is going to be difficult. So placing the Mew on the bench, good enough for the Collapse Stadium, but you would really love it if that was a Ralts instead.
We are going to see Henry thin here a bit. Does still, I believe, have one Refinement left. Is going to Ultra Ball to ditch at least one Psychic Energy, it appears, and a Rare Candy. Only one Rare Candy remaining at this point, and it's actually in the prize cards if I'm remembering right. So pretty unlikely we're actually going to even see a Rare Candy happen at this point in the game. But that is something that Henry's overall, I think, fine with. Doesn't have access to Zacian, which could make things a little awkward as this game starts to come to a close, though.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think Henry evolved preemptively, and he didn't use that last Refinement. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, he maybe did use it and then just didn't have a coin on it potentially before the previous research, something like that. But as it is, we will see the Brainwave taking the KO, tying things up. 2 prizes for Henry, 4-4 now for these 2 players. Henry does hit a Rare Candy off the prizes, so that could be something he could utilize later on. We'll see how it shapes up, though. William has a pretty easy choice, and the Flying Pikachu is an easy promotion. It's why it's in the deck. You have that free retreat option. It is holding now that Forest Seal Stone as well. William does have some options. It looks like there's a Path to the Peak in hand. I think there is an Iono and also a Research.
Yep, immediately goes for a Path to the Peak, immediately goes for Iono, has the energy guaranteed off the Flaffy, has the free retreat, so not really missing anything. And this is a situation where William needs Henry to whiff at some point. Henry did what he needed to do. He set up, he traded a single price Pokemon for a 2 price Pokemon that got knocked out, and even up the price trade-off. And now William, at best, is getting a single price card here, which means Henry has the opportunity to now overturn the price deficit and pull ahead if he's able to return KO this Miraidon that's about to attack.
I do see an energy to be attached for turn for William. Looks like it's going on to the Raichu, a potential future attacker. Of course, Dynamic Spark can pretty much clear whatever your opponent has in the active spot. It's a way that you can close out the game by knocking out Gardevoir EX. For now, we will see the retreat into the Miraidon EX. And it is going to be that Photon Blaster taking the KO. William jumps back ahead, 3 prizes to 4. Henry promotes the Curlia right away. And off this 4-card hand from Iono, +1 drawn for turn. What does he have to work with? I already see Forest Seal Stone.
Now, Forest Seal Stone, Counter Stadium, Reversal Energy as well. So pretty much everything you could possibly want off of that Iono.
That's a pretty good draw.
And the Gardevoir too. No Refinement again, though.
Yeah,
Which
I think
it makes sense. Yeah,
I don't think he could have discarded anything in that hand, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Forest Seal Stone is better than a Refinement, right? 2 random cards is better. It's not better than any card you want, really. So
feels bad to not get value from your Refinement, of course, especially in a deck like this where you want to thin useless cards out, but just the way it worked out there for Henry, he couldn't utilize it and definitely made the right decision. Goes for the Iono now, drawing 4 cards, limiting William to just 3, and does already have the knockout lined up thanks to that Reversal Energy, and still even has Forest Seal Stone he can utilize. And also, we should mention too, Pokemon League headquarters, kind of an annoying stadium for Miraidon to deal with.
Certainly, like, Miraidon usually doesn't have to deal with like adverse effects from stadiums, but Pokemon League headquarters, increasing the attackers by colorless to basic Pokemon, that's going to make it so Raichu has a harder time attacking. And this Miraidon has a harder time attacking. And now, fun fact, we have not seen a single electric generator be played this game, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think we have seen a single one. So what do you think of Williams' attachment to the Raichu last turn? I feel like in this spot, as we're watching the Miraidon and the active go down, it maybe would have been nice to put it on this benched Miraidon.
Definitely feels that way. I think the Raichu attachment is hopeful in the sense that you make Henry whiff an attack, and therefore your energies remain in play from the Miraidon, and you're able to go boss KO the Gardevoir EX somehow. But Henry did not whiff. We're going to see this KO, and we're going to see Henry pull ahead in this match at this point.
Energies being placed there onto Gardevoir. Brainwave dealing 60 damage plus 30 more for each psychic energy attached. Henry preemptively attaching a few energies, prepping for the disruption from William's side. Of course, William plays his own Path to the Peak, has not utilized Forest Sealstone yet, so he will have plenty of plays available. Henry jumps back ahead, taking 2 prize cards here. William quickly promoting Flying Pikachu, draws for turn. It is the Arven. Not necessarily the card you want to see, and this hand is really not that strong. He's got an energy card, a boss's orders, I think, as well. And then Squawkabilly EX, I think.
Now, it is looking grim for William, except Henry was not able to grab the Sashin V. So once this Gardevoir goes down, what do you attack with? You have no attackers left. You have no Pokemon to deal with that Raichu, and Gardevoir EX is 10 damage off. So unless you are able to combine a boss plus a Flying Pikachu VKO,
yeah,
it's gonna be rough. Yeah, although Henry still has his V-Star available for him.
Yeah, that is definitely true. That V-Star power has things set up, ready to go. So I think Henry should just have this locked up. William is not playing like the Flying Pikachu VMAX. We saw that from a list or two in Peoria. I think one of the top 16 lists actually had the Flying Pikachu VMAX in it. That would have been pretty strong in a spot like this to kind of just give yourself a little bit more HP to work with. And I think we are having a discussion at the table with the judge, it looks like. I didn't notice anything. Did you, Pablo?
I did not notice anything either. Did want to point out, as you were mentioning, Chip, that the preemptive attachments to Gardevoir EX are pretty important, yeah, because now even if Henry gets Iono plus Path, thanks to that Forest Sealstone, he is going to be able to search for that boss's orders. But we're going to check what's going on at the table, and we'll let you know as soon as we can.
Yep, we'll keep you guys updated as we receive updates. It looks like a discussion is being had off stream right now with another judge, just being a review of some actions I think that must have happened at some point. Was there any game state break that could have happened? Of course, that is the I guess most important thing in the Pokemon TCG is the game state. You know, it is a card game. There's, you know, it's not like Pokemon VGC or Pokemon Go where everything just happens in the game for you. It's on the responsibility of the players and the judges to keep things as they should be, and just naturally, as humans, we miss stuff from time to time.
Of course.
Things get out of place, extra energies get attached, you know, second stadiums get played sometimes. But we'll get updates on exactly what's being reviewed here as we get them and let everyone know at home what's happening.
Now, speaking of being on top of things, in the match we saw previously, yeah, Michael Pramawat prevented 2 of these things.
Yeah, true.
He prevented a second energy attachment. He prevented something else.
The Spiritomb.
Yeah, the Spiritomb, exactly.
Yep.
So that speaks volumes of like the attentiveness and good sportsmanship as well.
Right.
You know, that's really, really important to keep in mind.
Yeah, so it looks like we do have a review happening backstage with our judges, just taking a look at some footage to kind of get a grasp of the situation and understand exactly what happened. Of course, we will be showing the replay as well once we kind of have that, so we can keep everyone in the loop of exactly what went down. That was something I was really glad we were able to add in the Peoria stream. You know, when gameplay errors happened, we were able to kind of go back and show this is where things kind of went wrong for our players.
Yeah, that's always, we're always trying to find newer and better ways to show the audience everything that's happening and make sure you are as informed as we can to make sure that you know everything that's going on here.
Yeah, Henry, I even heard him at the table just say, I have no idea. So looks like our players are still trying to figure out what's happening too. As it stands though, Henry is ahead right now in the prize trade. Missed that Zacian like you mentioned, which is going to be kind of tough for him to try to find a way to close things out. Gonna be on finding things with that boss's orders. It will figure out maybe if there's some way for William to try to play around that, I guess. Something like a Thunder Shock on Flying Pikachu. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a fly, maybe, something like that.
There is actually a way.
Okay.
Yeah? William is playing a copy of Lost Vacuum.
Okay.
With the Lost Vacuum,
yeah.
you get rid of the Forest Sealstone, and that way it's down to the Iono finding the boss in order to win the game, right?
Yeah. Are we going to see William Forest Sealstone for Lost Vacuum to get rid of his opponents?
Potential.
Forest Sealstone,
well, you did
right.
mention he does have the Arven, right?
Oh, yep.
He does have the Arven,
That can get it.
That can directly search for that, and then you can Forest Sealstone perhaps for a for a Path to a Peak, right? So maybe we have something cooking right there.
Yeah, the judge there was looking at the Gardevoir EX on Henry's bench, it looked like. Judge is now taking the headphones off, going to chat with the team that's been reviewing behind the scenes, and we'll get an update shortly on exactly what's going down. These are always kind of awkward situations when you're sitting there with your opponent, a judge ruling is happening, and you're kind of just having to sit and wait and see what the ruling's going to be. I'm sure, you know, as someone who's played as long as you have, you've got plenty of experience
I
in
have
this
unfortunately
situation.
been in this situation multiple times as the culprit as well
On
as
the stream, yeah.
on the stream as a person who made this little mistake.
So yeah, we're hearing it looks like there may have been a double evolve. Research. Do we see maybe the beginning of this clip? Did he
before.
start by evolving the Ralts into the Curlia? That might be what happened.
That might have been what happened.
And then he evolved it into the Gardevoir. He could have evolved the other Curlia, though, is the thing.
True, yeah. And
that
I did
was-
point out, see, like, that's the missing refinement. I did mention that there was one refinement missing. That one hasn't been used.
Yeah. So that's
you would
what
have
happened.
evolved the one that you had used, right? So you could technically reverse this easily, just swap the Ralts, right?
Right.
To the other Curlia, but
It's definitely reversible, but it is still a gameplay error.
It
so
is.
we'll see how they want to do things. This happened a couple turns ago now at this point. There's been plenty of searches and shuffling and stuff like that, but you know, Henry could have easily just evolved the other one, and we would be in the exact same position we are now. So as we're reviewing that Curlia on the bench that has not used refinement, it did get evolved this turn, and later on here in this clip, we are going to see Henry get a Gardevoir EX and evolve the Curlia. Evolving twice in one turn, not something you're able to do here in the Pokemon TCG. There's no broken time space in play or anything like that. So we'll
And-
see exactly what the ruling is going to be.
yeah, and like, there's no reason for Henry with this hand to not utilize that other refinement. Yeah, he has so many cards in his hand. Like, that's the play. Yeah, if it just goes to the other Curlia, we're good, right? And then he has another refinement. I don't think it's impactful enough. Like, it would not have altered anything in the game as of this point.
Yeah, definitely. I think things should be resolvable at least. We'll see what our judges end up ruling. It does feel like even though this is fixable, I could still see this being a prize penalty in Williams' favor, which actually massively changes things. I mean, Williams just has to take one prize to win the game. So we'll see if that is going to be the result or not. Players still waiting on stage for our judges to get back to them on what is happening. We have seen, you know, some different rulings happen so far on the stream. Some things have been de-escalated, some things have been kept the same. It just kind of depends on the severity of the situation.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage in this spot, with the whole context, I would definitely encourage this to be minor, right? In the sense, you could even argue that Henry intended to just show the Gardevoir instead of evolving. He did have an evolvable Curlia at that point, just the one to the left instead of the one to the right.
And
so
he did evolve that Curlia like early in the turn, played research, did a bunch of things, and then evolved into the Gardevoir. So it's like easy enough to, it's reasonable enough to assume that that was a simple mistake.
And there's no advantage gained at all.
Right.
There's generally zero advantage gained. It's just move the Ralts or discard the Ralts, if you will. Yeah, because that other Curlia got KO'd. So there's not really a lot in play here to affect the outcome. Yeah, and if we want to keep the outcome as true to the game as we can, I feel like
that is the goal usually with these rulings. We see tons of people out here still in Sacramento. It's getting later in the day. Some tournaments have started to wrap up for the day. Some players have been eliminated or chosen to drop, I guess I should say, from their Swiss rounds because they feel like their record was not strong enough to continue on in the event. So things have started to clear out a little bit, but still tons happening, tons going on. Lots of players still competing out there, trying to, even if they're out of day 2 contention, earn as many championship points as they can. There was a lot of mix-up this season with how many points get paid out. You know, top 5-12 at these regionals now getting some amount of championship points. It might not be a lot, but at the end of the season, when you only get to have your 6 best finishes, it can matter.
Yeah, it can matter, especially there's 12 regionals total, right? Going to all 12 of them is a little difficult, right? So every result matters. If you're in contention, even for 512, you never know when those 20 could actually be the difference between making it or not making it. Maybe you make it to a stipend as well, depending on your local events, depending on your other tournament results. So sticking through the tournament, always a good feeling.
Yeah, I think those blue tables farther over there to the left is where the rest of our TCG Masters are playing, right in front of that TCG match slip sign, that big old Charizard with the welcome banner. And yeah, lots of action still happening out in the field right now. We're getting word that, you know, the fact that the other Corellia could have evolved is, I think, being considered in whatever ruling is happening here. Does still definitely an active situation that is being dealt with. Our judges are kind of analyzing how best to proceed from here. Of course, sometimes, you know, people will enhance rulings because they happen on stream, right? You know, also, you know, considering Henry being a world champion as well. Yeah. He's a high caliber player, should keep track of those things, but you can see, even the best players, those mistakes can happen. Henry knew, I can only evolve one of these Corellias. He just evolved the wrong one.
He just chose the wrong one, yeah. And they just so happen to actually be different because of the Mirage Step. So the difference is a Ralts, right? The Ralts availability between one or the other. In the grand scheme of things, no Super Rod has been played, no Ralts has been recovered. So zero potential change in terms of what has happened so far. And even a potential detriment to Henry in doing this because he did one less refinement. I feel like I saw him hesitate a little bit in the sense that, oh, didn't I have one available? And then he just went on. Yeah, so even like there's no genuine reason to do this for any other reason
no
other than was still a mistake. Yeah,
it's not like a second Gardevoir got put in play that shouldn't have.
Exactly,
it was still just the one Gardevoir EX, one Corellia was in play. The difference, like you mentioned, is just the Ralts. But it is a difference.
It is a difference, and we do have to hold our players to the highest of standards. There is a lot on the line. We are in round 8 with win and ins and day 2 contention, so it is important to keep play as clean as possible.
Absolutely. We want to make sure we're keeping up with the game state. That is, like I mentioned, the most important thing, making sure that things are up to par, you know, able to keep the game as it should be. There's no, you know, digital systems or anything like that. It's all up to the players, all up to the judges, up to those of you watching at home, people watching backstage and stuff as well. And sometimes it takes a little while to catch these things. And once it was brought to our judges' attention, that's where this ruling all started.
All right. Favorite Reggie?
All right, so we see Registeel, Regice, and Regirock there.
You said you spent a lot of time in Gen 3.
I did.
Which one's your favorite?
I don't think I did not have the strategy guide. I don't think I was smart enough to solve the, like, Reggie puzzles. You have to do some wacky stuff in order to get those things. You have to, like, I think you have to, like, have a Whale Lord in your party or something like that for one of them. Is this correct? Do you remember this?
I mean, I know it had to do with, like, specific Pokemon and then Braille. You had to, like, understand Braille as well.
Right. Yeah, it's something crazy. So I think if I had to pick one, Regice probably for me. As we're continuing through the tournament and waiting, of course, on this ruling to be settled, we can look at some current standings heading into this Swiss Round 8. We see Alex Kreckler and Jordan Sanchez. They are playing off at 7-0 right now. What a start for Rapid Strike Urshifu there for Alex Kreckler. Who could have predicted Urshifu as, you know, if they were given 2 cards to succeed, who would ever pick Urshifu as one of those 2 cards?
Honestly, no. Like, VMAXs, other than Mew VMAX, feels like they're just not quite up there anymore with EXs and V-Stars, but here we have Inteleon and Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Because I picked Rapid Strike
Urshifu.
Urshifu.
I'm sorry, I forgot you actually picked them. That's my bad.
A few other familiar names up here. We see Nicholas Moffat, Michael Pramawat. Ryan Harris is a player who had a lot of success last season. He mostly played Lost Box last year, got quite a few top 16s under his belt. He's wrapped up a day 2 berth at 6-0-1. Israel Sosa, former regional champion. Sawyer Melvin has had an excellent start to the year. We had him on stream in Peoria. He got top 16 in Pittsburgh. Already off to an excellent start here. 8th seed coming into this round. Any of these other names standing out to you at this time?
Calvin Connor being here at the very top. It's been very consistent last season, starting to get going this season as well. And yeah, Sawyer Melbourne, I believe, also got top 8 at one regional with Arceus.
Last season, I think.
Yeah, last season. Season. So
yeah, top 16 in Peoria this year, or Pittsburgh this year. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Yeah.
And then Azul GG, of course, still hanging in there. 6-1, did take a loss in the last round after a 6-0 start. We'll see if he can find that one more match point somewhere in these last couple of rounds to get his first day 2 of this brand new young season. Alex Rubin's another name I recognize, someone who I think's been in the top 16 at a handful of regional championships in the past. So yeah, lots of new names as well, which is always fun to see. You know, people trying to come out here, make a name for themselves, let themselves be known, and you know, have themselves some solid finishes.
Now, at 18 points, you're definitely playing out this round, but I don't know, if you're Azul, you haven't made day 2 in either event. Do you ID? Do you not ID? That's the question. That's always the question.
He never will. He never will.
Never, never, ever.
He is level-headed enough to recognize, if I want to win the tournament, every opportunity to get match points counts and matters, and that's what he's going to try to capitalize on. He's not here to make day 2. He's not here to get top 32. Not here to get top 16. He's here to win the tournament.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. That's a very competitive and winning mindset to have, for sure. I feel like maybe at some point it starts getting to you, like, psychologically, and you want to, like, just make day 2, right? And then just 6-0 the next day, yeah. But like have that day 2 so that you get back in that groove of things, and then you just start going 7-0, 8-0, and getting those better records for day 1. But I don't know, I feel like maybe I'm a little conservative in that way. I've definitely ID'd in situations where I had like at 6-0, and I just ID'd to like get that out of my head, and then I get to play round 8 and 9 fully focused on just winning everything, as I am guaranteed that day 2. But I don't know, that's just me.
So it looks like our judge is explaining the situation to the players on the stage, and of course, once they get kind of the ruling, they'll also have an opportunity to appeal, speak with the head judge if they want to, and try to get a grasp of what the exact situation is and what the correct fix is for this scenario as it stands. Our judge is now leaving the table once again, probably to converse with the others and just get the final ruling here figured out. Of course, players always have the opportunity to appeal to the head judge, which, you know, if you believe something is wrong, we encourage you to do, of course. Judges are human too, they make mistakes. So we'll see exactly what the situation is here. Looks like there has been an appeal.
I wonder by whom. Is it William saying it's maybe a little lenient, or is it Henry?
I think there's a discussion about if the fix isn't right, the fix of moving the Curlias potential, or moving the Ralts. And it looks like, yeah, Henry is maybe processing the situation now a little more adequately.
Yeah.
We just kind of saw a light bulb click.
Yeah,
it looked like.
And I know, because like he had one Curlia left over, right?
Right. Didn't ever use that last refinement.
Yeah. He ultra balled for the Gardevoir EX, placed it on top of that Curlia that couldn't evolve but had to use refinement. And I mean, there's so many actions that you do during your turn, especially with Gardevoir.
Yes.
And in many instances, which
he played
Curlia
a million
you
search cards that turn,
Yeah.
like drew a bunch. A very reasonable mistake.
And which Curlia you evolved doesn't matter, right? Seems like Henry has finally understood what's going on.
He's grasped exactly what has happened. And I think the judge is going with the fix that we were kind of talking about. They're moving the Ralts. It's going to be under the active Gardevoir.
That does fix it. No, they're right. Because it was not this turn, it was last turn.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So I think the appeal here was just that I think Henry was worried that whatever fix was happening wasn't accurate, but it looks like now he understands what the gameplay error was. So now Henry's just kind of walking through exactly what happened, making sure his opponent's up to speed. Henry now is totally caught up on what happened, and I think we're going to get into this next turn here hopefully soon. We'll get right back into the game. Definitely going to be a reasonable extension here.
For sure.
Sizable extension, one could say. They're going to get it all sorted out, though, and we'll get back into the game shortly.
Yeah, and generally, it's an easy fix, right? There's a Ralt somewhere that should be under a Gardevoir somewhere, and that's that. Yeah. No advantage gained, no change of outcome. Nothing was or should be any different at this point in time. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it does sound like, based on words hearing at the stage, it is going to be just a warning. So not going to be a prize penalty or anything like that. I think that this is a reasonable outcome, right?
Yep.
No advantage was gained. A reasonable enough fix, and no prize penalty awarded. What do you think of that there, Pablo?
I think it's very reasonable. Yeah, and I like it. There's all the context being taken into consideration.
William given an opportunity to appeal as well if he would like to. Both players have that chance, and just shakes his head, says, nope, let's get back into it.
Yeah, I think it's important to like be able to reconcentrate and really get into the game after everything that just went by. It was a good amount of time that passed, so now regardless whether you're Henry or William, you really want to make sure that you get back into this and continue with your game-winning plan, which we were in a very, very interesting spot in this game.
Yeah, and we still are. You know, it's still definitely not guaranteed for either player. William has drawn for turn, does have access to the Arven, and it looks like we are good to continue play. Going to be a sizable extension. We'll have our clock updated appropriately. Plus 20-minute time extension, is that? Were we here talking for 20 minutes?
I think so, yeah.
Holy
I think
cow. So. Goodness. Well, here we go, getting right back into things, and it looks like tandem unit is the first thing being done now by William. Let's get back to the game.
Indeed. So tandem unit, good to thin, good to make sure that you increase your chance of top decking. I feel like as William, you have to see that the Gardevoir EX is powered up and the Flying Pikachu V is right there for the taking. So you need to get rid of that Force Seal Stone. Path to Peak, less important because the energies have already been attached. There is Radiant Greninja to draw extra cards, but you don't necessarily know that. So perhaps, I don't know, Lost Vacuum into Iono would be the dream, but pulling that off with Force Seal Stone is good, but it's not that good.
Now, as William, you don't know that your opponent has prized the Zacian V still, so I actually think this makes sense too. If you can power up this Zapdos and attack with it as a one prizer, you make Henry have so much, in theory, in order to get the knockout. If you do attack with something like a Miraidon, Henry could win pretty straightforward with something just like a Zacian. Arven now will be the supporter to be played this turn, searching the deck for any item card, and also a tool card. Does get the Electric Generator, does not get that Lost Vacuum.
Indeed, no Lost Vacuum. The Bravery Charm will make Raichu a little bit tougher to take down, will make the Zapdos a little bit tougher to take down, but the key card right here is this Force Seal Stone. This Force Seal Stone will allow Henry to just go boss, KO the Flying Pikachu V. Can William recognize this? And there's still the Pokemon League headquarters to deal with.
Yeah, still needs to bump that stadium. Has already played the supporter, does hit one lightning energy off of this generator, continuing his streak of not whiffing a single one. But with that league headquarters in play, he has to evaluate where does this energy go down, and it actually might have to go to the Raichu. One energy in hand, you generator to the Raichu, attach to the Raichu. Of course, you do still have Dynamotor, I guess, hanging around, so all things that need to be considered here for William. Is going to use that V-Star power now, too.
V-Star could be for the path to the peak, but, I mean, without the path, oh, interesting.
Just going with another generator.
Just getting all the energies down as much as possible. If you hit 2 energies off of this, plus the Fluffy, you can go boss KO the Gardevoir EX, but then that just leaves the Gardevoir powered up and ready to KO.
Yeah, and
anything.
Arven was played this turn as well already too, right? Are you thinking?
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe all this time made it so that the Pokemon League headquarters.
Oh, is he taking the knockout with Flaffy? That plays around the Pokemon League HQ.
That does indeed. Does not play around the boss's orders by the Force Seal Stone though, so that's the key, and I think that's gonna do it for Henry.
Yeah, William was not able to kind of see the line, I think, to go for the Lost Vacuum. Also could have been utilized maybe earlier in this game, maybe hit the discard pile off of Professor's Research earlier and we maybe missed.
Maybe, yeah.
That is definitely possible. Generator now seeing the top 5. Will William keep that streak going?
I think it's a big tell, though, that, like, if you know the Lost Vacuum is in the discard pile and you see that play, then I would have scooped in the beginning of the turn, right? And or you hope that Henry pries both bosses orders. That's the all which is a possibility, right? Very, very, very unlikely, but it is a possibility.
And we are going to see the shuffle now from William. The charm coming down onto the Raichu, retreat into the Flaffy. While this is a very cool play, the Electro Ball for the KO. I think Henry is going to have the pieces to close things out.
Yep, promote Gardevoir, Forest Seal Stone, boss. Might just have the boss in hand. Goes for a level just to double check. And there's the V-Star, boss's orders, KO the Flying Pikachu V, 190, GG. The Lost Vacuum was the card we needed, not those electric generators. So we're gonna shuffle up, Henry up 1-0. That's gonna feel good after so much discussion, and where a double price penalty would have meant game over for Henry.
Yeah.
So glad we were able to clear that out. And straightforward boss play. I really like the level ball to check. I feel like that's it. It adds 3 seconds to your plan, but just in case you miss something, just in case you haven't checked your prizes thoroughly, you don't remember what's in there, it just makes sure that you're not completely wasting that and not going, oh, I can't do this.
So we did see the rare Electro Ball attack. Very cool, but unfortunately, kind of a neat way to play around the Pokemon League HQ as well. But in this spot, ends up not mattering too much. Like you mentioned, just double checking that that boss is indeed in the deck. You'd hate to make a mistake. And after a 20-minute judge ruling, it's easy to have potentially forgotten what your prize cards are. Double check, take that KO, and we'll move on to game number 2.
I will say once again, I've been the culprit in many occasions where I'm fairly certain I have the win, and then you go, oh, well, and then you try to play it cool, you know? Like, you try to play it off as if you weren't planning for that.
Yeah, I think we're taking a look at it. Looked like William had a pretty damaged sleeve, so looks like the judge checked through it, though, and it looks like William is going to be going first here in this next game.
Sleeves seem to be good, so we're gonna see Miraidon start off, and we did see William hit at least one energy off of every single electric generator, so the streak continuing so far.
One Curly on the prizes for Henry. You don't really love to see that. The Bravery Charm, Forest Seal Stone, and the Raichu in the prizes for William Penny. Not too great, but again, nothing that's going to immediately stop you from playing the game. Good thing you play 3 Miraidon EX, right?
Good thing you play 3. It does halt the setup just a little bit since you can't chain Miraidons, right? You don't get the double quotation marks battle VIP pass effect of back-to-back Miraidons, but at this stage, all you need is a Raikou to start applying pressure, so that should definitely be good enough.
William debating how to start this opening turn. Does have an Ultra Ball, ditches 2 Lightning Energy immediately. That's going to be really nice for some Dynamotors later on. This is definitely a matchup where it feels nice to get double Dynamotors set up if you can. Makes it easy for your Raichu to come in and KO Gardevoir later on, and then honestly just takes a lot of pressure off your electric generators. That Miraidon being utilized right now is going to get the bad news that there's not another Miraidon to chain together, but still can at least establish like the Flying Pikachu V. We could see a Raikou V coming down. What do you think the 2 Pokemon are you'd like to see here, Pablo?
Definitely Raikou V. I feel like the Flying Pikachu V, yeah, it's such a liability. That 190 HP being in range of Gardevoir EX is quite literally what costed William the previous game. However, the free retreat is super valuable, right? I myself prefer the Silver Tempest Aurora that has the free retreat. Flying Pikachu V, the effect for Thunder Shock, being able to paralyze, is so situational. It's like the 50 HP Peaches. If you're in that spot, you're probably not in a very good spot. So I myself prefer that, but there is value. Yeah, having a free retreater with these sort of decks is very, very important. And we see the fleet-footed here. No energy attachment.
Yeah, pretty interesting. No energy attachment. Looks like there's a research and an Arven in the hand. I think I would have liked to have seen one of those hitting the discard pile off the Ultra Ball as opposed to the energy. Most preferably, probably the Arven. Just go for research next turn, and you're going to be in a solid spot. But now, as it stands, you're going to put a lot of pressure onto some future electric generators.
Yeah, the threat level that you have right now is way less than if you just had an energy on the Raikou in the active, and then next turn you go path research and go from there. So questionable decision there with the double energy discard. Of course, you benefit from energies in the discard pile for Dynamotor, but you're not a dedicated 4/4 Fluffy deck. You just run the 2/2. So that right there could make it so William doesn't get a turn 2 KO, and that's like the dream for Henry.
So Henry off this Battle VIP pass. Of course, once again, that optimal opening card is going to just grab a pair of Ralts. No Greninja and no Mew found right away. Does look like there is energy in hand, so one of those two could have been a good option. This kind of tells me Henry's going to play to the turn 2 Mirage step, but it's way less valuable when you only have 2 Refinement Curlia in the deck.
Indeed, way less valuable, but probably still good enough, as you do have the leftover walls to be able to rare candy onto them. And now, did we see?
Yeah, William going with the Ultra Ball, and guess what he discarded? The Arven.
Okay.
Probably would have been fine to discard previously, don't you think?
Probably would have been fine indeed. So now there's no path to the peak either. So, which, like, you're not shutting down anything next turn, but you're burning Henry's counter stadiums to get the first KO, right? And then every subsequent path to peak becomes even stronger, especially when combined with hand disruption. And there's the research.
Yep, gonna play that research. Choosing not to tandem unit first to get out the other Raikou V. That's probably your best other attacker at this time. There is an Electric Generator, it looks like, and that Forest Sealstone. I actually probably would have liked to see the Forest Sealstone go on the Raichu V, leave that Pikachu V open to get the Bravery Charm.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. I feel like that there was very little time between the card was drawn and the card was played, and that shows sometimes that we're playing more in like sort of automatic pilot, if you will, just going through the motions instead of really analyzing, okay, this is what cost me the previous game, how can I change that? And that's through a Bravery Charm onto Flying Pikachu, potentially.
Electric Generator being played for William. Can he keep up his perfect streak up to this point? 5 cards from the top.
Seems like maybe an extra card was grabbed, or some cards might have dropped from the top of the deck, as we see some hesitation here.
Yeah, Judge is talking to the players. We'll get sorted out what's happening here. Yeah, it was 1 extra card. Was not revealed, just going to go to the top of the deck.
Yep.
And these cards are all going to be shuffled back anyway after this generator either succeeds or fails, and succeed it does. 1 single energy card. Now, the question is where to attach it.
The streak does continue, but yeah, this Raikou in the active is so awkward. And there's the other Raikou on the hand, but it was not played before the Electric Generator, so...
It's going to be the Miraidon attack, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, which is possible thanks to a Dynamotor, right? But this is a very, very complicated way to get a turn 1 knockout when it could have just been attach KO, right? And Miraidon does have the drawback that it cannot attack back-to-back turns unless you find a switching effect, which William does have a couple in his hand, but...
Yeah, well, you're not guaranteed to keep those cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Henry's deck plays plenty of Iono, and how about that? A pair of energy found off this generator. That's a fully powered up Miraidon EX.
That is a fully powered up Miraidon EX. Very, very nice.
Looks like the 6th card actually was accidentally flipped face up. It was just off screen, but did get flipped face up on the table. Both players did see it, so William has been issued a warning for that accidental flip there. Love to see that's not a prize penalty. I feel like in the past that's something that has been issued as a prize penalty, so kind of nice to see that's just a simple warning, especially in a spot like that where it literally doesn't matter. You generator, you see those cards, and you're going to shuffle immediately after anyway.
Now the Raichu is powered up instead of the Raikou, so it seems like Raiku's just not going to feature in this game. I mean, it can be easily powered up next turn.
Sure.
But I feel like splitting your energies, 1 on Raikou, 1 on Raichu, that way you have the versatility to choose. Yeah, that versatility, having those options is the key in Pokemon.
Yeah, just a great overall strategy, no matter what Pokemon deck you are playing, and that's something you consistently see from the best players, is just leaving themselves with plenty of options. Henry Brand here on the left does play an Ultra Ball right away to grab Radiant Greninja from the deck, does have an energy in hand. Ultra Ball could have grabbed the Curlia, but wants to get a little bit more of a board established here. Kind of confused as to why we didn't see the Greninja just grabbed right away. On the previous turn, there's plenty of energy in this hand.
Yeah, there definitely is. Yeah, I mean, Zapdos EX potential play, which you don't know whether your opponent plays it or not. I guess there was space for a Halucha plus a Zapdos EX to take down, but we're just going to see the straight up Mirage Step. No respect for Zapdos EX with the Manaphy hitting the discard pile, so we're just going to see the Mirage Step right here.
Of course, with the Kirlia Prize, this will only fetch 2 from the deck, getting put directly into play, and now it's back over to Williams' turn, does draw, and it is that Judge. Does have Escape Rope in hand. That's pretty nice. Can reset that Photon Blaster. Easy promote of the Flying Pikachu. Now, what does Henry send into the active is the question. Looks like Radiant Greninja will be that choice. And William can just play the Judge. Chooses not to put that second Forest Seal Stone into play. What do you think of that? Maybe keeping all these other Pokemon open for a potential Bravery Charm, and also respecting the chance that Henry plays Lost Vacuum and this active one could get discarded.
True. Very respectful. I feel like the benefit of having 2 of them in play, or at the very least, just getting rid of it and not
you could have put it on the Flaffy, right?
Exactly, yeah. Putting it there, I think, is like, okay, sure, you have the Lost Vacuum, but it's not that big a deal. And it's one less card, right? That one less card might not seem a lot right now. The decks are still pretty big. However, as the game goes on, yeah, you're 1 card off hitting that boss's orders because you top deck the Forest Seal Stone instead, potentially.
Dynamotor on Flaffy used now, going to attach an energy for turn to the Raikou V. Also does have an energy card that was drawn for the turn. Does have the other Flaffy in hand. I would maybe like to see Tandem Unit just grab the other Mareep here. What do you think?
I think that would be pretty reasonable. That does mean like Raichu's just going to be available this whole time right now.
Right.
There's a lot of energy in play. Even after a knockout, you get to recover pretty nicely. But we're just going to straight up see KO with Miraidon, once again requiring another switching card if we wanted to attack with it, or costing an energy, which might not be the biggest deal, but difficult to get back-to-back attacks now that so many have been used.
And let's see if Henry is able to respond here. Of course, being behind on prize cards, he can utilize that reversal energy. It will now provide 3 energy of any type, the key one being Psychic in this position, to boost the power of the Brain Wave of that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Speaking of which, that comes into play, utilizing that ability immediately. Seeing the top 2, could attach any energy cards if Henry had found one. Looks like he did not. Fog Crystal now fetching a Psychic Energy from the deck. Does he have the pieces necessary to get this KO?
He is holding Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, so I do believe he does have enough energies now. Does require 6, I believe, total, and there's definitely more than enough now, so should be in the great spot. We are seeing basically a similar situation to last time. Henry is down 2 prizes, takes a 2-prize knockout with his single prize Pokemon, and puts pressure on William to respawn. Now, William's board is looking very different than last time, and there is a possibility for Raichu to snipe the Gardevoir EX in retaliation, but that means all the energies will already be on the Gardevoir.
And then Henry doesn't have to put a 2-prize Pokemon in play.
Exactly, so things are looking pretty good if you're Henry, and that, I feel like that escape rope was huge.
It was, for sure. Henry making sure this
Sure.
Ralts can evolve, right? Okay, I'm good.
Yep. I think the key play here was that turn 1 attachment on the Raikou that we did not see. I think that changed the whole dynamic. You were forced to attack with Miraidon, you escape roped instead of attacking the Kirlia that became this Gardevoir precisely.
Right.
You knocked
and
out
now Henry
Greninja.
just has so much in play.
Yep.
Yeah, William did a great job in game 1, using that boss's orders early to chase after the Kirlia, recognizing how strong it can be when you take those Pokemon out of play. Just didn't quite was not quite able to pull that exact same strategy off in this one. And are we going to see Electro Ball, excuse me, once again? It looks like it.
There's so much confusion between Electro Ball, Electric Generator. They're interchangeable at this point.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, we'll make them work together. 7 cards now drawn off of the research. Still 2 Miraidon EX in the prize cards. Does have an energy, I believe, to attach for turn. Has not. No, maybe did attach to the Flaffy. Yeah, there was only 1 energy on the Flaffy to start this turn, so Dynamotor plus attach. So we will just see the retreat. That Forest Seal Stone still having not been utilized. I mean, honestly, as Miraidon, working in a 1-prize attacker at some point is pretty good in this matchup.
Yep.
So if you're doing it with the Flaffy, hey, it works, right?
Indeed. It's definitely part of your game-winning plan. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're not using only 2 prize Pokemon, try to make your opponent play essentially to 7 prizes. And this is one way to do it. Yeah, usually we see Zeraora, usually we even see Zapdos, but this time it's Flaffy putting in the work.
Refinement used a couple of times here for Henry, ditching an energy, and also the Battle VIP Pass has tons of cards available. Do we see Boss's Orders? And that is going to be the thing that William puts pressure on Henry to do in these type of situations, is find Boss's Orders, not only this turn, but also on the next turn.
And coincidentally, Henry got exactly Boss's Orders off of the Shining Arcana. The last card seen this turn is the Boss's Orders, is also holding a Palpad to really put back that immediately to make sure that he can go Boss's Orders again the turn afterwards. And now he does have Sasha available, so it's on William to potentially stop this. And we're probably going to see a second Electro Ball knockout right here.
So I wonder where the Boss's Orders is going. What are we going to target here? The Raichu does seem like a tempting target. Of course, it is already powered up, but honestly, maybe you take out the Flying Pikachu. Take away that V-Star power option from William, right?
Yeah, I honestly think that's pretty significant, right? Raichu can KO Gardevoir EX somehow, but that's not relevant anymore.
Yeah, if Gardevoir gets KO'd on the bench, your active Gardevoir with all these energies stays in play.
Indeed, yeah. So I fully agree, Chip. I think KOing that Force Seal Stone, getting rid of that resource, which is a free retreat as well, making your opponent's decisions a little more complicated in the beginning, pretty important. However, Henry seems to be playing towards this end game where he only needs Boss plus energy or just Boss to
Which
KO
is fair
that
as
Flying
well,
Pikachu.
I think, right? Forcing yourself to need less. You only need 1 card realistically to win the game with a couple of refinements in play. And also, I think Lumineon V still hanging around. It should be reasonable enough to pull off. Henry does also have Palpad in hand. I think I'd like to see that played here as well. Put that Boss back in. That is now Henry's ultimate win condition.
For sure, and he does play 2 copies of Boss's Orders, of course. The other copy is not prized, therefore still a significant amount of cards left in the deck, but trying to make sure that if you get Iono'd, both of them are there, and then you have double refinement. So Iono to 2 is less impressive when your opponent gets at least 5 extra cards, the top deck plus 2 refinements.
Yeah, maybe this play of knocking out the Raichu now actually does make more sense. That way, if your opponent goes something like Iono to 2 plus Path, your Zacian is really hard to power up. So forcing yourself to need as little as possible, I think ultimately this is the right decision here for Henry.
Yeah, interesting decision to put back the Greninja, though. I understand the Gardevoir, of course, that can be another attacker, can be extra cards. The Greninja, if there is a path down, you can't use Greninja, and you also could not use Gardevoir. If there isn't a path down, I feel like you're probably in a really, really good spot. So we'll see. Yeah, but Henry's the one playing, I'm the one commentating, so we'll have to see what happens.
Don't sell yourself short, Pablo. You've been in these positions plenty of times. And we do see William draw for turn. Did get Miraidon off the prizes, and this is actually pretty nice to power up because you now have a clear win condition of disrupt Henry, using Iono or Judge, take the knockout with the Flaffy, hope Henry whiffs, and then if you power up this Miraidon, you can KO the Zacian V on Henry's side on the next turn to try to close out the game and the win.
Indeed, pretty clear path. The question is, can William disrupt Henry enough to actually achieve this?
William's actually putting the energy cards onto the Zapdos as well, which I don't think is going to be super impactful here. You know, Zapdos isn't going to be able to KO a 2-prizer on the next turn. Your other Raichu is prized as well. And looks like William does have one important piece here in that Iono. Can he find the path to the peak as well?
Well, he had definitely V-Star for it, so should be good to go.
Oh, yeah, the Flying Pikachu still in play. Yep,
the Flying Pikachu's there. I think the big deal here is exactly what you mentioned. No energy in the Miraidon, therefore, how do you win after you knock out this Gardevoir, right? You don't have a Raichu, you don't have the energies. Well, you do have more than enough energies, rather, but you don't have that Raichu anymore. There's a path, so no need to Force Seal Stone.
We'll see if he can make it happen. Puts that Bravery Charm down. Can't put it on the Flying Pikachu as it already has a tool card. Does take 1 prize. Both of these players with just 2 remaining. Does Henry have the pieces needed to close this game out? Needs an energy, needs a boss. Can he pull it together? Could also just find a replacement stadium and a boss. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Henry can do. Refinement happens. Looks like another Gardevoir coming out. Shining Arcana draws 2. No energy hit, adding them both to the hand, both of those cards. And now another refinement. Could this be what it comes down to? Henry's playing it close to the chest. We're not seeing what he has. and he didn't play it right away. That makes me think he is whiffed.
He also refinemented away the level ball, which means there's no more Pokemon left to thin. And he did get the energy, no bosses hoarders, and he also needed a stadium, right? Potentially. Well, no,
or no,
not
not
if he needed
necessarily,
the energy. Right. All right, so level ball to not grab anything, I would imagine. Otherwise, why not do that first? I guess you got Ionode, and if you didn't have boss in your hand, yeah, that would be
It depends
why.
on what was in your hand before you got Ionode. If you don't want to shuffle those cards, and that's, I think, an underrated skill in the game right now, knowing when to shuffle your deck, even if you're not getting anything.
100%, that is very true. Now, this is where William, imagine, you have those two energies that are on Zapdos onto the Miraidon. And then all of a sudden, you need boss for game, knock out the Zacian. So those two energies could be very costly. Do see the research by Henry.
Yeah, debating going, I think, for the Iono. Does choose to just dig, draw as many cards as possible, try to set up for win on the next turn. So Henry cannot win the game now on this turn.
Yep.
What is your best path in this spot as Henry? If you cannot win this turn, I don't think you want to leave this Gardevoir active, right?
I don't think you do. No, there could be a Raichu in the field, but
looks like he doesn't have an option otherwise. No stadium to replace in order to power up the Gardevoir, just the attack and the pass. William, we know, though, has actually prized his last Raichu. So we do see the Ultra Ball. I don't think there's a Raichu in the deck for him to grab with this.
Even if there was, though.
Yeah, he doesn't have an well, he has the V-Star power.
Stone, for electric generator. I think the energy spread was just a little suboptimal this time around. William, if these three energies are just on the Miraidon, you go V-Star boss for a game. Yeah. So, difficult choices. I also would have liked, Henry did discard the Mew. I feel like you could not be punished by playing down the Mew, and then you could retreat into that potentially. This leaves you vulnerable-ish, right? You don't know what William was holding. So when your opponent's at 2 prizes and exposing that 2 prizer, and whereas Mew can also help you thin a card as well, potentially, to just get closer to the boss, get closer to the stadium, and take the knockout. There is value in leaving the Gardevoir powered up, just so that you can attack next turn. Your win condition is still the same, assuming William attacks with something other than the Flying Pikachu or the Zapdos, right? Which you would imagine it's finally Raikou time.
Well, I don't know. So if you attack with the Raikou, you have to assume off of Henry's 7-card draw from research, plus a refinement, plus the Gardevoir, Henry's going to find the replacement stadium. Henry's going to find the pieces he needs in order to get the KO. Almost definitely, right?
Right.
So it makes me wonder, as William, you got to go for the 50-50 here. Do you
paralysis.
Go for the Thunder Shock?
That's
if you
fair.
flip heads, you buy yourself a turn to maybe get back in this.
That is very true. Maybe that's the one turn you need.
But as it stands, he didn't get an energy off the Forest Sealstone. Instead goes for the generator. Does hit 2 energy cards. Can power up and attack with this Raikou V. And is just going to have to cross his fingers and hope Henry does not have a replacement stadium. That's all Henry would need at this point with Zacian V already in play.
Yeah, definitely a weird turn of events to finish this game for sure. Both players could have possibly won. Then the decision making and the draw of the cards has given us this extra turn. We're just going to see the damage, it seems. But yeah, with Henry's huge hand after a research, it's going to be rough. Can't imagine he doesn't have the boss's orders here. And he can draw 4 extra cards. Those Gardevoir and Kirlia are tilted, but yep, there we go.
And there is the stadium card. Henry can retreat into the Zacian, removing 2 energy from the active, and then we'll load all of them up onto the Zacian V, taking the KO. Storm Slash deals with that Raikou V. Bravery Charm, no problem at all. Dealing the winning blow. Henry gets the 2-0 victory and locks up a berth to day 2.
Very nicely done by Henry, despite whiffing that turn with the boss, not being able to win that turn earlier. Calculating the risk, going for the knockout, denying the energy from Dynamotor, which could have also mattered, right, in denying the Miraidon from KOing your Zacian. Now you committed it down and it's on the field, so perhaps that was a calculated risk and it paid off.
Yep, William, of course, does move to 5-2-1 now, is going to have to win this last round of Swiss if he wants to make it into day 2. Can definitely make it happen. Miraidon is a very powerful deck. We'll see if William will be able to make that a reality in Swiss round 9 coming up. Henry going to be feeling pretty nice, though, as he is locking up that day 2 berth. Let's look at how things broke down in this set. It was William striking first, of course, drawing a little bit more with that fleet-footed and taking that early KO with Lightning Rondo. But all that did was activate the reversal energies for later in the game. Of course, after this excellent Mirage step turn, and then maybe a Kirlia that was a little overzealous.
Questionable Kirlia.
Did evolve maybe a little too early. It got
Right
sorted
there.
out later on. We were able to get things fixed. It did take a 20-minute judge ruling and time extension, but we did work it out. Henry realizing where his mistake came in, the moment the light bulb turned on, you can definitely see it on his face.
Yeah, that was, like we mentioned, no advantage gained, no reason not to refinement. Like, you have to have a very, very, very good reason not to refinement. Such as when Henry drew the exact 5 cards he needed off of that Iono plus the top deck. That's the one time you don't refinement. Every other time, if you're playing Gardevoir, please use refinement every single time.
And William did get in a couple of attacks with Flappy. Did Flappy take as many prize cards as any other Pokemon in this set? It's got to be up there, right? I guess besides Gardevoir on Henry's end.
It took 3, right? It definitely took 3. 3 Gardevoir total. Yeah, so who knocked more? Flappy knocked Gardevoir, or Gardevoir knocked Flappy? I think Flappy's a superior Pokemon, clearly.
Yes, normally Flappy was, I think Henry was kind of fine leaving those energies on the Flappy and bossing around. And ultimately, Henry did find the replacement stadium, the Zacian V, sent to the active, tons of energy being accelerated and able to get that one-hit KO, taking his last prize card to move on to 6-1-1. Going to be trying to get to 7-1-1. Big difference between day 1 and day 2. If you can get that extra win, 3 more match points towards top 8, extremely important.
Yeah, walking into day 2 with 22 match points is a world of difference than walking into day 2 with 19. Gives you at least one round where things can go wrong, right? Where variance was harsh against you, where luck was not on your side, whereas walking in with 19 points, still possible, right? We've seen it done plenty of times, but it's difficult.
Absolutely. Henry Brand taking Gardevoir into day 2. Of course, Henry did win the Milwaukee Regional Championships last season. And then I think right after it, Fresno, he got top 32 with the deck. So he's had some pretty good finishes in America with Gardevoir. Will he add yet one more to his accolades?
And will he be able to continue that over in Australia? Because we do have those Australian regionals coming up soon.
Yeah, I think in just a month or so, Brisbane regionals is happening. I think Thanksgiving weekend over here. So that is going to be an exciting one to see happen. Those tournaments in Australia are going to be wild because just traditionally there's a little bit smaller of a community, right? Usually just 100 or so players, 200 players on the East Coast Australian regionals, 100 or so on the West Coast. First place of those events still gets $10,000, so that's a lot of pressure, a lot on the line for those players.
Yeah, for sure. And the player base is perhaps smaller, but the talent is definitely like everywhere.
Some of the best players in the world
Yeah.
are down in Australia. Henry Brand, of course, being one of them. And I'm excited to hear from him now, our 2019 world champ. How's he feeling locking up day 2? Juancho, let us know.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by world champion, regional champion, Henry Brand, the winner of round 8. How's it going, Henry?
It's going all right. Well, that was a messy one.
Well, I'm so glad to see you here again.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a feeling this might not even be the last time I'll be talking to you.
Fingers
No.
crossed.
But yeah, that was definitely a long game, especially we're here in round 8. So I'll try not to take up too much of your time.
Okay.
Make sure you get the rest, but we gotta address it. There was a judge call for that game. It was very minor in my opinion, and I want to ask you about your mindset. Right, it's round 8. You're tired and you had a judge call. What do you do afterwards? Like, how do you pick yourself up?
That's a good one. Well, it's funny because I played pretty sloppy game on him before that. I was a bit not super happy with what I was doing. I felt a bit nervous on the stream today, Juancho. I don't know why. But the big thing is I evolved the Kirlia that was obviously coming to play that turn. But the thing is that was actually the wrong one to evolve because I hadn't used refinement yet. And so I was thinking, man, people are going to be like laughing at me for evolving the wrong one. I'd be like, why could I do this? And then it wasn't even evolvable. So to recover from that, I mean, I had to recover from looking dumb in the first place. But also, I mean, like, you do get a bit rattled. That was a really long call, and you're not quite sure what for a lot of the time.
Yes.
And so obviously you're a bit worried, like what do you do if you can't figure it out on the spot? But I mean, you just got to try and calm yourself the best you can. I don't think I like returned to like, you know, crystal calm, you know, measured gameplay afterwards. But I mean, you got through there, and I think it was game 2. I probably played slightly better than did the first one. So.
Yeah, for sure. I think you did what you can, for sure. You kept your cool. You, especially with your deck, you have to keep the wits about you. Make sure you do all the right plays, especially here, round 8. Again, we've been playing Pokemon for, I don't know, like 12 plus hours now?
A long time, man, long time.
And if there's 2 Curlias on the bench, sometimes they just look the same to me.
It's definitely doable. It's definitely doable, yeah.
No, but again, congratulations though for picking yourself up after the call, and I think we saw how masterful you really did play your deck. Britt, tell me about the matchup though.
It's pretty favored. It's quite favored. I think there was a couple times where I feel like potentially I always had like hands that were not quite comfortable, as in like I always had to push them quite low with what I was discarding, like with Ultra Balls and things like that. So there were a couple times I couldn't get manual attachments, which kind of let the Flaffy come and take that.
Yeah.
And I can boss chain, but you want to try and play in a way that forces your opponent to push a 2-prizer active. So I probably should have used Zacian instead of the Gardevoir, Baby Gardevoir on one of like the last turns to maybe try and not like let the Flaffy come up. But I mean, it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of little things to manage.
Yeah, again, a lot of micro decisions, especially with your deck. I don't think I've seen Flaffy attack so much in a game, especially on stream. So that was a treat for sure.
Yeah.
And but yeah, again, huge congratulations. Any final words, final thoughts before I let you go?
Well, I did tell you guys that the fun fact was that I'd opened Luminion 3 times today, and then, of course, I opened it first and made the fact incorrect. Yeah, that's all. I'm going to try and, I guess, play a little bit better than I did on stream, but hopefully one more, and I'd like to go into day 2 at 7-1-1, so see if we can happen.
Sounds good. Okay, we don't start Luminion. There's not going to be a new fun fact
Hopefully
after
not.
that, all right?
Hopefully not, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Henry.
Thank you very
We're
much.
about to start round 9, the final round of the day. I just want to remind everyone, it's going to be community choice. Once again, that means if you're on Twitch, you get to vote on what you want to see for the last round. It's exciting, so make sure you're following. I cannot wait. All right, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. I'll see you in round 9.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovovich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go all the way.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good.
Kingsley, Prince, Addison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Fish, so I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Robert and Emmy.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
Hello everyone, it's been a long day of Pokemon competition here in Sacramento, and we're heading into round 9 of Swiss. And I am super excited for our next match that we have set up for the stream. My name is Adam Watson, joined by Kyle Sablehouse to bring it all home.
Woo! Finally, round 9. We are ready to get things underway here soon as we have our final match of the day. We're gonna see who is gonna make it into day number 2. Play with potentially, 170 other players. It's going to be a grueling day, but you need to be in the dance if you want to win the whole thing. Which of the players is it going to be?
Yeah, this again was a match voted on by our viewers, the community vote. They put the vote up in Twitch chat, had a lot of awesome matches to choose from, and the people voted. We've got Brent Tonneson versus Jeremy Jallin, one of our own.
Yeah, Jeremy Jallin is going to be playing an interesting deck. We may have seen it once or twice before. Of course, we'll wait and give our players some time to get set up before we hop into all that. But let's check out some other notable matches we have going on. Of course, that is our featured match of the stream. But Caleb Gedimer up against Hale is going to be an incredible rematch that we had of a top 4 at a regional earlier on, where Hale ended up going to win the entire event. Got David up against Grant Shen, who's the now Chen Pao gamer of all of us, and rightfully so.
I mean, Chen Pao is a list that if you're confident in it, if it's performing well for you, just let it rock, right? Run hot, get those wins. That's all you care about with Chen Pao, and it does decent in the Gardevoir, as we've seen.
That's right, and the last match we have there is Steve versus Carlos. Steve's playing Regigigas.
Oh my God. Regigigas. We thought that the time had passed, but the lovers of Regigigas are many, and they are very strong. Of course, they're going to find a way to make that deck work. But we can now, Kyle, take a look at the Swiss standings. Get a closer look at some of these numbers about how the matches went over the course of the day and where it ended up. Alex Kreckler, 8-0. And folks, in case you missed it, he is on that Rapid Strike Urshifu Inteleon VMAX deck.
Yeah, very strong showing, and potentially could be the sole 9-0 player moving into day 2. See a lot of great names there. Sorry, Melvin, Nicholas Moffitt, and Ryan Harris. Alex Rubin, who's been working with Isaiah Bradner's crew, is on a fantastic showing there at 7-0-1, and the list goes on and on. See Azul down there too.
Yeah, Blake Ray that we saw very early on in the stream, still living at 6-0-2, not too shabby. When you go into, day 1 to day 2, it is so important to get as many wins as possible because the bubble has become so ferocious.
Yeah, see some really great names there. It's great to see Charlie Kerr doing phenomenally once more. 20 points, could be adding to that and maybe work their way back into a finals once more, as we did see Charlie playing last year at what I believe Charlotte in the finals of that tournament. So a lot of great stories to follow along with, and we'll be looking forward to seeing which of these players is going to continue on and make it into the next day. I mean, these players all have at least 20 points. They're going to be doing all right. But this one that we have coming up, win and in.
A win and in for Jeremy Jalen. He's been on the stream before trying to make his way into day 2, and we can head down to the table now. Brent on the Gardevoir, Jeremy rocking the Miraidon. This is the matchup that we actually saw in the last round. We'll see if Jeremy can make Miraidon look even better into Gardevoir.
Yep, and on the other side, the Wet Goose is on the loose. Brent Tonneson bringing the Gardevoir with him all the way from Australia. We're going to see a rematch of round 8. You guys chose it, not us, but this is going to be exciting to see as we have once more another Australian rocking the Gardevoir, trying to make it into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that Jeremy made day 2, that was in Arlington. He was playing the Eternatus VMAX. It was one of his favorite decks from back in the day. And, now Eternatus is rotated, but that's fine.
That is fine.
It had its final hurrah with the Galarian Weezing decks, but I got to give a special shout out to the Pikachu deck box. It's amazing.
Can we talk about how Brent is undefeated right now? in his winning in? Oh, double Mareep! Oh, no!
2 Mareeps in the prizes.
Double Curlia!
Okay, so it's a little bit evened out, where Jeremy's going to be slower on getting long-term energy acceleration, but then Brent's going to be a little bit worse at drawing more cards, because we saw this earlier, right? Gardevoir versus Alex Kreckler. If they don't have that card draw, it is a little bit more difficult for them to keep up.
I think double Curlia is a lot worse. There's 2 rare candy in this list. If you don't have these Pokemon, you're not evolving. It's going to be very difficult to find your Pokemon at the right time. If Jeremy puts his foot on the gas, I think we're going to see a lot of prize cards falling his way.
And when you're playing Miraidon, you go into the match, that's your first order of business. Do I have the resources? Do I have good setup potential to immediately start my aggressive strategy? Flying Pikachu V in the active is pretty strong just because of that free retreat.
Wow. Yeah, look at this hand here. You see plenty of energies along with the Ultra Ball to go along with this tandem unit. There's also Squawkabilly in the opening hand. So if Jeremy wants to see plenty of cards, they will be available.
Squawkabilly has been a huge boon to Miraidon EX. Again, just doubling down on that explosive opening potential. Your turn 1 and turn 2, incredibly important, similar to like Turbo Lost Box, where players love to get ahead and try to stay ahead.
Well, Jeremy's getting the bad news as he looks through on the opening search. The
Mareepies are missing. No sheep for you. Just going to have to play it straight up with the Raikou. Hopefully we have outs for Electric Generator. Meanwhile, Brent Tonneson does have a route in the active spot with a Battle VIP pass, grabbing Mew, Radiant Greninja. Still a pretty generally strong foundation for the Gardevoir list, even without the Curlia.
Yeah, not only the fact that you don't have access to the energies that are going to hit the discard pile inevitably is losing the Mareep going to be an issue. But you also like having the opportunity to use this Pokemon as a single prize attacker. You can work it into the mix when Gardevoir deals enough damage to itself, take a knockout, and maybe put your opponent on a clock where they have to have boss's orders. So you see Jeremy focused on that Zapdos, not too much interested in the lightning symbol. Instead says 3 energies for what, 110 or whatever. That'll work. I just need to take knockouts for 1 prize.
And the trick is just going to be getting it set up. Without Dynamotor, it is tricky to attach those 3 energies. Jeremy now going for Ultra Ball. I'm going to search for 1 more piece, probably Raikou.
Yeah, I think you can fail this one. Ultimately,
okay.
Maybe you could grab a Flaffy and just throw it away at this point, just because finding the Mareep is going to be difficult enough. But
just thinning down, leaving a bench spot for Squawkabilly.
Yep.
Okay. And again, starting with the Flying Pikachu V in the active gives Jeremy a lot of utility about how to play out this turn. There's a Squawk and Seize, discarding 1 Lightning Energy. You draw a new hand here. 6 cards. Looks pretty good. Let me see. I don't know if you can tell, Kyle. Is there a Lightning Generator?
Well, I do not see that. I see Arvin, so next turn certainly will have some potential, and no real reason to get aggressive right now. You've got the Bravery Charm for your Raichu. You can
fast charge?
Fast charge with the free retreat that you have available, and you can find those energies next turn.
For a Seal Stone, okay. Not going to use it right away.
Yeah, this is just Iono insurance, often playing against the Gardevoirs. You will see that as an opening supporter.
And we can see, you know, players love to save the Forest Seal Stone for as long as possible. That way, if you need that final electric generator or a boss, you know, just pull that right out when you need it. But we're finally seeing the fast charge being used turn 1.
That's what it's there for. I mean, along with taking a bunch of knockouts with your second attack. But yeah, fast charge on the opening turn is a great way to just accelerate those energies, put a little pressure on. The board state's not great for Jeremy. You don't have any Raikou to work into the mix, but at least have an attacker ready to go. Meanwhile, Brent is turning up with double Battle VIP Pass.
So we can get the routes, the Radiant Greninja, Mew, but without the Kirlia, even though this is a strong setup, as you said, Kyle, without refinement to get those Psychic Energies into the discard pile, once Gardevoir EX enters play, it won't really have much to do.
Right. You see, when you have none of the, well, you have 1 of the prize Ralts and 2 prize Kirlia, you don't really get to take advantage of either of the setups where just 1 is gone. If you don't have the Kirlias, just play down 4 Ralts, and eventually you can use those rare candies, and you'll be okay. When you don't have the Ralts, you just use your Mirage Step, and you ignore the fact that that's even a Pokemon. You get all your Kirlia set up. It's got a little bit of a mix right now, and that's not where you want to be.
And after this Iono, we've got 1 Psychic Energy for concealed cards. Can see a little bit more, draws 2.
Yeah, there is another energy as well, so retreat into the Mew is still a viable option.
Yep, and there it is, Mysterious Tail. What's Brent hoping for off of this ability right now, Kyle?
Could certainly just be a level ball or a fog crystal, something that you just hold on to for the next turn. And there's no real rush to play down these cards, but he's got everything that he wants. He's got rare candy, he has Ultra Ball, he's got access to finding more energies and continuing to draw. It's really on what Jeremy has in his hand, because if we see Path Judge, this could get scary.
Brent is maybe getting lulled into a false sense of security. You look across the table, see there's no Mareep, you see there's no Raikou, you assume, okay, maybe this Miraidon's going to be just a touch slower, and I can get away with the setup, but could come back to haunt him.
Well, there is an electric generator to start things off.
All right, Jeremy, make us proud.
Can Jeremy go undefeated here on these?
Ooh! All right, 1-0.
Jeremy's talking about the zoomed-in camera. We got it. Don't worry, brother.
We got you.
Miraidon getting charged up. Raichu V also ready to take some knockouts. And it looks like Boss and the Path are likely going to be the choices here. Not much else going on in the hand.
One small note as well. Are we going to just discard 1 energy with Dynamic Spark, or is it better to retreat the Raichu and attach to Miraidon and hit with that instead.
Well, I don't think we have the energy, so
oh, I didn't see.
Yeah. Well, without that, it's just going to be 70 with the addition of the Zapdos.
Well done.
10 extra damage.
Take another prize. And as you see with Gardevoir, when your opponent puts on a lot of early pressure, you have to respond. Rare Candy, Gardevoir, so you can begin attacking. Fortunately, because Jeremy's deck is mostly 2-price Pokemon, it will be easier for Brent to catch up if he does whiff on this turn.
Yeah, for Brent, this would be a great turn to use the Mirage Step if the prize cards weren't as bad as they were. Even though that's the case, I think you still go for it. You have to get this Pokemon into play as Jeremy sings the name of the attack. And I think there's a little more play from this hand. We still see that there's the Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball along with the Iono. So ultimately, pretty solid start given what the prize cards looked like.
And with Gardevoir, it's a very expert deck at seeming to make do with almost nothing because of the amount of card draw you can do with just a few Pokemon in play. Radiant Greninja, 1 Refinement Kirlia, Shining Arcana. You see so many extra cards.
Well, that might be the end of that because you see there is no other Kirlia right now. And if you draw into one here off of Iono, that could be very bad news.
Oh, man.
Thankfully, dodges that. And
no punish. Has Fog Crystal. And from this point, you're looking at Cresselia, you know, just trying to get something else set up in play, right?
Right, and you have to start branching out from this point. Maybe you just continue to go after the energies we see, but thankfully, the Kirlia will still be around. You can get that put into play and maybe try to draw out of this mess. That path sticking is going to be pretty difficult for Brent. What can you do if Refinement gets knocked out this turn by perhaps even a boss's orders?
Get rid of the Refinement, keep the path stuck, deny that energy acceleration is the name of the game for Jeremy Jalen to really run away with this first game. And against Gardevoir, a deck that's developed a reputation for, you know, being prone to ties because there's so many actions that you take per turn. Brent Tonneson at 404 kind of attests to that. If Jeremy can take a quick game one, buys plenty of time for second and third game to fully conclude. Here is Jeremy's second electric generator. Let's see it.
Oh, to the camera. Double trouble.
The double-double. Let's go. He is the blessed Miraidon player this time around.
He wasn't planning to get this lucky, or else we'd see these energies already played down. One to the Miraidon, one to the other, and at least you have an attack lined up here.
And it lined up easier last time to just discard 1 energy with the Dynamic Spark to take the 1 prize KO, but without Mareep and Flaffy to get those energies back from the discard pile, it starts to become a bit more taxing the more and more you rely on Dynamic Spark. Raichu loves to be the late game attacker, not really doing too much early work for this list.
Oh, what do you do here? This is so tricky. Has the Judge in hand. Doesn't really want to play it, as we saw nothing on Brent's side of the board, but he has Path to the Peak in his hand, and he also had the Professor's Research. Didn't want to lose those valuable resources, as he knows that those are a great way to potentially lock Brent out of the game. So go ahead and try to slow down things. 4 cards now for Brent, and maybe this is going to be the opportunity. If you find a supporter, and maybe you can start to take some knockouts.
Yep, new hand, new future. Psychic Energy, Boss's Orders. No Stadium, though. Path looks like it's going to stick for another round. Forest Seal Stone being finally utilized on the Flying Pikachu V that was set up previously. And Jeremy's just thinking, okay, I've got the attack here. Take out a Kirlia. Should be fine.
Yeah, this is a very important energy. It's holding on to the Star Alchemy can be a great way to avoid running into issues when your opponent starts to play the Iono. So really valuing this card this turn.
I didn't see what the grab was. What did Jeremy get off the Forest Seal Stone?
Just grabbed a Lightning Energy and
wow.
throws it on the Miraidons. All I need right now is to make sure that I have back-to-back attacks in this situation, and feels comfortable just attacking with the Miraidon, attaching, and
beautiful.
Brent has some work to do.
Mareep's still in the prizes. Bench is full, Squawkability sitting there. And what's nice here too, right, is Jeremy's kind of got the situation established where if Brent wants to get around this path to the peak, has to play something like a Collapse Stadium, and then Jeremy can just get rid of that Squawkability EX.
Ooh, I think we see the worker there, and that is exactly what Brent is looking for.
Nice pickup. Removes
that path to the peak, finds some additional resources, has the attacker lined up, and now it's about chaining together enough energies. I see a few in the discard pile. Is there enough for a knockout? Not yet.
Oh, hadn't used Mysterious Tail yet either. But now it's just one Gardevoir EX, one Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Is Jeremy going to try to knock out the Gardevoir EX? Do you not have enough damage? And then as soon as the Shining Arcana Gardevoir is established, it's just a low HP attacker that is taking a prize turn after turn, 2 prizes even.
Yeah, I think the focus has to be on Brent here, as I don't think there's an attack lined up that makes much of a difference. There's one Psychic Energy left in the hand. We see the Super Rod now.
Yeah, tries to get the routes in the Curlia back, needs to establish additional lines to get Shining Arcanas down. Having that powerful single prize attack is so important to how you manipulate the prize race in this matchup. So after the Super Rod, Level Ball gets the routes back down onto the bench. And is there only, was that 4 or 5 Psychic Energy available?
Yeah, there's 4, and there's 1 energy in hand as well, so.
Yeah, the Curlias just weren't really able to accomplish a lot of the early homework that they need to do to get the Psychic Energies stacked up.
It's going to be the Cresselia to place some additional damage counters. Wisely, we see Brent trying to accelerate onto the Gardevoir without damaging it. As you know, that often can be an issue that this deck runs into, is walking into the one prize Pokemon on the other side.
And once all this energy is attached, and then all the damage goes flying over to Jeremy's side, we've got a damaged Miraidon EX in the active spot, and because of that Photon Blaster, will need to be retreated. Can't attack again this turn, but Jeremy had already established, of course, the Miraidon needing 1 more energy so it could attack into Professor's Research.
Yep, it's go time. Of course, finding a card like a Switch Cart would be phenomenal here, not only just to heal this Pokemon a little bit, and wow, found both switching effects, the Escape Rope and the Switch Cart.
And slowly but surely, Jeremy's just going to take a prize, take a prize, take a prize.
Yep.
But with Brent set up finally with the Gardevoir EX, not getting locked down by Path to the Peak, there is, that again, this potential for the chain of attackers, as you talked about, Kyle, to just take 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes, just take this game back. Ooh, but second Path. Going to try to put a wrench in that situation.
Yeah, very strong there from Jeremy. Takes the knockout. And once more, Brent has to find a way to counter this stadium. It has the Collapse Stadium in hand. It drew another one, though. Squawkabilly is going to go down, and it's just going to be the Iono.
And Jeremy, of course, on 3 Path to the Peak in this deck.
Yeah, I believe there was 1 in hand as well for Jeremy. So down to the bottom of the deck now.
Already used Forest Seal Stone. Isn't going to be able to get that anytime soon. So this is the window that Brent opened for himself to be able to use that Psychic Embrace very consistently.
That was a very good draw. Not only finding the Ralts, but also the reversal energy.
And now the Gardevoir is going to be set up chock full of energy to take this knockout. Just double checking the math there. Attack goes through. No Bravery Charm on the Miraidon EX.
All right, this is going to be Jeremy's first look at the hand. Switch Cart Arvin and the electric generator too. Okay.
Now the Bravery Charm, there is only 1 in the deck. Looking at it now, that's attached to the Raichu V. So a lot of the Pokemon that Brent Tonneson wants to KO will be easy pickings. Tandem unit now being activated by Jeremy to refill this bench.
Yep.
And let me see, the Iona happened after he got the Mareep off the prizes.
Yeah,
So.
Mareep is in the deck now. However, could run into issues where Cresselia could target down that Pokemon. Obviously, for Brent now, in a situation where he would like to continue to just attack into these 2 prize Pokemon. And it is just 1 bench space right now with the Collapse Stadium in play. So Jeremy is going to focus on the V Pokemon there in the Raikou.
Can retreat into it to draw 1 more card if he needs to. Miraidon EX is already established, of course, with 3 energies attached. Here comes Electric Generator. And another hit for 2. Jeremy is showing us how it's done, Kyle. How can we get this good at Miraidon so quickly?
Snore at 5:30 in the morning. that's all I know.
Just get your beauty rest. That's the secret to your Electric Generators hitting.
Oh,
they run on your sleep power.
Well, look at this. Energy in hand, too. Can play that down onto the Raichu V. You have an attacker lined up for the Gardevoir to take this prize and go down to 2 prize cards remaining. You could line up a knockout on this Gardevoir EX potentially next turn. That'd be something else.
Yeah, with the help of Dynamic Spark.
Love this here.
Ooh.
Sneaky.
Switch card to get a little bit of healing on the Miraidon. Brings Raikou V up into the active spot so we can fleet-footed draw 1 card. It's going to be a pretty nice knockout here.
I haven't played a Sporter, right? No.
Yep.
There's Arvin. Find a Pokemon tool and an item. The only other tool I think in the deck was Cleansing Gloves, which is in the prizes. Just grabs the Electric Generator. This will be number 4.
The energy would be nice. The most important thing, however, is that you could thin another card out. And getting closer to the boss's orders is exactly what Jeremy needs here. We'll see. And it's right in the window.
All the electric generators hit. Jeremy is that guy right here in first game number 1.
7 for 8 on potential energy drops. Brent has to be thinking, come on, man. I'm trying my best with 2 prized Curlias and a prized Ralts.
Every time you hit Electric Generator, an Angel gets its wings. After the knockout, goes back over to Brent Tonneson, promotes Mew to the active spot, Fog Crystal for a Psychic Energy. Has Radiant Greninja to discard that, draw 2. But uses the Fog Crystal first to thin down, gets the Zacian V. The final attacker that's going to take over for the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yep, Brent has a little more drawing to do, would like to incorporate a single prize Pokemon in this instance, so Shining Arcana could work its way into the mix. Along with the Iona would be really strong, as maybe you can avoid your opponent having the last energies along with the boss's orders to take a knockout. It is a stretch to take a knockout on a Pokemon as large as the Gardevoir, but
does Brent have another Rod?
I think so.
To get the Cresselia back at the very least? Again, weaving in that single prize attacker, so important.
Yep, Brent is playing 2 copies.
Ultra Ball, just to get these out of the hand.
There's the Gardevoir, very thin deck, and there is the reversal energy still there as well. So finding the knockout should be fairly simple. It's just about piecing it together along with the Iono.
Yeah. Manages to pick up that Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Oh, with that, this is another great strategy, too. You've already seen all of the electric generators. Boss's orders can target down the Raichu V. There's no Pokemon that can knock out this Gardevoir right now. And this means that the Zacian is going to be an easy closeout here for Brent.
And just when all hope seemed lost, Brent, with a very thin deck now, brings up the Raichu V. That was the late game attacker that Jeremy wanted to seal the deal on this game. After taking 2 prizes, evening things up, Jeremy is presented with a single prize attacker in the active spot and nothing with the damage output to take down Gardevoir EX.
Yep. Path to the peak is really the only saving grace here for Jeremy at this point.
Well, you definitely have it.
Yeah,
Well,
there is one more path.
Not sure what the counts are. Jeremy's going to take a look here with the Miraidon. Maybe there's a window where you can find the Iono off of a fleet-footed, and then you could potentially, well, you can't grab all those. There's a collapsed stadium. So we got to
Oh, wait, hang on. Catch him. Catch him. Collapsed.
I'm trying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They got it, yeah.
Put one back, right? Yeah, it should be, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's an avenue. You could bring up the Raikou. Maybe you find the Iono. You use the Iono. You find the path, and then you can put your opponent in a spot where they can't find it. Jeremy doesn't believe in that. He's going to use the professor's research, look for the path, and hopefully this sticks. But there's a lot of cards in Brent's hand. Does find the path, however.
And are you going to promote the Raikou, get that card draw beforehand? No, just leaves plays the path, bumps the collapsed.
Yep, same amount of hit points, so yeah, it is missing out on a card, but ultimately he's just trying to dodge the stadium here from Brent.
Okay, path to the peak, trying to hold back the Gardevoir, and the next collapsed is there. That's going to be game one going to Brent Tonneson.
Yeah, what a strong play there from Brent. Just trying to piece it together. There were so many things against him in that game. Saw 7 energies generated, but also on the other side, no Marie. When you can't accelerate those energies, your game plan's very linear, and Brent was able to target in onto the Raikou V and put himself in a really great spot with that last closing turn.
Yeah, finally taking out the Raichu. So important, even hits through the Bravery Charm that Jeremy had set up earlier in the game. And this was, you got to remember, Brent had 2 Curlias prized and navigated it beautifully.
At the end, I navigated well.
Well, as you say that, Brent also agrees.
I mean, sometimes you got to toot your own horn, Kyle. You got to know when you played well.
Yeah.
And Jeremy played well for certain as well. And as we go into game number 2, as long as he can keep up that lucky streak and keep hitting these electric generators, Brent Tonneson is still going to have a pretty hard time dealing with this Miraidon list.
Yeah, the main enemy here at this point is 26 minutes remaining on the clock. If Jeremy does want to make a game 3 of this, he's going to have to move quickly. That doesn't involve giving your opponent a free card off a mulligan.
Yeah, we only had to wait for the game 1.
Yeah, just a mulligan here. Brent's going to get one more draw to start the game off.
In between games, they just pull it up.
But both players having a good time. Jeremy's happy to be playing. Happy to be in this position, right? 5-2-1, pretty respectable in the modern era, because we talked about it over and over again throughout the day and at the top of show that there's a lot of heavy hitters out here in the field.
That's right. Well, did get to take a peek. Oh my goodness. Can you calm down? Mirage Step prized along with double Ralts.
Okay.
Brent, if you win this one, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Brent is playing Gardevoir on hard mode, Kyle.
I guess you got to do it to him. Go ahead. Jeremy with the opener of a lifetime here. Energy into the discard pile. Ultra Ball as well. Squawkabilly. I believe there's a rope and an electric generator. He could just put a fully powered Miraidon or Raikou in the active spot turn 1.
And Brent Tonneson starting off with the Zacian V. Back in the day, Gardevoir really liked, having the early Zacian V. When the meta was a little bit slower, you just attach for turn, roar the sword, and you have that threat potential of just starting to take prizes from your opponent right away. And with Zacian potentially offering up some easy early prizes, it really does help Jeremy Jallen's prize mapping for the second game.
Well, Jeremy found his friends. The Ba Boys are back in town. They will evolve, hopefully. And I like this setup a lot more than the last one, although the Zapdos did make a little bit of sense when you're trying to potentially incorporate a single prize Pokemon into the mix. When you have access to all these energies and you can attack with a consistent Pokemon like that Raikou V, probably feeling pretty good. You know what else would be pretty good? Energies.
Ooh, he's insane, Kyle.
He's cooking.
The two Lightning on Miraidon still has the Squawk and Seize available.
Yeah, look at that. Loading up to threaten the Zacian V on the second turn. That is terrifying for Brent. Don't want to lose those prize cards that early. We're not done here, folks.
He's got one more. There's still so many cards in the deck, Kyle. I'm scared.
He's doing it again! This is pre-Billy. He's got the Squawk still. we could find all the energies.
It's not easy being this cheesy. Look at all that yellow.
Well, I guess this is how you want to start off game 2. I don't think we can complain.
And the attached return, Ryko.
This is the rope into the high five Squawkabilly.
Squawkabilly. Just let's draw 6 and then fleet-footed for 7. That's a free research.
Brent's like, can I please play Pokemon? I saw his hand. It's not good.
This is the turn 1 of all time.
It is a turn of Pokemon for sure. Oh, okay, that was a good top deck. Radiant Greninja. Can it find some help?
He's alive in the Battle VIP. Okay, he's alive.
Battle VIP and Mew.
Brett Tonneson.
No, there's Mew there. What was it? It was another psychic Pokemon added to the hand. Regardless, much better than what the hand looked like. I thought I saw like 4 energies and a rare candy.
Ugh. But Radiant Greninja comes through to save the day. Save Brent from this horrible rocky start. Has a Fog Crystal as well. The establishment is coming through. Just needs a way to get this Zacian V out of the active. Try to avoid giving up those easy prizes as long as he can.
This is where I'd put my Ralts if I had one. Game 3 coming your way.
Jeremy wasted a lot of good luck, I think, off that strong turn 1. But can he do it again in game number 3, Kyle?
Oh, this is what we've been waiting for.
Wow.
What an interesting way to get to game 3.
The duality of setups for your turn 1 in Pokemon. Brent Tonneson made it as difficult as possible to play a real game of Gardevoir with that prize distribution.
He has taken as many ties as he will allow himself to take. No more shall we tie. We're going into game 3, 21 minutes remaining.
I mean, took your advice directly, Kyle. The early scoop, saving as much time as possible to go into game number 3. Jeremy was also facing a little bit of frustration. Took that tie earlier, and it seemed like he was in a winning position, but didn't have enough turns to get the knockouts.
You don't beat me, I beat me. Brent ran away after he saw all of these energies on the opening turn into the perfectly played out hand here with the Squawkabilly, Squawk and Seize.
For you Miraidon mathematicians out there in the audience, Jeremy Jalen is on 14 lightning energy, so do with that information what you will.
I think I'm going to play 14. Seems to be a sweet number here.
And both players still getting set up for game number 3. A lot of shuffling to be had. A couple mulligans canceling each other out. But look at this, just perfect start. You could not ask for a better start than this when you're playing Miraidon. This is you get a setup like this once with Miraidon, and you spend the rest of your Pokemon career chasing this once more.
I don't know. It wasn't that great. There wasn't even a path to the peak.
Very true.
What a horrible start.
He's just a homie. He was like, okay, but I'm gonna let you use your abilities. Pikachu deck box is powerful. That's the reason.
I'm pretty sure this isn't a cosplay, by the way. This is just Jeremy.
Yeah, he picked up, I think those are the sunglasses he picked up in Portland.
Well, maybe they've got something going on.
I think those were heart-shaped ones.
All right, real Pokemon to be played. Only a Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. We can work with that.
Yeah, Jeremy losing on a couple Ultra Balls. Not too shabby.
The one path to the peak, a little unfortunate. You love to see that at the right time. It's at the top of the prize cards, so not this time around.
But Brent Tonneson going to open things up with a real game of Gardevoir. Routes in the active spot. Has Mew. Level ball now to check the deck. Everything seems fine.
We're fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
Brent says, okay, I like my prizes a little bit more now. It's time to get down to business in this third game. 19 minutes left on the clock, and both players are going to be trying their best to make sure this comes to a proper resolution. Attach, return, and retreat into Mew. Mysterious Tail. Top 6, trying to find a good card here. Anything? Ultra Ball.
That is not Battle VIP Pass. And this hand doesn't have many cards that you can lose. It's going to lose one of the reversal energies, and I believe another is in the prize cards. So access to none of those could certainly
Gonna
lead
extend
to
into
some
Greninja here,
awkwardness.
just to see a little bit more.
Yeah,
it came up big in game number 2.
I think that's got to be the route at this stage. You have not seen the right cards. Staring at a Battle VIP Pass, that's brutal. I need that in my hand.
All right, Greninja, you have your assignment. 1 Psychic Energy exchanged for 2 cards off the top. And this is going to be incredibly important for Brent to complete this setup. Let's go.
Boss.
And
an
Iono. Pass.
Oh, no.
So now it's back over to Jeremy, starting with Raikou V in the active. Has an extra card thanks to Fleet-Footed. Right on EX off the top now. Going to look through the deck with Tandem Unit to find a couple more lightning Pokemon, thin down, and then start drawing.
This is not exactly an ideal hand as well. I've seen plenty of supporter cards, but usually you're trying to play a few items before you get the ball rolling. Might have to play very aggressive, throw down the Professor's Research, and try to get into a turn 1 attack.
Yeah, there's 1 lightning energy in the hand for an attachment.
Yep. If you leave bench space open for the Squawkabilly, it leads to potentially you are a little more likely to find that opening attack. And this could be a scenario where you don't use the double Tandem Unit, or at least you save at least 1 spot. But
I think Jeremy's thinking about it, certainly, because there is 2 Nest Ball in the deck, and there's 2 Ultra Ball in the prizes, but is not confident in the Squawkabilly.
He's saying now he's debating it and
All right, let's see if I can win the game on the spot.
trusting in the Professor's Research, it looks like.
All right. Converting all of your electric generator luck into Professor's Research luck.
Okay, he said he's trying to win on the spot. If he can find, I think he has an electric generator. If he has the energy to retreat, he has the boss's orders to go after the Ralts. 2 energies would be huge here. Wow! Unreal.
He saw the line, committed to it, and went all in. Electric generator comes up big once more for Jeremy Jalen. 2 lightning attached to the second Raikou V. And now to retreat. Bring this bad boy into the active spot. There's the attached return to pay for that retreat cost. And there was the boss's orders in the hand. Yes, Kyle?
He's got it. He definitely has it. Fleet-footed to draw an additional card here. And this goes in combination with a Path to the Peak to slow things down. Target the Ralts. That is a turn 1 knockout on the most important Pokemon on Brent's field.
And now Brent does not have access to Battle VIP
Look at
Pass.
this hand. He has nothing. Just has to Iono it away.
What can Brent get from this point?
Pokemon.
Without access to Battle VIP, you just have to draw right into the routes.
He just found all the Pokemon. He found 4 different ball searches.
Okay. We might still have a real game here, Kyle. Level ball for routes. We can still rely on Mirage Step at some point.
Jeremy just has to nod his head. It's like, I thought I got rid of you guys.
It was a very audacious line. Looked to be the best one, but Brent had the clutch Iona of Destiny into the level balls.
Honestly, it's still phenomenal. You set your opponent back at least 1 turn. It slows the clock down. The Path to the Peak is still sticking in this situation. And sure, you can find a Fog Crystal here, but you're not advancing your board state. You're just playing down a few Ralts and hoping to get something in the future. And there is Mirage Step for the following turn, but you're going to be down 3 prize cards by the time you get that attack off.
And this puts Jeremy in a great position to generate even more tempo, right? Just keep establishing dominance, maybe get Flaffies into play now to keep your attackers up and running. Maybe another boss's orders, bring up another routes.
There is escape rope, but I think Brent would make the wise choice with the Radiant Greninja.
There's the Dynamotor. Path was great just to set it up, but now no fleet-footed means that Jeremy's committing to just a more linear option of, I'm just going to attack.
Good call, Brent. Promote the Radiant Greninja. This is a Pokemon you certainly could lose at this stage, and it's going to use the Judge. 4 cards now. Brent's going to be looking for some help. Even with the counter stadium now to the path, you lose access to the Radiant Greninja. It's going to be in the discard pile. So it has to be a lot of good draws chained together, or at least a Mirage Step.
And after a few level balls already used, it's going to be more difficult for, Mysterious Tail to bail Brent out to even find that Kirlia.
That is a great point. We've seen multiple level ball and ultra ball played.
Yeah,
just
desperate ultra ball just to get the Radiant Greninja.
This hand is not great from Brent.
Forest Seal Stone set up for later. Easy knockout, 2 prizes early for Jeremy Jallin. Brent Tonneson promotes the Mew as we predicted. Fog Crystal. Okay.
Yeah, this is for the energy, as you want to make sure you have a way to pivot into the Mirage Step. There also is Worker, which could remove the path to the peak, which isn't as important now, but drawing 3 cards is very good. You need to work your way towards Mirage Step, hopefully without drawing into additional Kirlia. If you do, you get to draw a little more with your second Ralts.
Oh, man. Big 3 cards, Rare Candy. I think I saw a Supporter.
Fog Crystal and Iono.
Second
Mew.
Fog Crystal.
We need help from Mew. And I mean,
yeah, remember, Fog Crystal can only grab a basic Psychic Pokemon. Has to grab another Routes.
We can go through. There still are a few copies of Level Ball and Ultra Ball that potentially could be found. 1 Ultra Ball in the prize cards, it looks like. So 3 different ball searches that could be found here with the Mew. And Ultra Ball immediately off the top.
Okay, Ultra Ball is found. Brent Tonneson just barely hanging on by his fingernails in this game, Kyle, is now going to get established with a Mirage Step to get some Kirlias down and finally get his plan up and running.
Just barely holding on, but this is what Gardevoir does. It continues to fight. He's going to come up with a pretty solid setup, although everything has gone against him this game.
And now with multiple Kirlias in play, not only is this access to Refinement, this is access to Gardevoir. And even though Jeremy has 2 Raikou ready to go, threat of double Dynamotor to keep the attackers going, Brent Tonneson is going to be able to respond with his own brand of energy acceleration thanks to Psychic Embrace and keep up with this oncoming onslaught.
Take a look at the hand from Jeremy. Path to the peak is there, but of course you can weave in these fleet-footed first. Taking the knockout here on the active Kirlia, not the best, not the worst. Using a boss's orders doesn't feel great because you're probably looking to hold on to that for a huge cleanup turn on a Gardevoir EX to try to close this game out. So I think the main objective is just play energies down. If you're getting additional energies onto the board, then you're going to be in a situation where you can take those 2 prize cards before Brent is able to.
I kind of like the retreat here on the Raikou. Bring up the second one, get another fleet-footed. You can just put that energy back with Dynamotor. Going to go for Forest Seal Stone first instead. Maybe picking up the second Flaffy here? Or Ultra Ball to thin. I don't know if that Bravery Charm was on the bottom or if Jeremy brought it to the front for consideration.
Yeah, this is tricky, even considering boss's orders here. Just limiting the potential draw from Brent if you're able to target down Refinement Kirlia. The issue is, if Brent finds 1 Shining Arcana, the whole board could just erupt. We could see Candy Gardevoir, the other 2 refinements being used, and you're still drawing plenty of cards here.
It's an incredibly tough choice to wait your game 3 winning in against Gardevoir's ability to draw.
It definitely finds cards.
So I think it was indeed the boss's orders picked up off the Forest Seal Stone. Dynamotor reattaching the energy onto the benched Raikou V. Boss's orders wants 1 Refinement Kirlia. Out to the peak now reestablished, and Jeremy Jallin taking his 3rd prize card of this game.
Yeah, still not sure how I feel about this. It's difficult to say. It's the path should easily get countered in a situation like this. There's access to plenty of draw, but I understand the reasoning as you're trying to slow down the draws. Maybe buy yourself 1 additional turn.
Has Gardevoir EX. Rare Candy's not doing too much. We got Rare Candy, another Ralts. So now it's all set up. Rare Candy into Gardevoir EX. Collapse Stadium. Gets rid of Mew. Jeremy decides to get rid of Miraidon. Very nice.
Yep.
That way, again, you're just keeping your Flaffies down.
That was a very good turn. Iono to refresh, slow down Jeremy down to just 3 cards. Has already used Force Sealstone as he knew that he wanted to attack with this Raikou V.
It's exactly as you said it, Kyle. The board is indeed erupting. Shining Arcana now. And now all the attachments in the world thanks to Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, there was a situation where you just use the active Raikou V, you hold onto the Force Sealstone, and you have a draw out to this. Instead, now you're going to lose that attacker and be scrapping to take the knockouts here. Thankfully, there's a relevant amount of damage on the Gardevoir, so maybe you can work in a different attacker. The issue is that Brent made it so that it was only 80, so dealing 50 doesn't help here.
Exactly, because of the Mirage. Jeremy went for the Refinement Curlier to hurt the card draw. This Mirage Step Curlier had an extra energy already attached to it, so this Gardevoir in the active spot comes out of this transaction a little bit healthier. And there's the Brainwave for 2 prizes for Brent Tonneson, slowly closing the gap in this third game. Jeremy promotes Raikou V, has access to Fleet-Footed, of course. Draws for turn. Another boss's orders.
There's another electric generator, too. Not seeing the tandem unit first. And oh no,
finally a whiff. The pendulum is swinging the other way against Jeremy Jalen. I was wondering if we would see tandem unit to thin, maybe get Raichu out with the boss's orders, a couple electric generators, put something together that way. It's a tall order for certain.
I mean, there's potential to find a lot of great answers if you find a good supporter to go with this, and it's just the boss's orders now. And sure, you're continuing to take knockouts. You can knock out this active Gardevoir. However, you only have 2 energies left on board if this Raikou is knocked out.
Benching Flying Pikachu V, just to have that free retreat as a pivot. Jeremy Jalen has 2 Ultra Balls in the prizes, and I think that's kind of what's starting to gum him up in the mid-game now. Being unable to search through, thin the hand, find that second Flaffy, have the Dynamotors really working overtime to keep the attackers going. Now Brent Tonneson still has access to 2 refinements, potentially another Shining Arcana to draw more cards from this point.
Wow.
Super Rod. Mm-hmm.
Yep, starting things off with the Super Rod to cycle in an
Full
entire line. And along with this has the Iono for the turn. Could not only disrupt Jeremy's hand, but continue to build on this board here. Take another 2 prize cards with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and it just lines up so well into the prize exchange.
Yeah, Jeremy Jalen is forced to just keep attacking, keep taking prizes. And now with Refinement, finds that Ralts indeed. And there's the evolution. 2 more Shining Arcana, finds the other Shining Arcana. It's disgusting, Kyle. And a free attachment thanks to that ability. Any psychic energy you find off of Shining Arcana, you can just attach. And once again, these Pokemon are getting powered up without Psychic Embrace. Makes it harder for Jeremy to strike back.
Yep, each one of these is ever so important to avoiding that awkward exchange, being attacked by a Flaffy.
Picks up a level ball off of this Refinement. To grab Curlia. This Ralts can now evolve into the Curlia, right? This one's not fresh. So it's another Refinement for the Battle VIP pass.
Brent's job at this point is to thin the deck down as best as possible, leave it so that in a world where there is any disruption, you at least have either the worker to remove the path or the boss to try to win the game.
And now Brent just taking a moment to consider, is there anything else I can thin out of this hand? Something I can set up, something to establish. Benches the Ralts. And you can see here, after all the refinements and all the card draw, all of the, bad cards that you don't need anymore find their way into the hand, and it's up to Brent to find a way to get these into the discard pile. One Ultra Ball in the prizes. It's an easy way to discard, but no access right now. Has to wait for Refinement to come back around.
Brent contemplating Worker to remove his own Collapse Stadium, draw his deck out, and use the second Super Rod. Instead now, he's going to use the Iono.
I will cut this time.
All right, so has to cut the big hand, is going to get these these 3 cards left in the deck, plus 1 from his original hand.
I get 2.
Well,
Jeremy's down to 2 cards. Gardevoir gets powered up thanks to Psychic Embrace. Takes a little bit of damage in the process. Plenty of energy for Brainwave to knock out the Raikou V.
and for Brent, has all the answers in hand now. Double Boss's Orders, Counter Stadium. Plenty of ways to close things out. Jeremy needs Top Deck Judge or Top Deck Iono in this situation.
And with both Raikou V out of the equation, losing out on that extra draw from Fleet-Footed really takes away the utility.
Jeremy, I see you. He's got an energy and a switch cart. I think we might be going for some Thunder Shock.
All right, there's Arvin to Thin.
Yep. In every other universe, Free Retreat Flying Pikachu makes a lot of sense in the active. But if you think you need to use your Flaffy, maybe it stays on the bench for a minute.
So thinking about switching into the Flaffy, you mean? No, the Thunder Shock off the Flying Pikachu V.
Right, just needed any other Pokemon active, basic Pokemon active, to switch cart into the Flying Pikachu after using the Dynamotor.
If Jeremy can get some paralysis action going, then all that energy would be stranded.
And this is all about buying time, trying to work closer towards Top Deck Iono. Get in a situation where maybe you could slow down Brent enough, or he just draws into the wrong resources. But there's 2 Kirlias and not a lot of deck left.
Yeah, this is so close, Kyle. And Jeremy is certainly on the back foot from this position. We know that Gardevoir loves to have this prize trade across the table from it every single time. If I can attack with a single prize, you have to promote a 2-prize Pokemon in order to get the knockout. And Jeremy is keeping his options open, playing this deck very creatively, and might indeed be leaning onto the Thundershock.
All right, buy a turn with Thundershock, Top Deck Boss, grab the Gardevoir, Thundershock that, and then knock it out with a Raichu on the next turn.
Dynamotor attaches to
Here
Raichu.
we go.
Flying Pikachu
It's game
V.
time. We're going to Thundershock. Is Jeremy still in this tournament?
Switch cart into Flying Pikachu. He's going to flip a coin.
Oh!
The paralysis.
Should be 10 more damage on that Gardevoir, I believe.
Yeah, no baby Zapdos down to affect that.
I think he just put 10 damage on it. I didn't see them. Either way, I don't know how we got to an odd marker.
Yeah, and it needs to be, I think, rotated the other way, right, for paralysis?
We'll figure it out. The cool thing happened. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Always thinking stream first.
Yeah, it's paralyzed. Everybody knows it.
All right, Boss Doll Flaffy.
I was hoping, like, okay, I could do this Top Deck Boss off the
Oh,
top.
Jeremy's calling out the strategies, but they are not there anymore. I don't even know if there is a resource that helps him out here.
Yeah, I had already used the switch cart last turn. What's the draw?
Have to be escape rope. There's a cleansing glove. There's a judge. Is there a way to move this Flaffy?
This deck is running 2 switch carts.
2 rope. Have we seen all the rope?
2 rope.
I don't think so, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I think there was 1 rope played earlier, like way earlier in the game.
Well, Jeremy is still holding on. Rope into any Pokemon Well, actually, that's the issue, is using rope. You could promote a Pokemon that you could evolve and avoid the paralysis. I don't think that we see that card ready to roll. You can, of course, Dynamotor, get all these energies charged up for if you do find that turn to use the Raichu V. But Brent has plenty of draws and is just looking to find that boss's orders, which is in his hand. There it is, folks. The Wet Goose getting it done in turn 2 of time in a phenomenal set up against Jeremy Jalen. Undefeated into day 2.
Jeremy Jalen pulled out all the stops and made that one of Brent Tonnison's hardest sets, I imagine, of the Swiss rounds to make it into day 2. And we've seen previously on the stream that Miraidon versus Gardevoir is a pretty rough matchup, but Jeremy hit those electric generators and made the deck look good.
Yeah, I mean, what a great set to close out on. Both players having a great time during that match. It's obviously, as a caster, when you get an opportunity to play a big game like this up against one of the best players in the world, it's just great to relive that opportunity. That me and Jeremy, plenty of other casters as well, we've been playing for so many years, just the opportunity to play against these guys and test ourselves, see if you still have what it takes to play against the big guys. Jeremy certainly has proven that he has exactly what it takes, and what a great match to close out.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter at the table, and that's when you know you had a great match of Pokemon, when you're sitting there talking with your opponent of, you know, how we did this, what I was strategizing, you know, how that game played out, what could have been done differently. It's a great moment to share the spirit of competition. And look at just tie together a montage of all of these electric generators just hitting.
There were so many.
He whiffed one. Only one, I believe it was,
and it was because he didn't use Tandem Unit first.
Yeah.
Instant punish. The Poke Gods have spoken. Yeah, this was a really big play here from Brent in that match, or that game. Found an opportunity to target down that Raichu V. There was no attacker that could take 2 prize cards in this situation, and Brent was able to close out even though he had prized 2 Curlia and a Ralts that game. Let's not even talk about the prizes in game 2.
Yeah, and very smartly scooped it up, took it to game 3, but a great set. And you know, too, when players are like down to the wire, just scrapping as much as they can to find the win, is where the odd lines you never see come out of the woodwork. And when you've got Jeremy Jalen backed into a corner, he's going to look and say, well, I've still got this Thundershock idea.
I live for that.
To buy a turn. And even Brent had to respond with a boss stall on the Flasky to buy a turn to wait out the paralysis and go through, and had the final boss in hand.
Yep, what a big turn here in game 2. Found the double generator, takes the boss knockout on the Ralts. Brent says, are you kidding me?
And in just the confidence, there was never any doubt. Jeremy, bam, flips it over.
Yep, just continuing to see all those energies. Jeremy put himself in a pretty great spot in those opening turns. It was really turn 3, turn 4 where the wheels started to come off. Could not find a way to accelerate energies onto the board and also threaten Raichu. And that's really where this deck starts to struggle against the Gardevoir. Typically, we saw players including the Box of Disasters earlier as an opportunity to buy some time, take knockouts on the Gardevoir, and fix the prize exchange. That's not going to be featured in these lists anymore. Instead, now moving to additional hit points for other matchups.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy was even rocking the cleansing gloves to be able to hit those to be able to hit those numbers that he needed, but it's just the style of Gardevoir where you have the massive Gardevoir EX sitting on the bench as your engine. It's rare, right, to have your engine also be such a tanky Pokemon, and then you always have that threat of Zacian V just being benched and powered up in the same turn, so you don't leave yourself vulnerable to give up those 2 prizes with the Zacian V.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. I'll say that was more interesting than round 8. I was a little worried going into that when we see a rematch once more of the same matchup, but that was definitely something to watch. Very exciting, and congratulations to Brent. making the most of his trip from Australia.
Yeah, Jeremy did us proud. The community voters did us proud, picking a heater of a set, best of 3 for the stream to finish out today's round 9. But we've got Brent Tonneson in the lounge, ready for his interview, ready to share his thoughts. So we're going to take things over there to Wancho.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Saldana here with Brent Tonneson, the power from down under. How's it going, Brent?
Not too bad. Doing not the best with the 504, but I got there in the end.
Undefeated. That's how we say it, right?
Undefeated.
Not bad, not bad. Again, very, very explosive game. Probably one of my favorites of the regional so far. Tell me about your thought process. Why Gardevoir?
Well, I feel like as a deck, Gardevoir probably has the best matchup spread. I mean, it does have issues where it is very slow, so it's hard to tell if you're winning or losing early, and then the games take really long. So it is a bit scary. Like, as you can see, I tie a lot. But yeah, I feel like it's not good enough to just not play the strongest deck. I feel like I have to play the strongest deck.
You know what? Those are the exact words of Henry Brand. You probably test together. No. No, but yeah. So something very interesting in that match was the tactical scoop. Yeah. Talk me through that. Like, when did you decide, you know what, let's go into game 3?
Well, in game 1, most of game 1, I'm just thinking, why am I still playing this game? This game looks pretty bad. I priced 2 Curliers. The only reason I'm playing is because he doesn't have access to a Marie. And then somehow I managed to win game 1, and then I felt pretty good. And then game 2, generally Zacian is the worst opener against Miraidon, and going second, you need to get step on 2, basically. I need to get step on 2, and then I need to win 3 turns after I step. I priced step, and I priced 2 rolls.
Yeah.
I wasn't playing that game, so.
Yeah, at that moment it was the quick scoop, and it definitely paid off. I believe your last match just really, I think we called time as it finished, so it's good we didn't get into a tie. But game 3 was pretty scary as well, was it not? Getting the when Jeremy got the boss on the lone Ralt. What were you thinking then? What was the strategy at that point?
Well, I knew it would be similar to game 2 if I had actually gotten the Mirage step off. Which meant that I essentially have no margin for error. I have to hit the boss every turn. Like, I have to win 3 turns after I get my Mirage step off. Yeah. Except I also have the risk where if the Gardevoir EX gets KO'd, I lose. But he did use this for a Seal Stone, so the odds of him seeing a boss was decreased by quite a lot, and he did chase down with the bosses early, meaning that it was relatively safe, that my Gardevoir EX was relatively safe. So all I really need to do was just make sure I drew all the cards in my deck to hit all the pieces, essentially.
That is true, that is true. And again, that game was a nail biter. Those Thunder Shocks are kind of funny. But now that you're guaranteed into day 2, what's the mindset? What are you thinking of? What's the plan?
I think I gotta play riskier. Like, there were too many games today where I probably was losing, should have packed up earlier and just played game 3 and just cut my losses. And yeah, and even then, like, there were a lot of times where I probably could have played faster. Like, my deck is very slow. I have to make really quick decisions to really compensate. And I feel like that was my issue today. There was never actually one of the best of 3s that was actually in a losing position. So it's kind of hard to just not justify just scooping a lot of these games when I'm winning in the best of 1. Like, my game win rate is very high. But then if I just drop 1 game in a set and I'm going 1-1, then my match record doesn't look so good.
No, I feel that. Play riskier. I like that mindset going into day 2. I mean, you're gonna have to play that way to make it to the top for sure. With that, I'm just gonna, a couple of fun questions. Can you tell me a fun fact about yourself? I mean, why Wet Goose on the loose? Why Wet Goose?
Yeah, I mean, one day I came up with that when it was like, when Let Loose Marshadow was around. And it's kind of just like a play on words, I guess. And I mean, it kind of sounds like Let Loose.
Yeah, for sure. And I love how Kyle Sablehouse talks about you. You're actually your favorite, well, when they talk about you, it's your favorite player's favorite player. And something I'm glad about this now that we got you on stream is we're gonna have a photo for you now for the notable players here at the Sacramento Regionals. And with that, last thing, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I want to say shout out to my friends at home and then my family as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow. It was a great interview. With that, we're about to close up this show, but real quick, we're going to throw it back to the casters.
Welcome back to the desk, y'all. They gave me a little chance to talk to everybody while everybody's getting in position to close out the show. That interview was great. The one thing that really stuck out to me, I think, Kyle, was that Brent, even though he understood he was favored in the matchup, knew what his opponent's win condition was. How can Miraidon beat Gardevoir? And once those factors all lined up in game number 2, immediately recognized it and scooped it up.
Yeah, he saw the writing on the wall as Jeremy played the Forest Sealstone a little too early, did not have access to a supporter after potential Iono, was using boss's orders to chase Kirlias instead of holding it for the Gardevoir EX. And when you see that your opponent has an opportunity to go boss, or to attack into the V and EX Pokemon 3 times, it's your responsibility to find a way to close out and disrupt the prize exchange. You have to find a way to go after that Gardevoir EX. Jeremy just wasn't able to put all the pieces together, and that's mostly responsible to how Brent played the game. He knew exactly how to disrupt that.
Yeah, he said during the interview, you know, there's no margin of error. I have to go boss. And Gardevoir draws so many cards, it's not that difficult for the Gardevoir player to have boss's orders every turn.
So many players just get upset and talk about, they always have it. Every time I Iono them, they draw it. And it's like, yeah, they have 6 cards that they could draw per turn because of the double Kirlia and the Shining Arcana. They could evolve one of them to draw 8, and they've already thinned down their whole deck. Their deck is just collapsed stadiums and boss's orders. Why are you crying?
Yep, and Brent is going to make a few more opponents cry in day number 2. But now we're going to go back down to the lounge so we can bring it all home and set up for tomorrow.
And we are back once again here on the lounge. I'm joined by Chip Ritchie and Pablo Meza just to close out the show. But how are we feeling today, guys?
It was an amazing day. Saw a lot of great matches, a lot of variety, different decks. We saw Kyogre attack, which is always fun.
Yeah, the Kyogre game was super cool. Getting to watch someone like Azul who's so skilled with it, just kind of perfectly execute the, 2 games in a row, the 250 attack. Lots of great games today, for sure.
100%. I think my favorite moment is going to be some thunder shocks, though, from Jeremy Jalen. I was at the edge of my seat. With that, how about let's take a look at some notable players that made it to day 2. But yeah, we have Azul, like we mentioned, Henry Van Vance Kelly, the world champion, Israel Sosa, and who else do we see here?
Michael Pramawat, top 4 at Worlds. Hayden did really well last season, top card, winning a regional, top carding AUIC, I believe. Brent, who we just saw get day 2, beating our Jeremy.
Yeah, Alex Kreckler up there, the very first name we see. He went 9-0 today, completing the perfect day 1 run, so that was really cool to see. With the Rapid Strike Urshifu, some of us may have predicted that would do pretty well today. Victor Ong also on Rapid Strike Urshifu. We'll keep our eyes on them tomorrow, without a doubt. And another one I'd love to see there making in today 2 was Andrew Sakuye, who played that control block Snorlax deck. Did not have a good showing on our stream game, unfortunately, but was able to fight back, make it into day 2 of the competition. Look out, Snorlax is coming for you.
I can't wait to see more of that Snorlax. Hopefully Block makes its way to the stream again.
I don't know if everyone's hoping for that. There'll be a lot of passing if that happens.
I'm sure they are. We'll put it to a vote. But yeah, speaking of that, don't forget, everyone, to follow our socials here at Pokemon. Well, you can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon because we'll be pulling tweets most of the time. I love seeing the audience interaction. Even if you're at home, show us how you enjoy these regional championships. And with that, let's also take a look at the 2024 roadmap for the rest of the season. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2 weeks from now, Toronto Regional. And
lots of exciting tournaments coming up for sure.
What specifically are you looking forward to?
I am really looking forward to Sao Paulo International Championships. The LAIC, always a fun tournament, the first IC of the season, and with Paradox Rift as well. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm super excited for San Antonio. It's a really fun city, cool, downtown, River Walk area. Looking forward to that one. Texas is a fun state to travel to. And then in AIC in New Orleans, what a great city. Lots of culture down there in the Cajun region of the U.S. Really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen at NAIC right before our World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
That's for sure. Again, all these different places. It's such an amazing time to be a Pokemon player. And again, in Toronto with the new set, you mentioned it, Paradox Rift, things are going to get pretty spicy in my opinion.
Would you say they will be amped up a little bit?
Yeah, I'm pretty amped up, wouldn't you say?
Amp you very much.
No, definitely. And just to talk about it real quick, maybe there's what other cards from this set besides the amp up would you say are good in Paradox Rift?
I'm really looking forward to Streamtail. We've seen Gardevoir just completely dominate events. We saw it dominate on stream, I feel, coming back from big deficits. And Streamtail is going to add something that's potentially missing from Gardevoir. You have Cresselia to deal damage to the bench or place damage counters. But now Streamtail is a very threatening Pokemon for Gardevoir to have access to.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Roaring Moon EX. Just the ability to imagine your opponent puts a 330 HP Charizard EX in the active. That thing's not going down. Nope. Roaring Moon EX just deals with it right away. Really excited for that card. I'm going to be trying it out with Darkrai V-Star most likely as soon as the set drops.
That's for sure. Again, so many exciting things on the road for the Pokemon trading card game, but more importantly, many more exciting things for tomorrow here at the Sacramento Regional Championship. So don't forget to tune in. It's going to be tomorrow at 11 a.m. PT or 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you then. Thank you.